Well, yeah.
for a
Well, no,
panel.
all I'm going to say is all of you people should subscribe to KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. I mean, come
Okay, I
on
love
now,
it.
folks.
I love
I
it.
am never above shameless self-promotion, Wick. You know that. You know
I
me at this
do,
point.
and we're here for it, gang. We just talked about AI art on my stream and whether
Ooh.
it's destroying creativity, right? There's quite a few people who are upset, right? About their
No
livelihoods
more than
being ruined,
auto-tuning is.
right? Well, I think there's a substantive difference between auto tuning versus digitally generated art by AI.
Through the
I would say the key is that it's not art, so don't call it art.
I mean, it looks
Mm.
like art, it tastes like art, it sells like art.
The
Why?
real question is who is the inventor of autotune, or who was like the first one to implement it? I think that's the real question.
What?
Like,
I don't know why that's a question. Like what?
Right? Like
I think it's
it's like the least relevant portion.
well, you realize with
'cause
each time we put in a new request to the
it's
AI
a
to
little
make
known
art,
fact.
it
that-
learns a little bit more about us, our tastes, our preferences, to the point where we're not even going to be able to tell the difference between an AI and a real human in a few decades.
All right.
Like it or not, that one just kind of shut everyone up. Like, oh shit.
Sorry, I'm doing like 20
No, I'm
different
not. I'm
things.
not flabbergasted. I just.
Oh, nice. You're in
I
the you're in the
disagree.
Shire. Nice. Well done, sir. Well done. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, I
how
mean,
we
like,
doing,
no,
sir?
there are already computers that pass the Turing test, but the real question is like, I mean, like, I feel like philosophy kind of already figured that out with the Chinese room experiment, like whether or not, like, so I guess the question is like, does it matter?
Uh,
It's not art. Like I don't know if
Why not?
AGI is really possible.
I mean,
We'll see.
why isn't it art other than a subjective taste? It seems to be as well done as
It's
anything a person can make in some instances.
Yeah, but the problem is that like you're kind of going off of like this Hegelian interpretation of like what is art. Like if you consider AI art to be art, then like anything that is created is art. And so
I,
therefore art
I've
is a
been to a lot of
meaningless
parties where
word.
techno is really good. And some people say, unless it comes from a drum, bass, and guitar, I don't even want to hear it. That's not art. So, I
Yeah,
mean, like,
I mean, like
AI
there's
is an
this
intelligence
question of
we
like,
created. So why isn't it art?
well, first of all, I mean, I wouldn't really necessarily call it an intelligence. I think that's giving it a little more credit. I mean, technically it's in
I
the
think it still
name,
needs
but like,
human input. Technically, as far as
yeah,
I
Yes, but
think.
like I
all of
said,
the
with
AI
each
art
one, it
requires
learns
human
more
input.
and more about us and our preferences. So you see, the first AI art were fucking horrifying, and now it's shit that some people could spend a
Yeah, if you
lifetime and not
ask
achieve.
the normal person, right? Like I'm talking about the high quality AI, the stuff that takes several iterations to generate. Like if you ask the normal person to delineate between art produced by a human and art produced by a AI, most people would not be able to tell you the difference here, right?
Yeah,
Especially there's
unless
been AI
hands
art
happen
that
to
has
be in
won
them.
awards, right? That has won contests and things like that.
Yeah,
Um,
one Mid Journey bot piece won like a county fair competition, and it was for the artist, right? It wasn't for the AI machine.
Yeah, but
It was
this
for
is
the
going to
artist
get
that had like.
better, right? This is iterating at a rate like 5 years ago. This was not the case. Everyone would be able to spot it and spot the difference, easy peasy. Even people who were dilettantes at this, right? But
Mhm.
as we progress and as we are going further and further, it's becoming harder and harder to tell the difference. And I think that that is something where it does get into the question: what is art? Um, and if we do consider digital, or not digital, I'm sorry, AI generated art to be art, then what protections should we be putting in place for human artists, right? Who's are going to
None.
have their work. You don't
How
think we
can the
should put?
government?
None.
How can the government step in and fix
Well,
this
we do this
problem
for
that
other
that's happening?
automation that has taken over jobs and stuff like
Death
that.
Yeah, it's
and death
bad.
of certainty. I'm sorry, we are careening to the technological singularity, one AI art request at a time. Unfortunately, like it's learning with each request. It's learning and learning and knowing more about our preferences. So
It's
I
also
wouldn't be a bit
gathering data.
surprised.
Like I don't
A
know if
couple of
you've
years
seen on
down
Twitter,
the line.
everyone doing their make me into an anime uwu person, where they take a picture of their face or themselves in cool poses, and the AI turns them into anime, right?
Yeah,
That's
it's a
data
fun
collection. They're
novelty, but it's not
collecting our data, right? Our facial recognition software, things like that. It's feeding the algorithm. Anyway,
right. But that's like if I take a bunch of random objects and throw them, and then say this is art. Well, what does it mean? Well, I threw them in a
Of
certain
three
direction
hundred
as I was
thousand dollars
commanded
for the
to do.
Bidens to launder.
Right?
That's what
It's
that
not art,
means.
right? It's just not like there's no creative inspiration there because it
No,
lacks a
but it's
creative.
but no. Some people, the kind of art you're talking about, that's what some people use for money laundering.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, of course, but I mean that's just because you can.
that's a
The
side
tax code
project.
allows you to hide money into fucking assets, which is
so should people
you know.
like? Is there going to be legislation to prevent people from using AI generated art for money laundering? Like, oh my god, this is the brave new world we're heading to, folks. That's
I
one of
It's
feel
those
not
like
art.
I feel
topics.
like it's been a minute since I've been on a Prime panel. I don't know, like it has, hasn't it? Because I took the week off for Thanksgiving.
I
Thanksgiving
think at
week, I
least a
was in
month.
Florida, right? No, it
Feels like a
hasn't.
month.
It's been less than a month, surely, right?
I don't. I know you weren't there last week because I've been
Yeah,
on the
last week I
last.
couldn't make it because I was
I
sick.
think I've been
Like
on
I
the
was
last
still got a
three
little
or
bit of
four
a
panels.
cold.
So it's like I think
No, but it's. I think I've only missed two. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I could be wrong.
I don't know. I haven't. I don't keep a track of it that much. So, but I've missed you, Fabian, and I've missed you, um, Phil. I saw you last week, Blacktoid and Campbell, so I didn't miss you as much. But
That's okay. I'm not offended.
Been in and out of the live stream scene, but I'm glad to make my triumphant return here on Prime Kai's, folks. Which, if you're not followed or subscribed to Prime Kai's, not only here on Twitch but on YouTube too, what are you doing? You're leaving intellectual money on the table every day, folks, and I cannot bear the thought of you doing that. So please, please, like, share, subscribe, and send to a friend. If you haven't sent this stream that also features this beautiful face on it to some friend of yours out there, can you really even say you're their friend?
Now I remember why KOE Nation gets brought on by Prime Guys because he makes Prime Guys shilling for subs and follows seem not that bad.
I
Like
resemble that
he's
remark,
the one
sir.
person.
Like, I'm sorry,
You're the
I
one
terribly
person in
resemble
the
that remark.
Twitch YouTube space that shills for likes and subs and follows more than Prime Guys does.
But we love it when he does
Somebody's
it, and we
gotta be
love it
number
when
one.
Prime does it too. It's part of the experience, right? It has become baked into the system. I would feel like I did
Really?
not get the full Prime Kai experience.
I'm thinking I'm
nor
thinking
the
I'm gonna
full
have to
Phil
like start
KOE
editing them
experience.
out of my YouTube videos because I keep
Oh,
getting
that
comments from people being like, "Yo, this is too much."
You know they could skip it, right? They could like skip
I
the
was about to
portions,
say.
I
right?
know.
I mean,
You know what?
they
I
just
think it
need to
might be
know that
funnier.
KOE
being
Nation,
I
ridiculous.
think it might
YouTube,
be
TikTok,
funnier,
and Twitch is where
honestly.
they need to be. I mean, KOE Nation,
Yeah, we
YouTube,
get it.
TikTok,
We get
and
it.
Twitch.
We get it. Yeah.
They have to be there, man. It's
Oh my
way
God!
better
Shut
than that
up!
Fabian Liberty fucking
Jesus
channel.
Christ! Oh
Aw,
my God! No,
so mad.
I think it might be funnier
Did I
if I
make the
just like.
Wish.com
You know,
Stefan
it's really
Molyneux
frustrating.
mad?
You can't get a word in. I think
Oh
sometimes,
my
right?
God! Oh my God! So no, I think I might
Yes.
just start putting
Right on.
timestamps like for it because then people can like search it out. You know, might be kind of funny.
Fabian is what happens when you order Stefan Molyneux from Wish.com.
Stefan?
What?
Stefan Molyneux?
You know, actually, interestingly
Stabby?
enough, I remember the first time I saw him, I was like still a leftist at the time. And so like I like watched him and was like, this person's such a terrible piece of shit. I cannot stand this guy.
God,
And then
weird,
like
because you're
after I got
completely
like
ripping off his gimmick now.
how am I ripping off his gimmick? Well, because we were both libertarians. Also, he's gone like kind of Christian lately. So he's a little bit
Oh,
more
so you're ripping off
post-libertarian.
2015 Molyneux. Okay, gotcha.
How am I ripping? What are you talking about?
This is fun.
All right. But yeah, no, like the first time I like encountered him, I was like really against him. And then like later I was like so much more receptive to like understanding like what it was that he was talking about. And I'm always think about that because like I try and keep that in mind when I talk to like so many left-wing audiences is like this idea of like how unpalatable truth is to people when they're kind of like still sitting in the cult, and like that they kind of have to like break out of the cult mentality that is left-wing philosophy and left-wing politics, because like you can just say like legitimate facts to people and it will enrage them, right? And it's the same thing with the right, right? You can just like tell them a certain thing. Oh, dude, I fucking posted on Twitter the other day. Like, I don't want to hear your take on mutilation of children's genitals if you circumcise your son. And people are just like, whoa, 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 whoa. And I was just like, yeah, like it's the same shit on the right. Like, but I think it's probably more prevalent on the left because there's a lot more cult like mentality.
People,
Only
they're-
Fabian.
okay,
Only
they're-
Fabian is immune, right? He is the only one, and his system is the only
I-
one
I'm-
immune from these cult-like.
I'm consistent
Dude,
on
it
that one
happens to
too.
libertarians. It happens to libertarians all
All
the
my
fucking time.
uncut
There's
kings
so
stand
many-
up.
Dude, there's so many fucking libertarians that
Don't
like
show it though.
don't
Stand up, but don't show it.
they don't understand that like libertarianism is about what is morally unjustifiable, and just because something doesn't fit within that category doesn't mean it's permissible. Like people will be like, how dare you say anything against this this OnlyFans girl, like she's not committing aggression. It's like, yeah, people are still allowed to like not like that.
Scott, but I mean, I won't comment on most of what you said. But the thing about being uncut, right? And sorry.
This is where we're going with this. That
No,
is
but
what
no,
you latched
I'm
onto.
curious.
That is
Because
what's stuck in your
He
head.
says
uncut.
no, because he talked about like
Uncut
left
king.
wing people, right? Was it really left wingers who were upset on that? I mean, it seems
No,
like
I literally Prime. You misunderstood me. I said this happens on the right too.
Let me ask.
and
Yeah,
that was my example.
I know. I just like asking. Like, it seems that like circumcision is becoming less and less popular, at least on, I think on a lot of sides. So I'm just like curious as to what kind of people we're responding to.
Well, the only people that would get like triggered by that would be like people that are against groomers and against, gender affirming care for children. So obviously not like lefties, right? But also we're pro circumcision, which tends to be more, the religious right in keeping that tradition, than like left wingers who tend to be more open to just like new change.
You know what I was looking forward to?
Is
I was
also
looking forward
lactoid.
to a
If you're
panel.
uncut, is that a sign of your socialist origins?
Hey, in Europe they just do it differently. They actually, I guess they respect the integrity of children. I don't know. It's crazy.
I just
Well,
want to
it's-
interject here and say that I was looking forward to a panel about issues that didn't have to do with gender affirming care or trans or anything like that. We could just
Are
talk
you new to
about
Twitch?
other things, right? But no, apparently no panel I'm on can be free, right, of discussing this. At least
The
to some
all-pervasive
capacity.
topic.
It has to be there. Must we? Can we just have a friendly chat on anything else? That's all I ask.
Basically, Fabian, this is why we can't have
No.
nice things.
No,
No, we cannot have nice things. But
look, I have
no,
listen. I have two crusades that I'm currently on. Number one is I'm going against these goddamn groomers. I will find you. I will expose you. I will tell you what a piece of shit you are. And number two, clearly, I have chosen libertarianism because it has the most white males of any political ideology, and it is my life goal to find as many white males as I can and teach them to put lotion on their skin and even to hydrate their ass, all right? Because it is an epidemic of dry skin and dry ass motherfuckers with dirty crusty asses from white men that do not understand that you can use body butter and you can use lotion and hydrate your fucking skin, all right? Black people get this, white women get this, but for whatever fucking reason, white dudes only put lotion on their dick and that's it.
You put
Okay.
lotion on your ass?
You're goddamn right. All right, creates a nice barrier.
I do
You
want to
put
know.
all
I
over
do
your
want to
body.
know if you chose
That's
libertarian
fucked.
because it's white men. Why did they let a white girl like you in?
Was that
The
transphobic?
burn.
Jesus Christ! So
Burn.
we're
No.
just getting
It's
started
speechless.
here, aren't we? Well,
I'm just
alright.
gonna let that one sit. Like, I mean, I feel like I don't have to defend myself on that one.
All right. But well, there we go on that, folks.
I
Good Lord
got
Almighty.
I gotta reject that. I don't put lotion on my butthole. I highly
Oh, he didn't say butthole.
I-
He didn't say butthole, he
that's
said
what I got from that.
Say
That's what I got from
vagina.
that.
It's for a
I'm gonna
different, more
stand up
I
gender-
repudiate-
Real quick,
I
look,
reject-
I'm gonna stand
that
up for
is-
Fabian here.
This
I'm
man
gonna
does
stand
not
up for
speak for
Fabian.
us.
Putting lotion on your ass cheeks is a good thing because you
Yeah,
want to look
yeah,
silky
but
smooth.
Lactoid
You
zeroed
want
in on
that to
butthole
feel silky
specifically.
smooth.
I heard
Yeah.
ass. When I think like I put this on my ass, my immediately
Don't put
thought
it on
like
your
the
butthole.
butthole.
That's weird. Don't put it on your
No,
butthole,
butthole
but your
too.
ass cheeks. No, butthole.
He's saying butthole
Butthole
too.
too.
That's
Okay,
weird.
I'm saying, like
Listen,
in most things, I can
that's
go with
fine.
him so
Do you
far,
see
but no
the
further.
epidemic that I'm talking about? Do you see the epidemic? Is these white people got crusty, nasty asses. That's why the fucking dirties, their underwear is all fucking dirty because they're not putting a proper protection layer. And so if you have pooped since you've showered and you're not putting lotion on your butthole, you got a dirty asshole.
The
Lactoid
lotion doesn't
Rick,
clean
You
it.
got dirty
Say,
asshole.
that's not gonna make things
That's
better.
not how lotion works. See, you got to use hand
This is what you
sanitizer.
use to
Hand
clean it.
sanitizer works. Okay, that actually sanitizes.
Oh Lord Almighty! So this is the highbrow.
Do you see what? This is why it's so important that I had to get into this political philosophy that is so dominated by white men,
Yes.
so that I could be the change that I want to see in the world. All right, I
Is
want to see
anyone here?
white men with clean,
Can we
tidy
stop talking
whiteys.
about your
One of my
butthole,
best
please?
friends is a registered libertarian, and I
It's
always
not
relentlessly
dirty,
tease
okay?
him
You know why?
because
I
it's
put
like,
lotion on it.
oh yeah, all that great libertarian legislation that's been passed, all those libertarian Supreme Court justices that have made it to the Supreme Court over the last century. Like, yeah, the libertarians gotten a lot done.
This guy's farts are so loud. I swear to God. I mean, the lotion,
You're
right?
up under the coast.
Doesn't it create like a flapping
You
kind of
get
like
bubbles?
situation?
You
Yeah,
get
bubbles. Wouldn't you get bubbles?
Yeah,
No,
You're using
good.
too much. Like you're
like a party
like that.
clown.
Go to
Jesus.
the bathroom, man. If you got a fart, if you got a big fart coming up, go to the bathroom.
You go to the bathroom to fart? What the fuck?
If you got a big fart, yeah, dude.
No, I am free in this country. I can fart where I like. Okay.
Doobie thinks like that. Doobie has said like if his girlfriend needs to fart, she needs to go to the downstairs bathroom.
That's just
Downstairs.
that's base patriarchal
I mean,
behavior.
at the very least, you leave the room and get
You
into a
don't
place
fart
that no one's
around
gonna
in
travel
No.
quickly.
What?
Let it out, you know. That's just polite, dude. Were you fucking
Nah.
hotboxing your girlfriend under the covers every time you're Netflixing?
The
Like,
Dutch
what the fuck is wrong with you?
Listen, if you can't love my farts, you can't love me. That's like the fundamental
Exactly, right?
rule.
They're one and the same.
Lactoid, I don't love you because you got a dirty asshole. All right, and until you clean that shit up, like
Okay, Scott.
There'd be no
Scott,
love
what,
between
do you,
us.
do you not use bidets? I mean, or is that too European for you?
I mean, I would if
Just
I like
lotion.
like I would, but you know.
Yeah, this is lotion. That's what I use the squirty part for.
Look, this is
No,
how
we
you
go.
know
I'm
I'm
fucking almond
this is how
body
you
body
know
butter, dude.
that I'm
Like, I'm not
actually
fucking with that lotion shit.
that I'm
Like,
actually
I'm
leftist.
2 levels
I do
above
have
you,
a
all right?
bidet built into my toilet, right? We have like an attachment thing, and we put that into my toilet. That's how you know I'm a leftist because I fuck with that,
I was
right?
just about
Like,
to say that, Wick.
installed it right into my
That is
toilet
not-
system. This is how you know I'm a leftist, right? So any of you doubters out there in Prime's chat, right, or my chat for that matter, who think, well, no, you're just a dirty centrist. No, first of all, I'm very clean. Okay, I'm very clean. And second of all, right, like no, you
Ain't
guys
none of
just
y'all
got
heard
way
of
too far with it.
washcloths? My
No,
God.
I feel like lotion is overrated. I think it's pushed by big lotion, and this culture needs to stop. It's okay to be dry. It's okay to be a little bit dry and flaky. Okay.
The correct term you're looking for is ashy. You
Big
ashy,
lotion.
dirty asshole.
They
having
can't
motherfucker.
tell though. I'm already
Yeah.
translucent. You can't. There's no way you could tell, right?
Yeah.
No, they
The
can
flakes
tell.
give it away.
No, they can only tell
Yeah.
once I've left the
Rub-
room and they see like snow
Rub
all over the
those,
chair.
rub those elbows, motherfucker. We all know.
This just feels like a giant conversation of a bunch of repressed men who are really fucking curious and are hoping that somebody will drop a couple tips on how to do it. I mean, if you
I don't
want
need-
to know
I
how to clean it,
moisturize. I have
can
no
tell
That
How to
would
you.
be
lotion a
really
butthole?
cool read of the room, but okay. But yeah, like Jesus Christ, we're gonna talk about bathing
I am
habits.
many things, but
What's repressed about
repressed
that?
is not one of them.
I moisturize. I use
very
toner. Like I got a great skincare routine.
Are you okay? All right. Since we're talking about things, right?
Since we're talking about
you
things, where do you
guys,
go with this,
Things
Prime?
and even stuff here.
shave your intimate areas.
Like room.
Yes.
I don't shave it
You
completely.
don't have
but
to.
I
I mean, like there's many preferences there. Like keep it trimmed, you know.
You don't want to go
tasteful-
too
tastefully
wild,
trimmed,
right? You don't want
You
it to
don't
be a
gotta
jungle
shave.
down there, right?
I got a full bush going on there. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
you do you
that's,
if it works.
It's
I've
like
been growing them
gardening.
since I was a kid,
okay?
and I'm proud of each and every one of them.
Since you were
It's like
So,
a
like,
bonsai
since
tree.
you were a kid, not since puberty, since
You
like
gotta
2 or
trim
4.
it to get out its full potential. Okay, it's like a bonsai tree. You gotta.
Wait, are we
trim
talking
it
about like
to
chest
get out
hair or
its
like
full
what are we talking about?
What panel am I on? Let me go read the prompt. I don't know.
We don't know. We'll get there. We'll get there though. Well, it just kind of depends. How much tongue work are you doing in the area? That's I think it's
I was gonna ask, how have any you had like a woman complain that you aren't as trimmed as they would like?
Nope, I keep
No,
it pretty
because I
trim and
trim.
clean.
Like, what?
Okay.
Avoided that entire situation.
No.
I've already
And
told
I-
you
and
For other
before.
people, for other people.
I've already told you
we're just
blowjobs are
different
overrated
blowjob.
before. So
Black Lloyd, what are you doing?
I
right?
sincerely
What-
mean that. It's a waste of time. And people like are like, oh, it's
Wait.
great. No, it's just like not that. It's not that exciting.
Okay. No, you know what? I'll do this.
I'm
I
not a
just
big
feel
fan
bad
myself,
for
I'll
you,
be honest.
brother. I just feel
Boom! Thank
bad.
you.
See, this is why they have a bankrupt ideology.
I'm just being honest, I'm not a big fan. It's like more often than not, it's like you don't know what you're doing. Like,
Wow,
feel
what,
like
this is,
that's because you
tell me
have.
you-
That's where
tell me you've
communication
had,
comes
like,
in,
bad
and, like,
experiences
I don't need to teach you. Like there's something better. Like you know what I mean? Like,
Have to
True.
I'll put up with
Okay.
it, you know, for the foreplay, but like at a certain point, I'm like,
Clearly,
alright.
you have
Put
that
up with it.
experience.
I just don't even put up with
Oh.
it. man.
Magic, all right, then that answers the question then, or at least, well, I'm gonna ask Lactoid anyway, Trey, right? Lactoid. So, like, describe your experiences, please. Like what
Bad.
is
Detail.
just
What are they all
It's
teach?
I have a
you?
friend,
he
I
says
have a
Mike
friend.
had to
You're
teach
wasting
something
your
like,
time.
Oh, so like some have been better than others, but like at the end of the day, like it is just kind of like a waste of time. It does feel like it's like what are we doing? Like
I could be doing so much more.
I could be
productive
doing
activities
more,
right?
right?
now. Can
I'm
you
a, I'm,
hurry
a, I'm,
up?
a, I'm a very
Can you
self
hurry
like
up?
I'm a very
We got-
selfless
we got
lover.
things
Okay,
to do.
I don't waste my time with any of that selfish shit. Okay, I gotta give, not receive.
I'm actually more of the giving type as well, but I love my BJs. Okay, all right. But it depends, right? Like, so when I first got started, being sexually active, I received a lot of mediocre blowjobs, right? And it was really disappointing. I was like, oh, is this it, right? But then I experienced the magic, right? Found some women,
You
happy to be
believe in
skilled
the
in this
magic.
particular area, and wow, eyes open, right? Gates of paradise.
Mind
Uh,
blown.
There's something like psychological about it too. I don't know.
I
I
can
just
give
can't.
tips to the ladies.
Like her teeth are right there. It's like, oh.
I can give tips to the ladies. If you have a bi friend and you guys are friends with benefits, see what he does with you and he'll give you tips. They're fucking fantastic. Like that's how I got better. Is a bi guy told me what I was doing.
I don't think the
skill and
people
you
that
can
have
learn.
bi friends that they're fuck buddies with are quote unquote ladies.
You do not know what lady means anymore. I know.
I'm just saying.
Well, I was about to say,
Anybody with a
I mean,
bi friend.
What
that
is a
they're
lady?
fucking Fuck buddies with that's
anybody
fucking
that's
other
ever
people,
sucked
she's
my
for the
cock, they're
streets.
getting
all
a
right?
thumbs up and they know they did good. I don't know if they need
Iko
to.
Rich is here to drop the knowledge on us. He's gonna teach all us young wits
Iko, yeah,
how
us
this
young and-
works, right?
he doesn't
But
know what
yes.
you're talking about. I just let him into the voice
Okay.
channel. Doesn't know
What's your
what I'm
opinion,
talking
Iko Rich? What do
Everyone's
you think?
different.
Is
Everybody's
Blackboard
different.
right or is Wit
Oh,
right?
You can't
I-
the right time.
oh,
Aiko
Aiko.
is a learned individual, so he doesn't
He doesn't have to
level,
answer
okay?
this.
The beard
Oh,
of
no.
knowledge.
This sounds like a great question. What am I deciding now?
Oh wait, the real question is like, what's your trimming
Fabian thinks
routine?
we should all
Is
be
it-
putting lotion all over him. I mean buttholes.
Oh,
Should
right.
you shave your balls before somebody goes down on you?
Oh, right. Oh, well, that's just
Or somebody
politeness,
sucks
right?
at-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've gone down a whole road. We're waiting for
Good
right
guy,
here,
Aiko.
and we've been going down a whole road.
Hey, that's not the only unethical debate instruction I've received today.
what else?
I have a tournament coming up. The debate question at this tournament, honestly, this has never happened to me in 35 years. The debate question that's coming up is, is whether or not there should be book bans at schools. Like it's a book banning question, and of course, it always depends on the book and whatever. But in the debate, it's the debaters that come up with the specific books in question, and then they say, okay, we should not ban this book, or we should ban this book, or whatever. The other team has to go on the opposite side of that. And we just got an instruction from some school district to where they just told their students that if you're not comfortable arguing about whether or not to ban a particular book, then you don't have to engage in that part of the debate, and you cannot be penalized for it. So I, as a judge, am not supposed to vote against somebody just because they didn't argue, like they didn't make their
This
point.
is
I have
maybe
no
Isn't that the
idea.
point
gone far.
of the
Has
debate?
As
gone
a
far.
judge, I have no idea how to do that. First of all, no such thing as a tie in debate. Somebody wins, somebody loses. So how am I?
Usually,
I mean,
I win.
if voting against them means penalizing them,
Rich, it's so easy. Look, whoever argues in favor of not banning genderqueer a memoir is automatically the winner, or you face the ire of your colleagues. So just say they won. It doesn't fucking matter. And then just move on with your day. And then you have achieved having the appropriate politics, and you don't have to deal with any issues.
well,
And
this
just to
is
be completely libertarian, you're always going to side with personal liberty, so you also please the libertarians. Just
I will
really-
say this: whoever gave me this instruction, that person came from a very conservative school district. I'll say that. But this, to me, amounts to a participation trophy, right? Like I can't. You've got to make an argument, or you're going to lose.
I'm sorry if it
It's-
doesn't make you if it makes you uncomfortable. We're not talking like look at this. We're not talking about like a deep topic here. We're talking about banning books and which books we should or should not ban. If you are too uncomfortable to even discuss this, then maybe you need to seek therapy, right? No shot, right? Maybe you can't deal with
If you're
life.
too
They're
triggered by
teens,
the
so
idea
maybe.
of the debate, then you should automatically assume that the people that say certain books should be banned are right, because you can't even fucking deal with the conversation about whether or not the book should be banned.
Right? Yeah. Sure.
book
Yeah.
banning base.
If you got to run to the intellectual hall monitors, that's kind of an admission that your ideas might not be as good as you like to think they are. So it's one thing to consider. Like if it's just like, especially like the espousement of a political idea or something
That's
like that,
true
or
of
just
book banning.
yeah, that's what I don't want people to ban books on certain ideas.
What
I
if
think
it's
they
killed
should be
millions of
discussed.
people, though?
I believe sunlight is the best disinfectant. Look at what happened to Kanye. Some fucking sunlight got fucking shined on him, and he blew his reputation in 3 hours. It took him a lifetime to build it, and he blew it in a few hours on Alex Jones. That's
Well,
what I
so
mean by
you're not-
sunlight
to
is the
be
best
fair,
disinfectant.
that
not
process
over.
has been happening and is
They're
still
talking about-
happening, right? Like
talking about
I'm just trying to be
gratuitous
topical
sexual.
here.
They're talking about gratuitous sexual books in school libraries, right? Like that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the book bannings.
Ew.
And when they talk about
That's
banning,
why I was just
be.
talking
like
about political ideas,
right,
because like there is some obscenity.
Well,
like,
it
you know,
might be.
that's not
psychiatry
that's not
says
what
early
anybody's
sexual
really talking
exposure is
about.
not good.
People-
for young
People are
children.
talking about books in middle school, like in Loudoun County, Virginia, that show like, children masturbating, talking about how their gay ship in their brain while they're like, riding on the school bus. And like people are like, hey, that shouldn't be in the school. And then they get rid of it. And then the left goes, they're banning books. And it's like,
Okay. Well,
I wouldn't put
I
old Playboy magazine in the
would
fucking school library
disagree
either.
with you on the gratuity. In fact, I think we talked about this before, but I don't know. Whatever. We've probably we've assembled, so we're gonna move on. So thank you all. I think I might make this pre-panel into a VOD. I might do that. Just put that out there.
Like
I
Bill
think
Maher's
it's-
overtime things,
Yeah.
Try
Right.
to,
Like,
get, try to get a lotion sponsorship before you do it, and then the company's all like, "What the fuck is
Hell
this?"
yeah. Hell yeah, dude.
Sometimes I do that for our pre-panels. Like our pre-panels to be actually really good, really fun. But
Fabian
anyway,
Liberty at protonmail.com if you have any business inquiries about whether or not you'd like to sponsor me for your lotion products.
thank you all for being here. This is the Every Roundtable, which we have Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. We have an amazing group of guests here. So I'm happy to introduce them all. And if you're new to the channel, if you liked everything you've seen so far, hit the follow button. Please, come on, all right? This is great stuff. All right,
It's not always buttholes.
it's not always buttholes.
It's usually buttholes.
It's a failing on my part, really. Oh boy, Lactoid. On that note about buttholes, Lactoid. Thank you
Speaking of,
thank you for being here, Fred. Always happy to have you here. Go ahead.
Oh, hey, before you do, can I say one more thing before we get started with all this? I just saw on the news today something that reminded me of something Fabian said last panel, I think in the before panel then too. And that was about rounding things up. Have you guys seen that on the news today? There was a company that was, I can't remember, is CVS. CVS asks you to round up to give to a particular charity. And it was just I just found out today, it was on the news, that those roundups don't go to that charity directly. What they do is they reimburse CVS for an obligation that a legal obligation that they had to give that charity $10 million for some reason. I can't remember. And so now they're using the roundup thing to pay for the obligation that they have to pay this out. So they're kind of double dipping. So Fabian was right.
Yeah, and I agree. Don't give it to charity. It's totally useless. Keep that money and spend it on yourself, or spend it on all the living expenses that you need, so you can spend time watching us.
Or donate directly. Wait. I want to
Yeah.
correct that.
Or
Donate direct.
yeah, or
You don't have to
donating or
put
some
it-
bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever
Yeah.
helps the trees, or I guess in this case frogs. I don't care. Lacto, you can find me on Anti-Communism United on Discord, Twitch, and YouTube, and on Twitter, Anti-Com United.
Okay, thank you so much, friend. All right, let's go to Scott, who is back with us once again. Thank you, Scott, as well for coming through and updating us on
I'm just trying
on
to
the moist state
keep
of your
people clean.
butthole. Oh, okay, go
Right?
ahead.
Just trying to keep people clean.
All right.
You like it?
Go ahead.
Do you like that it's moist? Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty, libertarian duo stream. You can find us Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere tomorrow. And it happened sort of when I went 10% on Jangles on a late night Prime Kai's Prime Kai reverie. Jangles popped in. And so we'll be on Modern Day Debates tomorrow, 8 p.m. So check us out there. So you got to stick in for the whole debate, because you never know what might not happen or what will happen.
Exactly. All right, yeah.
But yeah, find us Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere.
Okie doke. Please, next we have our friend. Oh, I'm so excited for this one, right? Close to my heart. His name is K-O-E. KOE Nation, Phil, back with us. Thank you so much, friend. We've truly missed you. A bright spot here on this panel. So take it away, friend.
Thank you, good sir, folks. It is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and the lord of the Scottish Highlands himself, folks. Your king of extreme, Phil KOE. You can find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, KOE Nation on TikTok, KOE Nation on Twitch, folks. That's K as in king, O as in oh my god. You can find KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. E is in extremely happy to know you can find KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. I am looking forward to getting into all of the topics of the day with all of you beautiful people out there within the sound of my voice, and all of you folks on this panel right here on Prime Kai's, right here on YouTube, right here on Twitch. Folks, you better be following him right after you follow me on KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Thank you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Raise a glass to yourselves, and this is going to be a good one, folks.
Thank you so much. He's great. Like every time. He reminds me of why. Let's go to our friend Wick, who's back with us. And I've missed him a lot. Wick, thanks for being here.
Well, thank you for inviting me. If I sound a little different, I still have a little bit of a head cold, but we're getting through it. Man, I am excited to be here. It's been a while since I've gotten to interact with these lovely contestants on the Prime Kai show, right? And I am very excited to get into the topics today. Thank you for having me. And gang, if you like what I say or you hate what I say, you can come over and say it to my fucking face at twitch.tv/deathandcertainty. Yeah, don't be a coward. Come on. I have open call-in shows every Tuesday, so if you have a problem with what I say, you can come say it to my face. Don't be a little chatter, you little weird chatter people. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Corey Campbell, a quality guest as always. Corey, thanks for coming through.
Yeah, thank you as always for inviting me. Always grateful to be on, and always happy to be on with these familiar and fine faces. And as always, great topics. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84, and on Twitter, Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, looking forward to getting into it.
Okay, all right. Next we have a person who I like a lot, Stabby. Right, Stabby? I'm not your only fan here, right? Our friend Scott, oh my god, desperate. Like since the last time you've been on, the DMs, endless. Please, you gotta get her back, right? Like it's and nothing's been the same since you've left. So I'm glad to be able to fulfill this promise to him. I got you, Scott. All right, Stabby, introduce yourself to everyone.
Hey guys, I'm Stabby. I got the name because I like sword games, but I'm verbally aggressive, and so that's the reason for the name now. Um, I am. You can find me over on the Fifth Estate. It's a Discord I co-own with someone from a big debate server. You can also find me triggering people in Wix Discord. I also hang around on Primes. Make sure you are following, please. I don't stream, but I will share links to that other Discord. I am here to basically always trigger people because I think there's that perfect little sweet spot of hilarity when somebody gets really fucking mad, and it's one of my favorite things in the world. So it's basically why I'm here.
All right.
Yeah.
And you certainly found Scott's sweet spot. All right, moving on. We have Aiko. Aiko, thank you for coming through and,
No problem.
and being part of this, right? And lowering
What
yourself.
is
to that
happening
level,
tonight?
honestly.
Yo,
Thanks for being here.
what did I do to you, Prime?
No, nothing. Nothing
Talk
at all.
about buttholes endlessly. That's
Oh,
what you
there's
get.
that.
No, I wasn't talking about you, Stabby.
Oh,
Oh, it's too late
okay.
for that one. I already got you with that one, honey. You'll
Aiko.
catch up.
Hey, how's it going?
boy.
I'm iCow. iCow Rich. You can I don't stream, but you can find me on Twitter at the same handle. Yeah.
Okay, and last but not least, of course, we have our Dark Lord and Savior Doobie. Doobie is back with us. Doobie, how are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you. for having
Doobie,
me.
I need you to confirm something I said previously. Right? You might have heard me when I let them know your farting policy. Could you tell them what your girlfriend has
I
to
need
do?
my
when she
girlfriend to maintain the illusion that she has no farts, does not use the restroom at all for anything like defecation, urination, anything like that. Like she needs to have no bodily waste. That's my policy. If she breaks that illusion for me, I don't want her. It's part of the package that I want. If she can't handle it, that's fine. It's just I require a few things. She's gonna fart. She can't be around me. She needs to go to the other side of the house so I don't hear it. I don't want her to walk back to me and then to get like the whiff of it in the air as it's following her. Any of that shit is unacceptable. Like I think it's totally reasonable.
Any of that shit.
Wow. I guess beggars can be choosers, folks.
Totally reasonable. All right. Thank you, Doobie.
It's just
Uh,
it's respectful.
Doobie, you're right. No, it's what led me away from feminism, mostly.
In fairness, the giant turd smell is your existence in the room, so I can see why you don't want it to be overwhelming.
okay. All right. Thank you so much, Doobie, for giving us insight into your enchanted life. All right. Topic 1. In Nevada, a proposed geothermal power plant has been put on hold due to an endangered frog being near its construction site. Conservationists have argued that while green energy is essential, it can't come at the price of extinction. Do you think important construction projects should have to consider the impact to wildlife? Does it matter what type of wildlife or what type of construction? What about projects that interfere with human life, such as Native American sacred practices? Or is progress, in quotes, more important than any of those considerations? Yeah. So you've never heard of this, I'm sure. There's a frog, a very tiny frog. Apparently, it's like quarter-sized.
It's a toad, by the way.
Toad, excuse me. Thank you for
That meant,
correcting me.
thank God Dude, sorry, that changes my opening argument entirely. It's fucking tough. Oh shit. Okay. Sorry.
It's a very tiny toad. Excuse me, but and it apparently just lives in this one particular area, where this proposed geothermal power plant will be placed. And it just got to the endangered species or risk of extinction list or something like that. I don't know. So it looks like this land's protected. Now the power plant has to jump through a lot of hoops to be able to get started, right? Part of it is proving that it won't cause irreparable damage to the environment. And so I want to know, does this make sense to you? And yeah, like if not, how would you change things? We'll start with Lactoid.
Yeah, so this is a tough topic for me because, I ultimately don't want the toad to die. I think the toad looks pretty cool, but I want to bring up a few principles, right? The first principle here is I think the intention is not necessarily the same thing as the results. Often, government programs to protect endangered species that are intended to protect these species may actually encourage landowners to kill those species that are considered endangered in order to prevent having draconian government restrictions imposed on their land. Right? I mean, it's much easier to kill the endangered species, hide what you did, as opposed to have to deal with all of the pretty extensive ramifications that come from the Endangered Species Act. There's also a real question as to the efficacy of the Endangered Species Act. There's some numbers that are touted around, but only about 2% of the species placed on the endangered species list actually recover. And this actually may only be so high because of certain data errors when it comes to the process when they put species on the list as opposed to when they take them off, meaning that a lot of the quote unquote recovered species may actually not be endangered in the first place. So it could be that the efficacy of this government program is not nearly as high as people say it is. All that being said, I think saving species is a laudable goal, but we can't disregard people's rights over themselves and their own property. After all, every individual is also unique and their experience is irreplaceable. I would advocate for ecological drives similar to the Go for Tortoise initiative, which raises private funds to purchase easements or improvements over land to protect that habitat. As to the power plant specifically, that was mentioned in the article, I think there's a real question here is if climate change is as much of a threat as we think, then perhaps it is worth the trade-off to make this shift towards green energy to potentially endanger this toad. There is no guarantee that this will actually cause the toad to go extinct, and there's nothing stopping conservation efforts to mitigate any impact from the geoplant. And we can't discount the salvation of mankind and many other species for advancement. The sacred tribal part, I think, is irrelevant and just a distraction from the actual important issues.
Okay, interesting. Scott, please.
So, first, yes to everything Lactoid said. Second, fuck the toads. I don't care about them. There's no evidence to suggest that this toad is essential to the biodiversity of that biome. That we're gonna have like some form of collapse if this toad is gone. Second, fuck BLM. And this time I'm not talking about Black Lives Matter. I'm talking about the Bureau of Land Management. Third, if you have a sacred Native American site that has been homesteaded in some degree, right? There is like some monolithic structure there or something. Yeah, sure. Right. Like we should protect and preserve that because there's an original private property owner. It may be difficult to find who that was. But this idea that like every bit of land is sacred because they did something at some point there. Yeah, fuck off. I don't care. Um, Ultimately, what you're talking about is the EPA and government institutions burying geothermal technology in red tape, despite the fact that geothermal technology is some of the most green energy that is available with the lowest wildlife impact. It's more green with less impact than solar and wind. And it just so happens to be that oil and gas companies, get all of these wonderful subsidies for the solar and wind projects that they own when we all know that if you're actually for green energy, you support four things in descending order. Number one, fracking. Fracking is green energy because it lowers the cost of oil and gets us off of coal. Number two would be hydroelectric, but unfortunately, you have issues like you know deltas and waterways that can be damaged. Number three, geothermal, and number one, if you are for green energy, you should be doing everything you can to support nuclear. Honorable mention to things like battery technology, carbon capture, biofuel, things that need research but may provide solutions in the future. To me, this feels like government overreach, and that you just happen to not see a lot of in wind farms that destroy local bird populations and migratory birds, but we don't care. Um, and it is rare. But honestly, the government should just get the fuck out of the way. Who gives a fuck if this toad dies? I don't.
All right, thank you. KOE.
All right. A couple of things to keep in mind here, folks. I've got two thoughts in my mind, and it's kind of like a Louis C.K. bit where he goes, of course, but maybe. And to me, it's like, of course, we should try to preserve every unique genetic form of life on this planet. But maybe building a geothermal plant or like a couple of solar panels or a few windmills or whatever causes your species to go extinct, maybe it was just kind of time. It's the unfortunate reality because we as humanity have this very odd snapshot of nature, and we imagine that it should be in perfect stasis for all time from when we came onto the scene. And we don't really understand the idea that extinction is actually far more common than speciation in nature. And a great example of this, the wolves have been getting wiped, like their numbers go down and down and down here in North America. And it's not like it to anybody with any basic biological knowledge or any kind of knowledge of how nature works. Yeah, they're going out because the coyote is taking over that niche better than they ever could, and they're adapted better than they ever could. And so over about a few hundred more years, maybe a few thousand more years, yeah, we're probably not going to have wolves in nature anymore because the coyote is taken over. So that's just one good example. But in terms of hunting rights, I have actually argued on other panels before that I believe that native and indigenous hunting rights should be maintained. I'm somebody that does maintain a significant amount of wildlife habitat, and I do use some of it for hunting. And so, yeah, that is very much something that needs to be maintained. You have to actively have the idea that I want to maintain this wildlife habitat. And if native tribes wish to do that, I don't think we should develop there for obvious reasons. But there is a point, like, to me, I always talk about to my friends from California. It's like, well, you're going to run out of water soon. You should probably dam up all that water before it escapes out to the ocean. And then I hear, well, the environment. What about the salt? What about the salt levels in the ocean? And what about the fish? What about the? Well, I don't know. I'm going to leave it on this. Coming from Team People here, us, and our conversion of fuel to energy is what decides the totality of life on this planet. So if we're fucked, everything else is fucked with us, whether we want to admit it or not. So, folks, these lips of mine, they can speak no evil. And with that, I yield back to you beautiful people.
He's so great. Let's go to Wick.
It comes down to this, right? What benefit will this plant, this geothermal facility, give to us, and what benefits are there for delaying it in order to make sure that it does as little harm as possible to the local environment? I think that when the question is, should we take into account the damage it might do to local wildlife? Absolutely, we should take it into account. But it should not be the end all be all, right? We can tolerate and accept some harm if the benefits outweigh it. And as we know, climate catastrophe isn't going to be localized to a single area, it's going to be global in nature. And if we have to put some species at risk in local areas to save life as we know it, literally on a global scale, that's okay, right? Now, obviously, we need to be smart about this. We need to take our time, right, to an extent, but we don't have all the time in the world. So, at a certain point, we have to make a decision. We have to go with our best uh, put our best foot forward, and we're going to make mistakes, but we correct for those mistakes. So my take on it is this: I think that geothermal, as was said, is a very green technology, right? And it is a tool we have in our tool belt, and we should not simply discard it because it might have some short-term harms. And absolutely do everything we can to preserve existing species, but the bigger goal is to conserve, the planet. So there we go. That's my take.
Corey.
Yeah. Well, firstly, whether this is a coincidence or not, I don't know. But it's a very timely topic to cover since COP15 is going on like right now. And that's I'm going to put the link into the Twitch chat and in the StreamYard chat, taking place in actually Quebec, Canada, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. This is a UN summit specifically about biodiversity loss and how to solve biodiversity loss, which this very much is in line with that. Because you can be team people, but without any other biodiversity, I don't think there is a team people. I'm reasonably sure without any other life forms aside from humans, like humans cannot exist, but I might be wrong about that. And yeah, I think this is really tricky, where it's like to answer the prompt, where do I think that it's important construction projects should have to consider their impact on wildlife? Yes, absolutely. I think we have to protect life forms like Doobie, the toads and the frogs, for sure, because Doobie is super important and crucial and unique. So does it matter like what type of wildlife or what type of construction? Again, to Wick's point, the costs and benefits, it seems like this project is like trying to reach a compromise, and I'm all for the compromise. I'm not for the sake. I'm not for green energy solutions at all costs, and the environmental impacts have to be taken into account. And it seems like a reasonable compromise is being made, and so I'm pretty much whatever like erring on the side of preserving diversity is the direction that I go in, and that's in the direction of preserving this toad and just biodiversity in general. And I'll leave it there for now.
Stabby. You're muted.
Hello. Sorry. My kids came in, so I had put the thing up. Sorry. If push comes to shove, I'm going to side with the geothermal plant and not the toad. But I want to be very, very clear about something. When it comes to biomes, it falls along with what Corey was saying. Without biodiversity, we don't actually stand a chance. And when you're looking at a green power plant, overall, what we're looking at is already a nature cohesive solution, but what we need to be looking for is a nature based solution. This toad, from what I can tell, I looked everywhere because I wanted to have a little more information on the toad itself. There's got to be something about it that had it fast track onto the list because it's like the second time it's happened in decades. That's not very normal. Um, they might need to be studied. I'm not really sure what's going on with the toad, but it's very strange that it got onto the list, the list like that. So there's something going on in this biome that we actually need to be incredibly aware of. And I'm sure there's a way we can make the geothermal plant like there can be like a preserve area, something that only has access to workers, something to that effect that might help us out because it's also being predated by a larger toad. So between climate change and this larger toad, it could have gone extinct anyway. Like for instance, I oh, nobody hate me. I don't think we should be trying so hard to keep panda bears alive. I know they're adorable. I know they're so cute, but they just don't have it in them. It evolution has also led to extinction in many different cases. So I would caution us like throwing everything to the wind for an endangered species, but we should be wondering why is this particular toad on this site? Why is this the only place that it exists in the world? Um, we also need to be aware that when it comes to medicines, when it comes to things we can learn about biodiversity and what kind of fungi we have in the area, amphibians is the first place we go to. We always have, and I think we always will. So I think we really need to be careful and go forward very carefully. But I do firmly believe that there is a nature-based solution for us if we're already doing something that's um, copacetic somewhat to nature itself with the plant. So I would say that yeah, I'll side with team people on this one, but We don't know what fungi are going to disappear. We don't know what medicines we could have had. So we should be very, very careful going forward.
Okay. Aiko.
Okay, so let me just say, let me just start out by saying if we're going to go to Wick's example of what are the benefits on either side of this and how do we weigh those. When I said that decades ago, I started thinking about it, and now I've come up with an answer for myself, which is this is a 12 megawatt facility. So, I take the point that this is an existential issue if we're talking about climate change, but a 12 megawatt facility isn't particularly large. I think it'll eventually get to 60 megawatts if it's allowed to grow, also not particularly large. We could maybe just utilize the hot air that comes from Phil's panel openings and make up for those 12 to 60 megawatts, like just from that alone, right? But also, I shouldn't alienate Phil because he's going to do me a favor here in a minute. But also, we're not talking about shutting this thing down necessarily. We're talking about 240-day review. So now we're talking about a 12 megawatt facility opening up 240 days later than it could before, so that we can study what's going on here. And my last point is that this facility is sitting at the edge of a wetland, and what's really they're trying to protect is the whole wetland. And the frog is sort of one example of that. The Native Americans who regard the water as holy and use it in their rituals is another example of that. And this thing has like something that's going down into the ground to go get the hot water that it's then going to bring up. And that water isn't just sitting beneath the facility, but it's underneath the entire wetlands. And so anyway, to illustrate that, I was going to show you a clip from Daniel Day-Lewis's movie There Will Be Blood, to explain why it's important that it's not just where the facility is sitting, but the entire surrounding area that's important. But I can't play that clip because of technical limitations that we have here. So I've asked Phil to reenact that for us.
Yes. Drainage! Drainage, Eli, you boy. Drain dry. I'm so sorry. Here. I have a milkshake. And you have a milkshake. And I have a straw. There it is. You see it? You're watching? And my straw reaches across the room and starts to drink your milkshake. I drink it up. That's what he's talking about, right?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. In other words, the facility itself is taking property that's underneath it that the Native Americans believe, to some degree, they have a say in how it's used because it's been part of their ceremonies for a long time. The entire wetlands use that. And when you take that hot water from underneath the wetlands, you're changing the temperature of the water in the wetlands. And so things that depend upon warmer water in hot springs and things like that to stay alive may not be able to use it for that purpose anymore. And so what needs to happen is I think they'll figure out a way to be able to make sure that this facility is safe and will continue to be used after the 240-day review is up. But I think it's worthwhile to at least hit that pause button and make sure that they understand the potential impacts of this thing before going forward. I think it's reasonable.
And finally, Doobie. Oh, and one thing, Kaylee, that was amazing. All right, go ahead, Doobie.
Yeah, Kaylee, that was beautiful. Thank you very much. So I guess not many of you know this, right? But I am like, what is it, like almost 40% Indigenous American, and I happen to be having my ancestry at least, like Pasqua Yaqui tribe DNA. And they're very famous for licking toads, right? Which something my ancestors apparently love to do, still love to do today, right? So I understand like there could be like a spiritual connection, a traditional connection. But that being said, like fuck the toads, fuck the indigenous people, fuck their culture, fuck their dead religions. Who cares? Okay, that's stupid. But I wonder. So on the topic of the geothermal plant, I think it's silly to halt an entire project like this for a tiny toad that only exists in this one place. It doesn't seem like it's relevant to the rest of the country, given that it only exists in this one place. So fuck the toad. Like, let it die. Who cares? That being said, though, I wonder how much, like, some of you guys said that you're like team people, right? And on the topic of like eminent domain broadly, or this kind of like a seizing of land and property, like broadly, like, I wondered what your positions would be on like something like the high-speed rail here in California, right? That went through neighborhoods, businesses, cultural landmarks, all gobbled up by this high-speed rail that was very unpopular, and it ended up not fulfilling the promises that were made at the start of the project, and all gobbled up along the way for progress, for team people, right? What do you guys like think about that? Like, who, when you disagree, right? When there's disagreement amongst the team people, right, about what projects are necessary for the future or for progress or whatever the fuck, how can we say honestly that it's moral to take an action like that, to seize property, to seize land, to destroy a cultural landmark, for progress or for humanity, quote unquote? Like, how do you know when you're correct about this?
So to answer that, right, we don't know, right? Like it's impossible, very improbable,
we know.
I would say, to predict the future with 100% accuracy, right? Like we simply cannot see all possibilities and we cannot account for all things. But we have a handy dandy tool that helps us make these decisions. And it's called democracy, right? Everyone gets a say,
Terrible. What
and
the
everyone
fuck?
gets a. I understand you hate democracy, right? But this is what we have decided upon, and it works best, right? You guys
No.
hate the democracy, and I understand everyone here
Well,
hates democracy.
every
I'm the
single
only democracy. That's
organization
why you're
doesn't
here,
work
right?
by
But this is
democracy.
how we make
Torn
these
down
decisions.
There are
the freeway.
organizations that do have, one voice making a decision
No,
in
Doobie.
all aspects of life,
Doobie,
but saying we don't
the
decide
answer's-
everything by 51%.
The answer is really fucking simple. Did they homestead the property? Do they have proof that they homesteaded the property? No? Well, then they don't own the property. Fuck off. I don't care. Did they build something that's lasting that we can tell that they homesteaded the property? Yes. Well, then we need to try and do our best to give the property to the original property owner. That's it. Like the high-speed rail situation, eminent domain, that's all theft.
Yeah.
That's theft done by a majority of people saying it's okay. But I mean, Wick, I don't know if you've like gone outside and talked to these people that vote, but they're fucking retarded.
Yo, I talk to you on panels, and I let you vote, right? So if I let you vote, I can let them vote.
Wait,
too.
but why are
Same
you
damn
why,
reason.
why are you okay with so why are you okay with a bunch of people, like a mob, all like getting together and saying, yeah, we're gonna jack your shit, we're gonna jack your land? Like, why is that? Like,
Because it's
why are you
not
comfortable
as
with that?
simple as that. I am not okay with, for example, if I am dying, right? If I need heat because the winter is so cold and I am literally dying, for people to be like, no, I'm not going to let you do what you need to do to stay warm and survive. Like
This
when it
is
comes to
eminent domain.
society
What the fuck are you
and
talking about?
community, right? Eminent
Yeah.
domain has a purpose, right? It has a purpose. and
Usually
it
that
serves that
purpose is
To
highways.
legalize theft, yes.
Here, hold on.
Yeah,
Real
I'm
quick.
a farmer.
Usually the purpose is
Fuck
highways.
eminent domain
Usually,
and whoever
yes.
fucking
Yeah.
But we can use it in other.
Well, and
instances as well.
usually it's highways through minority neighborhoods. That's usually the purpose of eminent domain, if we're being honest.
You
Yeah.
can use this
Yeah.
tool
Or through
poorly
farmers'
and badly
fields.
and oppressively, but you can also use it well to serve society's
Well,
needs.
no, but this is democracy, right? You're in a minority. You don't get a vote. Like, there's fewer of you. You just lose the vote. So too bad. You get a highway through your neighborhood now. Like, this is
Obviously,
clearly
we
what
need
happens.
Checks and balances here, right?
Oh,
Obviously, we need
no.
checks and
Vote
balances.
harder,
here.
Daddy.
But look,
So
at
wait,
the end of the
what
day,
is
No
that about
balance, you
democracy?
just get to see
what
what
is your
happens.
proposal for this? Scott's proposal is we just got to find who
Respect
the original owner
property
is,
rights?
whatever that the fuck
Respect
means,
property
right?
rights?
What
I
is
mean,
your
I don't know if you know this,
Lactoid,
Wick. Have
what
you ever
is
heard of a man
your
by the name of
solution?
James J. Hill? He actually built the entire Great Northern Railroad without any sort of government grants or even the right of way. He actually just gave people a good deal that they agreed to along the way. I know, fucking crazy that the fucking government would be expected to fucking pay a standard market rate for fucking real estate. Holy shit, they can't just use legalized theft through fucking eminent domain, which is what they do, is they just use that to not have to pay the full real estate price.
True.
So can we let's go to Lactoid because he was asked a question, and then we'll go to DB and Michael.
Could you please ask the question again, Wick?
Sure. So, given that you are entirely against eminent domain, right? But we have a problem that is affecting people, right? They don't. We have an energy crisis, right, looming upon us. We have a global climate crisis looming, and we have to make these decisions, right? As Doobie asked originally, when it comes to where we place these things, a decision has to be made. How would you go about it?
First
Well,
of all,
wait, hold on.
Doobie, we have to be kind of cognizantly aware of. He's betraying
Lactoid
his
needs to
froggy
answer.
amphibian kind.
Wait,
So-
real quick.
Doobie's a Quizlet.
I don't know. I don't know. Like,
Doobie
so.
doesn't care if all the other frogs croak.
Well, okay, but
I've
like,
read that
so
joke for a
maybe
while,
maybe
but-
I'm concerned. Maybe I'm missing like what eminent domain is, right? But like my understanding of like Doobie's question, like eminent domain is okay. There's a public like, this was super big in like urban renewal, right? Which and highways. Highways the biggest one by far. This idea of, well, the government wants to build, they want to build something on your land. They want to build something. In fact, they want to build something on your house, and they're struck with a very inconvenient fact. That fact being that you happen to live there, and that troubles them greatly because they would much prefer to have their road go through your house. And so instead of coming to you in your house that you live in and say, okay, I'll give you some money in exchange for your house. How much is it going to cost here? And like actually like doing some kind of like market bartering system where it's like, you go to different neighbors, you go to different neighborhoods and you try to like get, a reasonable price about what's the cheapest way we can build this project or something along these lines. Instead, they're just like, no, we're going to build it here. Fuck you. And they will tear down entire sections of cities and they'll just put up highways. And sometimes they'll even tear down entire sections of cities because some major corporation wants to build like a research plant there. This was most evident with Pfizer, who was, I forget the town, but Pfizer was given the green light by the city came in, tore down an entire neighborhood, and then Pfizer canceled their plans. And now it's just a garbage heap.
Fact that a lot of times this is done in an abusive manner.
It's done too often. It's done too often in an
100%, I'll
abusive
give you that.
manner.
But the
In
question
an abusive
remains.
manner to even
it's
like
that
consider
10%
using
of
it.
time.
But the question remains. We have a problem, and do we allow one person who decides, you know what, my house is here, and I know this is the really the best spot for this geothermal plant, but my house is here, gang, and I don't want to sell it at all. You're just gonna you just cannot have this. Do we
First
just
come,
let
first
that
serve.
one person decide the fate for potentially hundreds of thousands of other people who need access to this power?
And
Right?
offer
Whose
them
lives
more
will be
money.
I have a
significantly
clarifying
worse.
question.
Offer them more
Yeah,
money.
so we
It
can.
doesn't matter.
So
I have
we
a-
yeah. So I understand.
If
Like
you're
so
saying
this is the
people don't
quintet.
wanna sell, then no,
Right.
wait. If that's the case, then James J. Hill's Great Northern Railroad would have never been built.
Wait,
Yet it was.
hold on. So
I'm sorry.
this
You
is
can't-
this is like the quintessential like the idea of the movie Up, right? The guy who just will not sell even though you're going to give him like a ridiculous amount of money. Not only does this hypothetical person only seems to exist for people trying to justify eminent domain, never actually in its implementation. If this person were to spring up, I would still be against it. I think that would be like a more interesting conversation if this person ever actually happened. But it just never happens that way. Most of the time, what it is
because we have
like
eminent
it's
domain and we don't let it happen.
Well, exactly because you got a neighborhood who doesn't want to leave.
It's because you wait 20 years and then they die.
Okay,
And then
okay, I
their
have a
kids
question.
sell it, and then it happens
Yeah, yeah,
anyways.
yeah.
That's what.
Wait,
all
can I say
this is.
one more
Every
thing?
major
Hold
city.
on, Lactoid, Doobie, Ico, Stabby.
One last thing, and it's an unrelated point. The panda crisis is due to the Chinese government artificially restricting the supply of pandas. You can look it up. They actually whenever they export it, they mandate that they not breed, or if they do breed, the babies belong to the government of China. So China is responsible for the pandas dying out. That's a fact. You can look that up.
That and pandas don't
Let's go to Doobie, Ico, and then Stabby.
Well, I'm just like, because I think it was a Lactoid who made the point about minorities being screwed over by eminent domain. I wonder what Wick is somebody. I think you're like a lefty Wick, right? So you probably believe in systemic racism and whatnot. You believe that white people might have in general might have some kind of in-group preference toward whites over non-whites, right? So in a system like this, right, when you have a democracy, what check or balance would you put in place to keep that majority white group from fucking over the minority group again and again and again, which has happened historically?
Well, we have several mechanisms in place to kind of put a check on like totalitarianism democracy, right, for lack of a better term, right? We have the fact that the Senate exists, which is representative in nature to an extent that isn't one-to-one with the population. We also, and that's not the only thing we also have legislation that gets put in place, the Civil Rights Act. We have the Bill of Rights, right, which legislation should not be able to circumvent and things like that. And we do and should put more strictures in place so that these tools
Yeah, but
by
you
the
don't need to
government
like
are
you don't
not
need to
abusive.
specifically like target black and brown people like in the law to affect them mostly, right? Like it's not like they're saying, hey, we're going to build through black and brown neighborhoods specifically. No, it's just, hey, there's a neighborhood. Our group doesn't live in there, so fuck that group. We're going to use an eminent domain to get rid of it.
Yeah, and we
It's not
should
like, hey,
change
it's not like
the
they're
way
saying,
we
hey,
do that. But when it
wow.
comes down to it, right? Like again, if we have one or a single family, right, that is holding up change that would benefit literally hundreds of thousands of people, at a certain point, we have to say you are not allowed to hold this hostage like that.
Yeah, so you would sacrifice the
Here's the proof.
livelihoods
There you
and the
go.
homes
With
of
my
those
own
black and
shit?
brown
Hold
people
on, real-
for progress, quote unquote.
Super quick. Wick is proving this quote correct. Democracy has nothing to do with freedom. Democracy is a soft variant of communism. He's proving it correct. When it comes down to it, if enough people tell you to go fuck yourself, then you have no
Well,
freedom.
no,
have no
I'm not saying like
I was
I
about to say,
explicitly am not
I
in
believe
alignment
in the
with Wiki here.
minority of the rights of one against the majority of everyone else. And so that's something I've always believed. Like, so I think if they truly don't want to sell,
But when
and the city
rubber
isn't
meets
willing
the
to offer
road,
them a price that they're willing to accept, then
Haley,
tough fucking shit. It's not
Haley,
your
look,
place
I
to
wanna
say
look.
what they
Just let
get
me
to
finish
do
this.
with
Just let me
their
finish
own
this real quick,
property.
Prime.
It's
Okay,
not
come on,
your
come on.
fucking
We
place
got
to
This
say.
is
I know
productive.
it's really hard.
Very
for
productive.
leftists
We
to
gotta
accept
move
that.
on. We gotta move on. So you wait, can respond. Then we gotta go to Aiko and
Just
Savvy.
very briefly, like, look, I'm not just saying that if you get 51% of the vote, you can just take it shit all the time and whatever you want. But I'm saying there are edge cases where we do need the majority to have the final say. Not in every case. There are exceptions laid out in the Bill of Rights, I think, that are very important. Even if the majority wants to take your guns away, they should not be able to do it. Even if the majority wants to
take your
restrict your
property, you
right
should pay
to
them.
speak,
The
they
majority
shouldn't
should
be doing
pay
it.
that
An
one
eminent
person.
domain isn't you get nothing. They pay above in many
You don't
cases
get market
market
No.
price if they
No, they do
you are
not.
forced from
That
doing
They
is
it.
pay
no,
below.
no,
They
that
pay
is
below.
a bald-faced lie.
That's
No.
so
Okay.
The only reason you
real
use
quick,
eminent
real
domain is to
Just
get out of
FYI.
using
real.
having
Okay,
to
hey,
pay
hey, hey,
standard
we
real
have,
estate
we, got,
rates.
we have to move on. Aiko, stab me
Okay.
afterwards.
So I just want to bring this back to the geothermal plant and the question here, because I'm not exactly sure who people are
Fuck the
saying
frogs.
is the victim of eminent domain here. Because if the question is, as was proposed when eminent domain was being brought up, was who is the original owner of this, right? Well, let's ask ourselves, who is the original owner of those ceremonial hot springs whose water is being sucked up by that straw, right? Wouldn't it be the Native Americans who have
No.
the oldest claim on that water?
Not
They
necessarily.
have no claim to that water.
So
Well,
that's
then
where
then
that's-
it doesn't.
Using something is not private property. Private property is established when you homestead property, right? You have to change the property in such a way that your labor cannot be undone from the property itself, and therefore taking the property would be stealing your labor. What you're talking about is common property.
So you're saying if they made
Common.
changes to a hot spring in order for it to then like become usable, like make it a
Yeah,
human
if they built like a
Then-
if they built some
Aqueduct.
type of like let's say like we're talking about like Tenutacline, right? And they built this massive aqueduct structure city in this area. They own that property, right? Like there's no argument that they don't own that property
Okay.
because they homesteaded that property.
And if you suck up all the hot water that fed those aqueducts or whatever structure it is they might have built, then because they own the aqueduct, but do they own the water that feeds into it?
I drank your milkshake. No.
No.
Yeah, right. So this is a question of who has access to what, right? So because I
So-
can imagine now,
I can actually explain it. It's
Oh, no,
so you don't own the water.
Let Aiko
You don't
get
own
his
the
point out.
water, but you
Let
have
Aiko get his
easements.
point out. Let Aiko get his point out.
I can imagine now that you could start to get now battles over these things, right? So they need a certain amount of water in order to make this plant work. So if somebody else comes in and says, okay, now that it's a free for all, now that we know this is a limited resource and anyone who can take it, it's theirs just by virtue of them taking it, can't someone else stick their straw in there and pull out all the hot water and then make the plant unworkable and that be
No.
legal?
You can respond, then Stabby and Corey.
Yeah, so that's not how that works in terms of water rights, right? So let's say there's water feeding in. You build an irrigation system, right? You built that irrigation system with a downstream of water, and then someone upstream from you, let's say, builds a dam and limits your water. And you were getting energy from that water. It was your drinking water, et cetera. So what you have is you have some established common property. You have an easement to that water. So the individual that builds the dam that restricts the water towards the usage of the property that you've already homesteaded either has to give you some form of easement right, has to settle with you in some capacity, or has to provide you access to the water in some regard that maintains the original value of your property.
So if there was a development by this native tribe, now what you're saying is the owners of the plant have to at least make sure that those like springs remain viable. Those developed springs.
Right, like if you could find irrigation systems, right, and people were, but the problem is even if you found those irrigation systems, they would have long been abandoned. So you'd have like a claim to the property itself.
Well, I don't mean irrigation.
You wouldn't have a claim to let's say the water or easement rights because you weren't using that easement.
It's not just the water per se, right? It's hot water.
Usually
it's the heat in the water that's
make a
being
claim
claimed.
on groundwater. They claim to own it, so it would be the state of Nevada.
Let's go to
Yeah, but that's an illegitimate fucking theft of property to begin with.
Yeah, but I'm just arguing like a lawyer for a second.
Aiko, are you done? And then after that, we'll go to Stabby and Corey.
The only other thing is I would like Lactoid to look up Kilo versus New London and maybe discuss that a little bit later on once he's like familiarized himself with the case.
Okay.
KILO.
Okay, so I
I
wanted to
texted it
point
to
out.
DM.
I wanted to point out that this is a closed system with geothermal plants, especially when you're dealing with sulfur-rich waters and especially hot waters. It goes back into the reservoir. So what the Native American tribes are asking for that I'm seeing in the article is they are asking for a sliver of the map that used to be theirs that has been pushed back a little bit more so that they can just extend some of the protection boundaries for the wetlands. The wetlands are not going to be harmed unless that sulfur buildup, the sodium buildup, like that can cause a plant accident, and that can be problematic and hurt the area around it. But that's immediately around the plant. Who fixes cars in here? Like I fix cars. It's a closed system. Bad things happen when the system is leaking or something to that extent. But this
Tractors
isn't
count?
even burning this stuff off. This is actually a closed system that returns the water back to the reservoir. So when you guys are saying eminent domain, unless you're talking about the burn off of the water that's coming out from under those wetlands, which by the way is going to be returned within it takes about 6 hours to cycle through that system. So it's going right back within 6 hours and it's not pulling all of it at once. It's a constant, it's a tributary. It's like a tributary stream, only now it's going through a plant. That's how geothermal plants even work. Like, do you guys know what geothermal plants are? Do you know that they're closed systems? Do you know that the water goes back to the reservoir? Jesus, eminent domain was just some wild fucking tangent. Literally nobody needed to have just now, just to like plug some fantasy of like the Union feds coming to get your lands for the railroad. Calm down. That is not how geothermal plants fucking work. Jesus motherfucking Christ. You guys are men. Aren't you supposed to like this shit?
I'm sure they're not going to use
Christ.
no eminent domain. I'm sure.
Yeah, so it's the
No,
problem
Magma,
here.
by the way, really
the problem
quickly,
here is that it changes.
no. Magma Energy Corp owns this land, and the land surrounding it is either tribal lands or it's already a preserved land or something to that extent. So just so you're aware, the only lands that the plant is going to be on or any access roads, Magma Energy Corp already owns and paid fair price for. So just so you guys are aware, I'm not a capitalist shill or anything. They do own this land. There is nobody taking shit. Okay, calm the fuck down.
Yeah, but Stabby, I
Then
think
what are we
So
worried
you're talking
about?
about changing the talking about changing the nature of the value of the property, including the damage that could be done from the heating, right? So
NIMBY
I don't
bullshit.
understand how eminent domain was a tangent. I'm confused as to how your argument is against what we were saying. We were using other examples to describe the process.
Well, because in
right?
the topic, right? One of the
Mhm.
secondary questions was, what about
There's
other projects that interfere with human life, right? So
right,
yeah, this
right.
is why
We can
eminent
deal with other
domain
projects later,
is
but the
is not only
prompt,
not a tangent, but it's actually like the spirit of what the fuck we're talking about. And it's not a
right.
fantasy
This
that
is
people are having
already
their
owned.
land taken for
So
freeways.
there's nothing
Right?
inside
That,
of
that
your
definitely
hypothetical with
happens. You
this
can
one
Google
that
it
goes
right now
against what you would
and see
say.
how it happened all over California with a fucking
It's
high-speed rail.
ridiculous.
So to say that that's a fantasy just tells me you're either not following the conversation or you're looking for ways to get jabs in that are
No,
totally
no, no,
irrelevant
no.
to
I want
the
you to read
topic.
the prompt again, since you're obviously
Go
struggling,
for it.
Doobie. For all frog kind.
No, you read the prompt. Tell
You want
me
me to read it
where
for
in the
you?
prompt it does not.
Wonderful.
Tell me where
Okay.
in the prompt, right? You found
So here we
somehow
go.
that the imminent domain will
Here
be
we
like
go.
a tangent.
No,
Because I'm looking at it right now, and it asks
now,
about other
in
projects that
Nevada,
interfere with
a
human life.
proposed
I'm sorry, human life.
geothermal power plant has been put on
Oh
hold
my
due to the
goodness.
endangered frog being near its construction site. Conservationists have argued that while green energy is essential, it can't come at the price of extinction. Do you think important construction projects should have to consider their impact to wildlife? Doesn't matter what type of wildlife or where the construction is. What about projects that interfere with human life, such as Native
Ah,
American sacred practices? Or is progress more important than any of those considerations?
let's go
And
back a
when we're
little bit.
talking about our geothermal plant, we are talking
We're
about
not
how
just
this is
talking about the
already
geothermal plant.
Are you gonna gish gallop against your own cell phone?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
we're
yeah,
not-
yeah.
We're
Wait.
doing the
Let's.
Geothermal plant.
I want to read
In my
reread part of
I
that.
pointed to other projects that interfere with human life, which is why we're talking about imminent
and they're
domain.
supposed to work this
Again, you're
way,
not following the
exactly like
fucking
you're working
conversation.
right now.
Because that's
No.
the kind of justifications that's used to build things like highways.
Does that
It's-
interfere with
It's
human
all
life?
connected. It's not even 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon separation. That's like 3.
It's in the prompt.
It's literally in the prompt.
I'm banning you from that
So,
level of
So
discussion
listen to me.
for the rest of the panel.
All
That's
of the
ridiculous.
solutions, with the exception of this sliver of land, which the article actually posits that one. It's talking about a sliver of land that it's kind of it's going to go like this to cover some of the wetland at the base of a foothill. And it's saying that
Okay, but the topic is about much
they've
more than
already
just
worked
this
on this.
plant.
Right, but this is working exactly the way we want this to work. Correct? Yes or no? The
No.
corporation paid fair price. That it was already part of the like it was okay with the people who were selling the land, etc.
Well, no,
This is already working.
because some people on
Maybe
this
just
panel
like,
earlier,
no.
and maybe
Oh,
you're
I
not
love
following
this.
it, said, hey,
Don't know what the
frog,
objection is,
the
but it'll be
rights,
funny.
quote unquote, or the livelihoods of the frogs shouldn't be considered at all.
Toads, Doobie. Toads.
Not just their lives, but their livelihoods
Okay,
as
so
well.
wait, hold on. So
They
they're not
deserve
even
jobs.
frogs; they're toads. Fuck those toads. Okay?
Oh,
Even that some of these people
Amphibianist.
here,
First
some
of
of
all,
these people here
Doobie,
said,
I
hey,
can say
hey,
at this
they
particular moment in
should not
time,
be
I
considered at
definitely
all. This
fuck
is not
all frog
working the
kind.
way everybody wants them to, given that they are pausing the construction to consider the stupid toad.
okay. Okay. Well,
Let's go to Corey.
well, if I remember correctly, a toad is a type of frog. If I remember, I could be mistaken with
No, they can't even breed.
that. I could be wrong.
I just googled it.
Look,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I like how he
Toad
admits. He's just like, I just Googled it, dog.
I don't know toad breeding habits.
You
I
don't
could
even
be
have
real
to
with you,
retain
gang. I
information
don't
anymore.
know. I don't know how this happens, right? Like maybe like I know about the birds and the bees, but not
Well,
the frogs
when
and
a
the toads.
mommy
I don't
toad and
know
a
about
daddy
that.
toad.
the way to think about it is like this, right? So Americans would be frogs, Canadians would be toads, right? It's an entirely different breed.
I can
We
breed
don't
with
like-
Canadians.
We
though.
do have psychedelics on our backs for sure.
I
Yeah,
know
but
that,
you
but-
but you shouldn't, right?
And lactose
True,
funnel,
but
lick
that's
my
a
back.
different
You're
question.
more
That's
than
a
welcome
different
to.
argument, right?
Straight
Like
to racism.
but-
Straight to racism.
But that wasn't the point that I was.
Canadian is a
attempting to make.
race now?
I'm not going to touch that. But to bring it back, I'm going to bring it back to eminent domain. Okay, since I think there's something at least to me interesting there. So lactoid. So I'll take your word for it. But I think you mentioned that eminent domain is majority used for like building roads.
Yeah, specifically through like minority neighborhoods. So
Yeah.
there was the Kilo case that I was asked to take a look at by ICO. We did cover this, and I just looked through it, right? And this is interesting because the against the eminent domain was the Libertarian Institute for Justice and the NAACP, the AARP, and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference all came together in this like
Range
alliance.
bedfellows.
And try to shut down the eminent domain because there was multiple amicus briefs filed that showed, yeah, this is most of the time used against underpowered communities, so minorities, the elderly.
So yeah, if that's, and I'll gladly take your word for it. I trust you. Where it's like, your position, Wick. So it seems like, if in fact eminent domain is like used to build roads, it seems like it just allows the government to implement like piss poor solutions. The U.S. really doesn't need like more roads. That's not the type of infrastructure we need to be going
Okay,
in.
so just because in the past it's been primarily used for that purpose does not
And
mean
still
it's the
today,
only
from what I
purpose to
like,
be
I could be
used
wrong, but
for,
still
right?
today,
Like it has more utility outside of its major how it has been used, right? Is
yes, but
primarily for
that's
these
still my
roads
broader
and
point of
Yes,
like.
you can technically use a
Let me
knife as a
finish my point.
You can
screwdriver,
use
but
it
what it's
for
If
usually
I
used
may
other
for is
finish my
things.
like
point,
stabby
if
and
I
cutty
may
stuff.
finish my point, KOE, please. My principle of like it still seems to allow the government to implement piss poor solutions, as in like you shouldn't have to, violate the you shouldn't have to violate the property rights or like seize someone else's property. Like if you can't come up with a creative solution
Even if
that
it took
doesn't. It's like, unless you could think of some sort of like scenario where someone really needs to be just like pretty much like thrown out of their house or out of the property. Like I can't, like it just might just be my lack of creativity. I can't think of any sort of situation where that has to be the case. Like I think the government or the institution should be able to implement a creative solution. Same thing with here of like I'll even use it for the application of preservation of this toad. If you can come up with a solution, like then it's probably like not the direction to go in. Like I think it forces you to be creative. Like if you can't come up with a solution that doesn't violate the rights of others, then you just lack creativity.
So-
And
You're
I'll
Rick
address
Campbell on
bad
his fucking
government.
libertarian arc. Let's
if I may.
go.
I'll address two things, if I may. The larger point, right, and then the specific instance is we're talking about when it comes to the toads or the frogs, whatever, fuck, right? So, to the larger point as a whole, right? Like, I don't think it's a piss poor solution. I think it's been done piss poor in the past, but I think that it's a tool that we shouldn't just discard. And this talk about like, oh, they don't pay fair market price. Like they're required by law to pay you just compensation for whatever land or property that they take from you.
The
This is
judge
in the law.
decides what's
This is
just
built
compensation.
into
No,
these
the
things.
government
law-
does.
The
Yeah,
law
it's-
that the government also enforces and has a monopoly on.
I was gonna say,
They're
Whit,
assessors.
hang on, guys. I'm a farmer, and back in the '90s, eminent domain was actually used on one of my fields for building. Guess what? A fucking highway, and they did not pay us fair market value, and we were told take it or fucking else, and we'll give you nothing. And then here's the second one. For about 6 weeks, one of our fields was right in the crosshairs of the Keystone XL pipeline, and then the fucking path changed a lot, its precise location, but for about 6 weeks we were looking down the barrel of eminent domain ourselves. And trust me, when you are in the fucking path of that shit, it isn't some blessing that's being bestowed upon you that you should just be so happy about. Like, no, they're fucking shitting all over your property rights because they want to, and that's it. That's
What
it.
is your solution?
Pay
to
a
this,
fair
right? You
fucking
just wanted
market
more
price.
money.
They weren't gonna pay us. They sure as shit weren't gonna pay us what we wanted.
So
So,
here's my
yeah.
solution. My solution is that we deregulate nuclear and we won't have to worry about these geothermal issues.
Yo, I'm great for nuclear, right? Like I'm a big proponent of
The
nuclear.
greenest
We
of
need more
energies.
nuclear in the United States. We need to be building more plants right now today. I'm with you on that. Like to address a specific point though, when it comes to these toads, right? Like so as I understand it, there is like they are trying to figure out whether or not it will impact the toads in a very negative way, right? They do not yet know. Again, from my
so
reading
here's the problem with
of
that.
the argument.
Here's
Like so
there's a
they
couple
don't know
problems with that.
yet. So whether or not it's going to be a poor solution, what they're doing now, we don't know yet, right?
Right.
Like we
So
haven't figured
here's
that out.
and that's true, right? Like so like not even gonna go like full libertarian fucking siren song here. Just looking at like what we're talking about. When you have a court stop you in January, and then another court open you back up in February, and then another court stop you in April, and then you're going to sit and you're going to halt construction longer while some government agency does some fucking investigation to see whether or not you may or may not be allowed to build this project you've invested millions in, or whether or not it's just going to slow you down. What you're talking about is money, right? Like you're talking about massive amounts of money that not only occur to this specific company, but occur to every single company, every single town, every single property owner when they're determining whether or not they want to build geothermal or build hydroelectric, right? Or build something that has some connection to the environment outside of the property, right? Nuclear, on the other hand, like you're not going to have any issues because there's no danger to any species by building nuclear other than at the exact site that you build it. Then you could just move it. Right? Like there's no issue there other than massive government regulation. So what you're talking about is you're severely increasing the cost for this specific instance, but also the calculation for insurance and companies that want to do this in the future. And when you do that, what you're doing is you're dampening the growth of geothermal across the entirety of the United States. You're not just talking about this one place. What you're talking about is decreasing investment in true green energy technology. And that if you're really concerned about the environment, right, then you should talk about that. And we're doing so for a toad that only exists in this one area, right? And there's no evidence to suggest that this toad fills like a unique niche in the environment that no other species can take, right? So
Well,
like if
is
this toad dies, right, then you have convergent evolution. And like
but
other
hold on.
species are able to adapt and fill
That's why it's a
no,
temporary hold.
no. Other species are able to fill that role just as easily, and there's no danger here of biological collapse or biodiversity collapse, like causing this major issue to the marsh.
That's that's literally why it's on a temporary list.
Oh, Wick, if I may ask, because like, yeah, so you mentioned in my example, like just because it was used badly in the past doesn't mean it can't. But like, so like, are you able to come up with a situation where like eminent domain would be like it would be justified, where
Sure,
it's like,
I give you an example. I would feel justified, but they said, "Oh, this never happens," right? That was the thing, like where there is an individual who owns a piece of property, and they need to build. They need this piece of property to build like a nuclear plant or geothermal or some other thing that's going to benefit the town or the city or the state to such an extent where it's going to improve the quality of life for hundreds of thousands of people. Do we let one person or one family or one small group hold that hostage? And I think that in certain cases, absolutely not, right? Absolutely not. Does that mean we just take it without any compensation? No. Obviously, we need to give just compensation. And if we need to up the price on that, very fair enough, right? We can that's a technical issue, right? Rather than a conceptual issue. And I think that there's an argument that can be made there. But I think that this is a tool that we need to keep people from individuals or small groups from being able to hold progress hostage because insert reason
No,
here.
the
well,
problem is that
so
you
if
No,
justify
your
the
insert
norm.
reason
if I may
here
just
is
clarify,
profiting those businesses
ju-
out of
I ju-
actually paying the
I just
cost of business.
I just want to
What
That's
clarify.
all
when
you're
you
doing. It's
Like,
a get
go
out
ahead.
of jail
yeah,
free card. It's a discount card.
yeah, so can I if I so as in like in so this specific story, Wick, like if it was not a toad, it was like just like a family in a house, you would feel justified. I think it's justified to like well pretty much like seize their property in that instance.
Pay them for their property, right? To relocate them, have the government relocate them to a place where they can of their choosing, right? Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
think
but
that's
but
fine.
it
What if I
but
won't
in ter-
move?
yeah, but if it's pay, yeah, exactly. Like, in terms of like what if you as in like I would
I'm
say
armed.
I would say like just payment is like whatever with the lack of eminent domain, whatever monetary dollar value that lures them out of their property is like that's how you get them out. As in like you don't need the law. There should be whatever money that it takes to get them out. Like that's what you should be paying. Like the law allows them to pretty much, at least it seems like, I could be wrong, but it seems like the law allows them to more or less like get away with probably like either get pretty much underpaying them, probably most likely.
Yeah, the problem is that you're
That's kind of the point.
justifying a moral norm, right? Like this is the issue: is when you say that it's okay in any instant for the state to take away people's private property and force them out via some amount of money, and if they refuse to accept that money, you have to force them out because the state has determined that it's for the betterment of a larger majority of people, right? Then you start going, well, that's just a numbers game. That's just this. Like we can figure this out with democracy. But the problem is that you've already justified the norm that the state can steal destroy, that you don't have private property rights and that those don't exist and that the state can violate them so long as a majority of people have a belief that it benefits them.
There's
That's the issue.
instances like rights aren't like we have just a fundamental disagreement here where rights aren't absolute, right? That there are corner cases or exceptions to every rule, right? And
Name
in
a right
this
that's
case,
not absolute.
the right to private property.
Okay, name an instance where it's not an absolute right. When is your private property no longer an
mean,
When you
absolute
use
right?
that
He did
private
just give
property
one.
to harm others.
Divorce. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, well then that's not private property rights.
Yes,
Now
it
you're an
is. It
aggressor.
absolutely still your private property.
you're
You're just using it
violating
for bad
somebody else's
cause.
Well,
You
yeah,
agree with me
he
on
said
it.
he said if you're
Whoa.
sitting like on a geothermal site or whatever, he
Guys and
wants to just
gals
take
and
it from you.
toad frog pals, what you gotta
Rights aren't
understand is
absolute when you violate
rights
other
are-
people's rights.
rights are
Yo,
just the
okay,
necessary
so you agree?
conditions of one's proper
Did you
existence.
guys-
Nothing more,
did you
nothing
guys
Did you
less.
just
know-
okay
you
that?
guys
Like,
know-
oh my god.
Did you guys know that one of the biggest times and one of the most expensive times the federal government used eminent domain was because of an underground fire in Centralia, Pennsylvania, so that they could actually get everybody off of that property and get them rehomed? Did you guys know that's like the most expensive eminent domain case in the United States?
Wait, why did they force
No.
people
Kimberly,
off their
just, like,
homes?
Googled it. Can you
No,
tell
I
us
didn't
more
know
about
that.
No,
There was an underground fire.
There was an underground coal fire that's burning to
And it
this
was
day. It's
going
going
to
to be
kill
burning for
them.
another 450 years, roughly. And it was killing people. And they purchased all
Beautiful
people couldn't
coal.
leave. They were too poor to leave, and they couldn't go into the mines because the mines were on fire. So Centralia, Pennsylvania is still on fire. And the most expensive eminent domain case in American history was getting everybody from Centralia, Pennsylvania moved out and resettled in other areas of Pennsylvania or even in other states. So
Could they
just so you guys
stay if
are
they
aware.
wanted to? I think that's the more important
Nobody
question.
wanted to stay. I don't know. Probably. I have no idea. But all I know is that people were dying left and right. And
Is
so
that really eminent domain though?
It was the mechanism used.
they
No,
used it. Yeah,
Right, like-
it's what they legally used to make sure that these people were not
What's it
homeless
called?
vagabond trains through America. Centralia, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, like this seems like not really in the spirit of eminent domain, though, right? Like
Sure.
this
Well,
sounds
if
like
you
a
believe
government
that all eminent
bailout.
domain is bad, then yes, you would agree that it's
This
that
seems
Well,
it was
this
not
is
in the spirit.
disaster
You understand,
response.
understand.
Shush. Let smarter people talk.
Yeah, I am.
what
That's
this
why we're
sounds
cutting
like
you off
is-
and letting me and
is-
Stabby have a conversation.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
Dog. The combined IQ of the two of you like can't meet anybody.
What's yours? Fucking, we're
Says
talking
the
like
Relax.
orders of fucking
anti-authoritarian
magnitude.
boy.
We're talking about
Relax.
the difference between a fucking
boy.
You
sun
need to go get
to a
more
fucking
lotion
sun
on your
lamp, okay?
Okay.
IQ
When
numbers
talking
is
about
the weirdest
we're
dick
talking about.
measuring
You
contest
can't
there's
even
ever been.
respond to my
Let's go.
freaking wit in
Let's
real
go.
time. You have to Google, what does a libertarian think? Let's let Google do my
Okay,
fucking
let's-
thinking for me.
let's
go
let-
on to Twitter and
let
see
him-
what the
let-
other
let-
thought
so,
leaders think what I have to
get-
say.
Let them
Get it
serve
out.
you
What I
don't
was saying.
care what the libertarians
Oh,
think. You'll eminent
hey,
domain their
knock
opinion
it
away
off.
from them.
Knock it off.
So-
Go ahead.
So it is an
It's just been
interesting
2
case.
weeks, so I've missed this.
It's an interesting case, but nevertheless, it's not really in the spirit of what eminent domain is. Because you didn't need to use eminent domain in this case. You just as easily could have used any other form of government bailout to help these people move. These are individuals that wanted to move, right? And the government is, at least this is the way you're describing it. If I'm wrong here, then please correct me. But in the way that you're describing the case, these are individuals that wanted to move. And the government simply utilized this as a means of creating a government bailout so that the people had the funds to move.
Another piss poor solution when another probably better, more creative solution could have been implemented.
Well, hold up. So there was
insurance.
no wait. On this specific event, there's two things that happened. In 1984, they offered the buyout, which most residents accepted because they didn't want to live there. There were a few families that wanted to stay, despite the risk. They were like, "No, I want to stay." In 1992, they did invoke eminent domain, and the people living there legally challenged it because they didn't want to leave, but they lost the challenge and were forced from their homes. We're not in favor of that.
okay.
That's kind of fucked up. They didn't want to leave.
Fuck that.
If the
Stabby,
ground
you
underneath
just
them is on
Googled
fire,
this
yes,
and
we
you
are.
didn't know that?
No, I
Hey.
just know about Centralia, Pennsylvania. It's also
okay,
from
of
a
course.
book I read, and it's from I know somebody who used to live over there, and then there's also a movie about it, and it's fucking no, it's not a movie, it's a video game. So I
Life
just
is
got
short.
interested in
I
that
guess
story
you
a
get
long
to
time ago.
gamble with
like
your
the fuck
chips
of
how you
Silent
like.
Hill too. Like, isn't Silent like
I-
the Silent Hill
I
game?
think that's based
plot
off of a
kind
game.
freaking-
Yeah.
And by the way, they
Okay, yeah,
actually
so I just got
came
really
to a
interested in the
final
story years
agreement.
ago.
They actually finally came to a final agreement where the old people there, they would let them live out the remainder of their lives there. That was a political agreement, so it's not all horrible at the end of the day. But no, if you want to stay there in a dangerous place, that's people live in dangerous
you're
places
right.
all the time. People live in Florida.
Yeah.
People live in Chicago. Talk about dangerous
Right.
places.
Yeah, but there are levels to this. A place where the
You live in
underground is
Sillier Hills,
literally on
Florida.
fire is a little more dangerous.
It would take
than
over
Chicago.
250 years for that to actually like kill everybody there. I
And
mean,
then people were
Chicago. I mean, how
dying
many
from being
murders every weekend?
poisoned.
It's
Like,
going
ground was
deeper. The fire's
poisoned.
going deeper. Yeah, it's not coming up or causing forest fires. It's
Yes.
going deeper.
So let's go to
Ico knows just like all that precious coal.
Yeah, listen, there was
No.
That's pretty good.
yeah, we should put a
give you that.
plant like underground with that coal so we can utilize it as it's burning at least, you know.
Yes.
But listen, I heard someone say earlier that there's never that example of the person who like won't leave or whatever. But I think we just heard some examples of it, and also like there are just some that come to mind just because they popped up in the news over the past that just come to my mind. One of them was that widow that got eminent domained by Trump in New York, that got brought up in the 2016 debates when he was defending the idea of eminent domain just more generally at those debates. I remember that. I remember the border wall, which there were people who didn't want to give up their property as the wall was being built at the U.S. like Mexico border, whatever area that was. In fact, I seem to remember even people floating the idea of like buying up a lot of that land so that the wall couldn't get built in those areas. But none of those plans would have worked because of eminent domain. There's the Keystone Pipeline thing, which Phil talked about, but it's not just Phil. It was like a lot of people along those areas who didn't want to give up their land. There was really no question about the Keystone being stopped as a result of private property owners not wanting to give up for it, because when it comes right down to it, we all know there's people who won't sell their land in certain situations. There's another one right here in Texas. They're trying to build a high-speed rail, and eminent domain is really the only way that thing's getting built. And there are plenty of people between Dallas and Houston who don't want to give up their land, even though they made all of these they made it so that if it goes over your land and you don't want it to be there, it'll go above land so that like your cattle can still walk underneath it and stuff like that. But those are all situations that got resolved by eminent domain. I really don't know how the U.S. highway system ever could have gotten built without eminent domain. I think the only person here who can oppose eminent domain and have it like be philosophically consistent is Fabian, because he doesn't care about what any of the consequences are. So he can be consistent with that. But anybody else who actually like believes that the country needs to be built up and that certain levels of infrastructure need to happen in order for us to like have economic success in this country, like I don't see how you can square that with an absolutist view on eminent domain.
It's just
Well,
easy. You
I would
just
just
don't
like to
want
point
to
out
pay to
that
play. You don't want to pay for the
getting-
pleasure of what you want to get done. That's it.
Getting
That's
rid of
it.
the
That's
state
the
out
long
of
and
this
short of it.
interaction
Yeah,
That is
would
I agree
build
with
all.
this
that.
That
country
is
up.
all. That is all.
Ico,
You
would you-
don't
Like-
want to pay the
like-
price that you would have
like
to otherwise
all of
pay to
that-
get
all-
people to agree with you. That's it. That's the long and
Like,
short of it. That's the
There's
discussion.
no reason for the government to be involved in highway construction at all. Like it would be more efficient if the market did it anyways.
Right, but you're talking about the
I
market
think you're
like
muted, Prime.
Yeah,
I
Prime,
think.
you're muted.
I think you're talking about the
let's
market
not
going
rude.
going 5 feet and then going in an opposite direction because somebody wouldn't want to sell, and then going again. Sort of like, what is it? The North Walking Faucet and the South Walking Faucet. Remember that tale where they're just like the two people that are walking in opposite directions
this
and
is
they
what
won't
happens-
stop, and they have to build highways around them and things like that.
This is what happens when idiots plan out a fucking highway without first having the fucking land to do it and without having the plans to do it. Like if you can't build a sensible plan for a highway and its particular path because some people don't want to sell, then you build the highway in a different path.
Okay,
Ico,
so I'm
should it
gonna
be
go to
harder?
Lactoid, but I also want to hear what Doobie has to say about this because I imagine you might have a different take, but Lactoid.
Yeah, I guess to Ico and to really the people who are in favor of eminent domain, I think the anti-eminent domain case has been put forward. I echo a lot of it. But if we have to maybe, and this is maybe where I lose Scott, if we had to like come to some kind of like compromise, would you guys be okay with like, let's say we quadrupled, like instead of like the fair market price, it's actually like 4 times the fair market price that you're gonna pay, and the money only comes from the people who voted yes in the referendum required to actually take that property, and then they all have to pay it, and the people who voted no don't have to pay it.
To answer your question here, Lactoid, there has to be an upper limit of some sort of It can't be just whatever the person wants, right? Because some people are super unreasonable. They're like, "Yeah, you want my 1 acre of land? You got to pay me $20 million. Ha ha ha!" You know what I mean? So there has to be some kind of upper limit in value,
Sure.
right? And I'm open to increasing this, right? To increasing the amount paid from what is considered just compensation, because there's a calculation, right? I haven't looked into it too deeply, right? Because this is you know, a Twitch panel, but there is a calculation that assessors are required to use, right? And so if we need to adjust the mathematics of that, fair enough, right? Like I'm for like upping the ante here.
I
That's
guess
okay with me,
more
right?
specifically, like, would you be okay with like making it a very high financial burden of like 4 or 5 times what the actual market value is? We still force you to sell it, but at 5 times the market value, and the money to pay for it only comes from the people who voted yes in the required referendum in order to actually get
So
this
I would have questions on the details of that, how you implement that, but in concept, sure.
Sure.
Wait,
There's no
Lactoid,
such-
can
there's-
only
there's-
the people
the
who voted
market
yes
doesn't-
ride the rail?
No, because the idea is like you're seizing someone's property, you're trying to justify that, and so if you're going to like make the affirmative decision to do this thing that I think is pretty clearly like morally wrong to like some like pretty strong extent, and we want to limit this to as much as possible. Like I think it makes sense to be like, okay, like if it's really that critical enough, then enough people would be willing to like bear that cost to vote yes. If it was actually that critical enough.
Okay,
If
how
it
about
wasn't,
How about this other limitation, which is the reason I brought up Kilo was because it took the right of eminent domain, which is already an established right, but then gave it to private corporations who could then use the state's power of eminent domain, like to seize land.
and boy have they used it.
There was
Yeah.
no like precedent for that until Kilo, and now it's like fundamentally a different game. So could we like go back to the earlier thing, which is like it's got to be something that it's got to be like public, and it can't just be like something that can be hijacked by the private sector.
Well, like I was just thinking to kind of Wick's point, and also now to your point a bit, Wick. It's like, God forbid, heaven forbid, Lord save us from an individual ever having a slight upper hand on their local government. My God, I'm sure that's what the founders had in mind when they started this country. Like, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sometimes,
But
if
You can't
you
even join baby
if somebody's
prostitutes
property is
again.
in the way of it, pay them.
yeah, but
Okay,
so what are the
Hold on,
issues?
sorry, hold on. I do want to see if Doobie has a different take on this. Maybe you don't. But Doobie, since you started off saying, screw our Native American brothers and sisters, and less so kind words, uh, in terms of this geothermal plant, do you think that when it comes to critical infrastructure, and I think a highway could be critical infrastructure, might not be, but it could be, right? And our highway system certainly is critical infrastructure. Do you think that it makes sense to necessarily pay like way above fair market price for that land, where it would make the cost balloon so high that it would be unfeasible? Do you think like the government should be concerned about literally everyone along the way, to such an extent that it could conceivably have a budget that becomes unpayable? What do you think, Dibby?
So I think that the kind of individualism or a focus on the individual that you guys are, well, not you guys, some of you guys are promoting, is kind of it's like a sickness. It's like a disease in the culture of our nation. So just as I said, fuck the frogs and fuck the indigenous people, fuck this 7-Eleven owner, right? That has his shop on the path of the high-speed rail system in California. Fuck Phil, right, for having his farm where they want to put a rail, or the Keystone Pipeline, which would have brought fuel to millions of people.
Spoken
Right?
like somebody that
So-
breeds as tadpoles.
Oh
Of
God.
course, you have so many children you don't care about.
Let him
at
go,
all.
Doobie.
I almost said something terrible. I love you, Phil. I'm sorry. I think that we're, so if you were to think of the nation as a body, right? We're not alone in the body. Right? There are other people in the body with us. We're a little bit schizophrenic, right? So we need to understand this. So we're not just atomized people wandering around by ourselves. We need to interact with other people, and those people are going to have interests that conflict with ours. So we need to look to a governing body, like a government, say, hey, how do we decide what to do when our goals conflict with each other? I think democracy is an imperfect system, but it's probably the best one we have right now. So I'd agree with Wick. right? Democracy is probably the best way to handle this. And if there's somebody on the path that says, hey, this house was in my family for 1,000 generations, I don't want to sell the house even for 5 times the price of the project or whatever, or the cost of it, or whatever the fuck, or I'll only sell it for 5 times the cost. You say, hey, sorry, this isn't worth sacrificing the project overall and all the good it's going to do for everybody else in the country. So sorry, we're going to give you fair market value, not a cent above it. You need to live with that, right? You need to move the fuck on, because your fee-fees about this issue, about you losing your home or your farmland or whatever the fuck, is just, it's insignificant to the wider goal, the wider project of moving the country forward. So yeah, I think that's the best way to think about it.
I wouldn't leave.
Yeah. So real quick, fair market value doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a fair market value because value is subjective to the private property owner, right? The value of my house could be very low. I could be ready to get rid of it, or the value of my house could be very high because, like Doobie pointed out, my great grandfather built it with his hands, and there's history here, and there's 3 generations of little markings, in the cupboard that show how tall everyone was at a certain time. Value is subjective to the individual that owns it. And what you're talking about is introducing conflict, and introducing private property violations, and introducing violations of people's rights. There's no amount of money times what the market average is that can adequately meet some people's standards. Some people will say that this property is infinitely valuable to them, and they may actually believe that. They may actually fight for that. The problem here is that what you have is you have the subjective value of other individuals that want a project built versus the subjective value of the individuals that have property that is required for said project. And if they can voluntarily come to an agreement on price, that's the value of the property. That is what the value of the property is. If it's 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, and if no value can be determined because the landowner, right, that the big company is coming in trying to buy it, or the government's coming in to try and buy it, is the project is a $200 million project and they won't take $200 million. That's the value of the project, and therefore the project isn't gonna get built unless it finds another way. And that other way that you guys are referencing is establishing a moral norm that justifies the state in violating people's private property rights for the presumed subjective and or democratically determined value of other people. And once you establish that as a norm, then that is why I said that democracy is a soft variant of communism, because you've already determined that people's individual liberties and rights do not matter so long as a larger body determines that it's okay based off of their
This is such a
assessments to
simplistic
go
take.
against your
This is such a
against your rights.
simplistic take that is ignoring mounds of
Well, I
context
mean,
when it comes to
not
how we deal with
really.
rights,
Not
and how
really. I
we
mean,
deal
what
with
Doobie's rant there.
value, how we deal with interactions with communities. Like this is
Well, don't just say it's
child
simple.
level
Say why
thing.
it's wrong.
I'm
No, I mean,
explaining to
it's
you right now
not.
if you'd listen, right?
No, you're not. You're
So
just engaged in ad hom.
obviously, right? Value at its core is whatever price people are willing to pay, right? That's your value. It's not how much you're willing to sell it for, it's how much people
That's
are willing
price.
to pay.
That's not
right?
what
That's
value
the
is. That's what
price.
price is.
mechanism.
But when it comes
Wick.
down to it, we have tools like, and to Lactoid, to your hypothetical, right? Like, so one of the problems that someone very wise in my chat pointed out, and I'll give credit where credit's due, Rabid Wombat pointed this out, is what is to stop in those cases government officials getting their buddies to buy that land up in advance and then sell it to the government, right, for 4 or 5,000, or not 4 or 5,000, 4 to 5 times the value, right? You can see how this scam would work. The government officials would know in advance what projects were coming in, so they would have their family members buy that land, refuse to sell, eminent domain would come in, get them 5 times the value of what they paid, boom, bam, bam, they got a lot of money right there. It's an easy scam, right? So
Who
there
needs
are
that
other
when you
things that are
have just
factors
eminent
that are
domain to take it?
I mean,
Well,
you have to
yeah.
like
No,
find some way to
give me
criminalize
just
that, I
one
guess.
moment here, because like what Doobie was saying a little earlier, and this also ties into what you're saying also, Wick, folks. And folks, I want you to keep this in mind. Don't ever let people use the verbal bludgeons of things like society on you to get you to acquiesce to things. Because what Doobie said here and what Wick said also demonstrates society is no one in particular and everyone specifically except you. You'll notice that that's the society that's always used because it's never your personal interests that never need to be considered. It's always this grander society. So keep in mind, when people say society, what they are meaning is no one in particular and everyone specifically
But
except you.
Phil, that's not true, right? So we could
But
recognize
it
you have,
is.
you have personal interests, right? Which is why we're offering
Yes.
you'd be offered money for the land at all, right? This because we're recognizing they have a personal interest. We're
Not
saying
what I wanted to sell for it.
your
Not
family,
what anybody else would have bought
your
it for.
family,
Let him
your
finish,
ancestors
Judy.
that passed down this land are cogs in the machine that make up the nation, right? So you're not that important to the whole, right? So if we need to sacrifice
My
the
interests
cog
are quite
to
important to me.
benefit
So if you want me to
to
go
you, sure,
otherwise, pay me for
I
them.
understand that it's important to you, right? I get it, right? But your fees about this are far less important overall, right? If it's going to benefit the nation, yeah, we're going to have to sacrifice your fees. We're going to take your farmland. We're going to fuck up your family
And
lineage.
who is to
Do
decide
anything you need
what
to.
benefit is great? Whose good is greater, folks? That
Unfortunately,
is
the best thing we have
terrifying.
right now
That is a
is
truly
democracy.
terrifying world where someone can decide
not that
whose greater
scary.
good is the greater one, folks.
This world,
What's even
this
more
world,
terrifying is
buy
when
his
you
kind
get
of
to
fucking
decide for
conformity,
everyone else.
okay?
Hold on, but Phil, this
I will decide
scary-
for
Called
me.
government and
this
eminent
terrifying
domain.
Phil, this terrifying democracy that you're talking about is the one that allows you
No,
to
that's
have
not democracy. What you're talking about
is the one that
dictatorship.
allows you
You are
is the one that
telling
allows
people
you to have your
how it's
farmland in the
gonna
first
fucking
place.
be.
Is the one that allows you to have your farmland in the first place. So that dictatorship that you're talking about is telling other people that
Nonsense.
you can't just take Phil's farmland because you're in his neighbor and you want it. Right. So this it's not that scary, Phil. You still have a fucking farm right now.
That's
So
like
you're
that's like
being
saying a mobster. That's like saying a mobster in a neighborhood comes in and robs you for protection money, and then you're saying that the person has
still
a
got a
restaurant
store.
because of the mob. Like that's the mob that allows you to have a restaurant. All right, they're the ones protecting you from
It's not-
anybody that would
Yeah.
come
it's
in.
not
Like no,
robbery.
you don't
Your
get a
argument,
fucking
Dewey.
choice.
Sorry, you're
Hold on,
better than
let's
that.
be
You
real.
really are.
I
Let's
didn't
be
say
real.
two.
Like,
I,
oh God.
yeah.
Phil,
Go
it
ahead.
sounds like this land has been in your family for a long time. Like you talked about how previously it was taken for like a highway, then again for the key. They're looking at it for the Keystone Pipeline. So
Or like bridges to nowhere.
realistically,
any other thing.
if this mob,
Whatever
right, if you
random
wanna
caprice falls in
if
some
you want to call the
bureaucrat's
government a
head.
Can you
mob,
just
that's
finish?
okay. If you want
Yeah.
to call the government a mob, that's okay, right? So if this mob wasn't protecting your land for you, wasn't saying, hey, if you go and take Phil's land, you're going to be put in a cell, you're going to be killed, right? People would have come along at some point in your family's history and snatched that fucking land up, right? So especially if you were a different skin color, that definitely would have happened. So you should be thankful
Oh,
at some
wow.
point to the wider society that protects you and your privileges, for. Absolutely, you
Shut the
should.
fuck up, dude.
It's like a
Hold
wife
on.
beater
Violating
saying that
my
a wife
property
should
rights.
be
Yeah.
thankful that he pays
You
the
need
bills.
you need to kiss
Like,
the ring, Phil.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Can I want to say two things real quick. First thing, Wick, to the
Yeah,
proposed.
you're mistaking the government and the
Hold on.
nation as the
Real
two
quick.
different. They're two different things. They're not the same thing. That's why we have two different
They're
words.
absolutely the same.
Two points both to Wick. The first point, Wick,
Maybe the simple mind.
to your
Let him go. Go ahead.
Yep, to your proposed the proposed like issue. I think the fact that it's by referendum solves the issue. I mean, if you have a group of people who vote on it by referendum and they want to pay for it, well, then that's on them. If first of all, if they don't do the investigation first, and then also you could maybe like implement like standard fraud statute language in that. The other thing here is, kind of going to the point about like subjective value. Wick, I'm sure there are precious family photographs that you have laying around your house, and I think it'd be asinine to say, well, the fair value of that, well, we add up the price of the current paper, we add up like the ink, we come to like some kind of like value. This is what the value of this like photograph is. And we all know that's like just absolutely fucking ridiculous. Like the photograph of like my dead grandmother is worth far more to me and everybody has experience where their photographs are worth more to them than just the paper it's printed on. Why can't homes be the same way, right? My childhood home, who are you to determine what the fair value of that is? Are you going to?
Well, I'll
right?
address this. Sure, I'll address this. So if I have a family photograph, right, that could save lives, right, that could cure cancer for whatever reason, it's a magic fucking photograph, and then I refuse to sell it because, it's just so precious to me, right? Then the government should, pay me a fair compensation for it, but they should be allowed to just say, no, you don't get to decide that for everyone else. We're going to
love-
take
Wait.
this
What if it's your
You know-
what if it's
you
your
know, no, no.
organ? What if it's your organ
no.
that somebody else needs to
I
survive?
love that you said
Again,
this.
it doesn't. Again,
'cause-
this isn't required for me to live, right? A photograph, right, is much different than organs. So is a house.
You can
right?
live off one kidney.
Especially-
Yeah.
Especially,
You know what you're
right?
describing?
You can live off
Because,
half a liver
let me
too.
finish.
Yeah, you can live off a
Then
kidney.
Tell me what you think I'm describing.
Hold
right?
on.
But
Hogging two
again,
of them.
you are conflating things. We have a conflation crisis in politics.
But
You're
it's for the
conflating-
wider society, Wick.
like,
People are gonna
how-
die
Why
without
are
your
you hogging
kidney.
the extra
Organs,
kidney? It's
right?
for the
And
wider
again, you
society.
can't replace organs are not fungible in the same way houses are. Right?
Gotta make
It's
it more
art.
no more new land.
Wick,
No, but
Wick,
that
Wick,
house
hold
is
on.
not
No,
replaceable.
listen, real quick. What you're describing is the Ukrainian kulaks. That's what you're describing. You're describing farmland that they own and they're hoarding grain. And your property could actually save the lives of so many people. You're describing the thought process that led to the Holodomor, that
Yo,
led to
I
genocide.
am not advocating
I-
for killing anyone in any of these situations.
But you are. You're
And it's kind of-
advocating for
Wow, that's
establishing a moral
wildly,
norm
Let's-
that
okay,
eventually
hold on.
leads
Wait.
back.
What if I will die if you
Realize
take my
here
house
what
away
I'm
from me?
saying here. A wildly hilarious bad faith interpretation.
Wait,
saying
again,
that
again,
we
again,
think
again,
eminent
again.
domain
What's the
is
principal
fake, it's the
difference?
same
You don't
as
have- you don't
genocide.
have-
Wait, can I get an answer to that?
I'm being
Shut
accused of genocide.
Hey, you're not being accused of genocide, okay? All right, he was saying
No.
you're against some. Okay, he didn't say you Wick committed genocide, okay? All right.
Right.
So
I'm just saying it's the same moral
let-
norm and argument.
I'll let Doobie respond because he wants to say something. Then Corey, then Aiko quickly, but we do got to move on.
Mine's short.
Wait,
Yeah.
you gotta be honest, okay? We are in some ways advocating for killing these people. Right? So for example,
No,
for example, if we needed to build a highway on Phil's family land, right? And Phil's family was like, "Hey, we're not going to sell this land," and the government was like, "Hey, fuck you guys. Here's a check. Fuck off. We're going to build on this land." If Phil was out there on what used to be his property with a gun, saying, "Hey, don't come on this fucking property, government," we'd probably either shoot Phil or put him in a cage somewhere, right? We absolutely would, and it would be justified, right? So in some ways, you are advocating for this. You got to be real about the consequences of what your policy positions are.
Doobie,
And
you're
it's just true.
fan
And
fiction.
it's
No,
just true.
sorry, we got to let
And
it
it's
go.
just true that if Phil resisted, we'd have to put him down, unfortunately. But shit
Fan
happens.
fiction. Your
Okay.
See, Wick.
fan fiction is pretty fun.
We got sorry, we got to move on.
Same
We gotta
logic
move on.
as the
We got
kulaks.
a little bit of time. Corey, go.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So, Scott, I think you mentioned, I can't remember the exact phrasing that you use of like, democracy is like the soft form of communism, something to that effect. Well, what's interesting, what's interesting is it seems like, this is where like, I think it seems like eminent domain just allows piss poor, solutions to be implemented. But it seems like I'm going to put the link in the StreamYard that China, is able to like overcome this, where it seems like they're willing to like build around a house where it's like this person want to move. Well, okay, we'll just like build around the house. I don't see why like then it seems like they're creative in that solution. Sure, this person now like just surrounded by highway. But I don't, Dwick, like I don't see why like the government just can't be creative with their
better
solutions.
than America. That's weird. That's a
Yes,
weird thing.
absolutely.
Okay.
And in this instance,
It
Well,
happens
own that.
sometimes.
I'll let you own that. All you can own that. Okay. I'll let you ride that one into the ground. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily seem relevant to what I was saying, but I mean that's cool that China does a thing slightly better.
No, I'm just saying like it seems like a communist nation is they're respecting property rights more than the United States. That's all.
Let's go to
Well, they're both
I-
socialist.
That's a sad indictment.
Yeah, so I just want to say, as the only panelist who's here from the future, I just want to say that as a result of this panel, 3 genocides occurred, and I'm heartily regretful of my comments in the past, like contributing to that. No, really, I just wanted to say, Phil, you talked about Keystone going through, it was supposed to go through your property. They weren't offering you a fair price for that. And that was presumably in the last 5 years, 6 years when that happened. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So before that, the Keystone wasn't going through, right? Because Obama was holding it up. Under the Trump administration, presumably that happened, right? But then Biden came in and saved your farm. Is that what you're telling me?
No, what I was saying is for about 6 weeks. it was going to be going through, and then there was a lot of debate as to where it was going to go for a while, but for about 6 weeks we were told we were probably it, and then they moved on to somewhere else, and then Biden showed up. Now the thing is, Broken Watch is still right twice a day. I'll even say Biden
Sure.
stopping the Keystone XL pipeline. I'll give him two gold
Okay,
stars for
all
that one, because tar sand, because the shale oil was not going to. There's going to be no bueno in the aquifer, and that's how I make my money, and that's how we all live, is off the Ogallala aquifer. So
So you
that
agree
one,
with the water keepers on that one?
you'd have to.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's fine.
We'll get into that later.
There was a group of Native Americans who were also trying to stop the pipeline, and it was for reasons of water. But the reason that was interesting to me is because I also know people at the border who voted for Trump, were very much for the wall or whatever, but then got eminent domain for the wall, and all of a sudden they were not as for it as they were before, and it was on the basis of property rights that occurred. So I think that sometimes our concept of how we can generalize individual rights that we like to reserve to ourselves, it can lead to like sort of some unintended consequences. Like we don't like. I'm not necessarily saying that they were like wrong for having their beliefs about immigration before, or that they were wrong for the way that their property rights sort of conflicted with those beliefs. But I think that both of those, like all of those examples, are why we might need to like sort of continually revisit our sort of political assumptions that we're making, because I don't know, because whenever those sorts of general political opinions touch on our personal lives, that tends to cause us to change our minds a lot faster than like any intellectual argument that people can bring to bear.
Very true. Very true. But now I understand what you're getting at there, because like another personal story. Like, it was an executive order signed by Trump and an executive order signed by Biden that helped my nephew get the life-saving health care he needed to beat his pediatric cancer.
Oh,
And I don't know exactly how to think on that. You know what I mean? Because
yeah,
like my brother hated Trump, and me, I was not a huge fan of Biden, and we both kind of had to have a
right,
about that one. So
right.
yeah.
Okay.
But in
Uh,
terms of the Keystone Pipeline, whatever preserves groundwater, I'm always for.
all right. We did it. Hooray. All right. So we'll move on to the next topic. Before then, guys, if you've been enjoying this content, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. Do this all the time. Expect for social and chat for all our social media. We got Twitter, Discord, TikTok, and YouTube. Like, comment, and subscribe. And consider supporting the channel by subbing to the channel, gifting bits, gifting subs. All of it does help us out. Allows me to keep doing this, right? If you're enjoying what we're doing, then support us. It's the only way it happens. Thanks so much. Okay, so we are going to go to the next topic. All right. Topic 2. Lori Smith, a conservative evangelical Christian, has brought a case to the Supreme Court involving the right to refuse service to gay couples. Lori is a website designer who doesn't want to work on wedding sites for same-sex couples. She brings this lawsuit preemptively, as no one has actually complained about her policy. She believes that creative workers, specifically, should not be forced to work on projects that conflict with their values. Is there any merit to her claims? Is this a violation of free speech? Should there be any exception to gay public accommodations at all, religious or otherwise? So yeah, this is at the Supreme Court. Amazingly, I don't know how, but it is, and like something to be again noted is that no one has actually brought a complaint against her. The state hasn't actually used any power against her. The state was unaware of her until she made this case. But in any case, she's saying that she's has like she's afraid that it could be used against her. This law that would require her to assist a gay couple. So yeah, curious what you all think on this. Let's go to our friend Lactoid.
So, and by the way, if you haven't seen the openings for this one, it's wild. The government's position is wild. But we should all support Lori Smith on 2 bases. The first one being that websites are intrinsically speech, far more comparable to a blog, and are thus wholly different than services such as food service or operating a riverboat. The former is something which, by very nature, would require someone to write and express thoughts and feelings that they fundamentally disagree with, similar to forcing a Catholic website to make a pro Protestant or a pro atheist, even, wedding site, while the latter could be done begrudgingly by someone who does not wish to serve you and can express that he does not wish to serve you, but would be serving you regardless. However, this highlights the second basis of my support for Lori, which is that in a country which has supposedly abolished slavery, it is disgusting that any private citizen who does not wish to serve you with their labor has expressed that they don't wish to serve you, be forced at the barrel of a gun to work for you when they do not wish to. The fact that we have accepted this is not only unconstitutional in that it ignores freedom of association, but more importantly, it rejects the foundational right that we have to do what we want with our own bodies and with our own labor. The Democrats were the party of slavery, and they're proving that they are still the party of slavery.
Okay, all right. Let's go to Scott, please.
Yeah, so I kind of knew that Lactoid and I would almost be 100% on the same side on this. So instead of like trying to prepare a big opening that just agrees with everything he said, I figured I'd read a quote from the sorry, I can never fucking say this. John Milton in 1644 to Parliament defending free speech, the Areopagitica. I know Cal Rich can fucking
Areopagitica.
say it appropriate. Yeah, I just can never get it out. But nevertheless, for to distrust the judgment and the honesty of one who hath but a common repute in learning, and never get offended, as not to count him fit to print his mind without a tutor or examiner, lest he should drop a schism or something of corruption, is the greatest displeasure and indignity to a free and knowing spirit that can be put upon him. So what I'm really talking about here is chilling effect doctrine, right? Like something we've kind of understood for hundreds of years. Um, she has every right to sue. And the reason she has every right to sue is well established case law that begins with Lamont v. Postmaster General in 1965, right? It was the government's policy prior to 1965 that if communist propaganda or, quote, communist political propaganda, end quote, was mailed to someone, that an individual had to go to the post office and they had to affirm that they did indeed want and consented to the communist propaganda, which created what's known as a chilling effect. The idea being that just because someone hasn't sued her or forced her to make a website that goes against her values, she has perfect standing in court to say that there is a chilling effect. The idea that someone could sue me. And we have a great example of this in the famous gay cake wedding, right? This case is a prime example of slap law or slap lawsuits or strategic lawsuit against public participation. Every person involved in this process knows that at any one point in time, someone could come along, could attempt to force them to do something egregiously against their values, right? So a Christian website could, a Christian web developer could exist, and then some Muslim activist organization could come and say, we want you to make a website that says death to all Christians. Sharia law is coming. Please kill your closest Christian, yada, 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 right? And then they could sue them and they could bury them in court and they could destroy their business, right? And so, because of the existence of slaps and because of the chilling effect doctrine, she has every right to sue, regardless of whether or not anyone has actually brought a case against her. And we should have freedom of association, freedom of speech. So we should all support her in trying to fight for her rights and your rights.
Kaylee Nation.
So, the Supreme Court, the nine kings that rule our lives, comes into the forefront once again. Now, you've heard it a couple of times, you're going to hear it a few more times. Freedom of association is one of the most fundamental freedoms that we have. If you don't have freedom of association, you really don't. You don't actually have freedom if you have no freedom of association. Now, if she wins the case or loses the case, it's going to be on one of these two things. First of all, if she loses the case, she has no damages. So that's usually something that you need to be able to demonstrate in order to have any kind of reason to even be in front of the Supreme Court. So if they throw it out for that reason, I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. But if she does win, you got to keep in mind, folks, this doesn't pass the shoe on the other foot test. We wouldn't compel someone who was gay, no, you will make this website for this gay conversion camp. You will do it. Like, we would think that would be, we would all find that abhorrent. And so I think, this woman might end up winning based on, like, you can't really force somebody to create an expression that's against their own, whatever their morals happen to be. And, Christianity, that it is what it is. It's one of those don't follow club rules, you don't get club privileges for Christianity. One thing that I would like to come out of this case, though, if we do get a good kind of sweeping ruling, I would like for all businesses in America to at least have one consistent standard of association. Because you have things like the social media companies that have complete freedom of association. Unabashed, unfiltered, completely how they see fit, freedom of association. Meanwhile, like Fabian Liberty brought up, the baker in Colorado, he does not enjoy the same level of freedom of association that, say, Twitter does, or YouTube does, or Facebook does. And so I would like just everybody to be on one, whatever that standard is, I would like us all to be on one even playing field so we know what the standards and the rules are that everybody has to play by going forward in this great American experiment. And folks, like I always say, these lips of mine, they can speak no evil. And with that, I yield back to you beautiful people.
Wick, please.
Certainly. While it would be nice that we could have one simple standard that applies to everyone equally, I think that this is one of those cases where we have to take context into account. A website is a much different product than, say, a restaurant, right? Or something like that. It is much more expressive in nature. It isn't as necessary. Like, you don't need a website to live, whereas you do need food to live. So it makes sense to have certain laws in place that a business has to serve, right? Different people who come in who want to buy groceries or these things like that, because again, that makes sense. When it comes to this specific case, I'm torn, right? Yes, I am agreeing with the rest of the panel that no one should be forced to make an expression that they do not want to associate with or agree with. I think that's important. At the same time, how will this law, if it is decided in her favor, how will this law be used to weaken other laws that require businesses to serve minorities or LGBTQ individuals? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I cannot prognosticate to that degree. I'm just saying that is a concern we should be aware of. But at the merits of the case, I think she has a great point, right? And I'm sympathetic to what she's trying to do here. Much like I, as a Twitch panel host, should not be forced to have any single individual guest on as much as some guests would like to force me to, right? Neither should someone be forced to make a website espousing a position they just do not hold. And yeah, that's my take. There you go.
Corey.
Yeah, I echo actually many of the same sentiments that Wick just espoused. And also, even though I guess I am going to overlap with Lactoid, it's probably going to be for it will likely be for different reasons. Where it's like, yeah, I agree this person shouldn't be compelled to make a website, but I think that's so. I'm operating under the assumption, I could be wrong, that generally speaking, website designers, it's like contract work or primarily contract work. And thus, given that that's the nature of the work, they should not be compelled to like take on any contract that they don't want to. I view that as slightly different, as like Wick just said, in terms of like service industry or even baking a cake for someone or serving food, etc., etc. That's pretty much like the only distinction so far that I would make. Like, this seems to be contract work, and I don't think you can really compel someone to take on a contract and they have the right to refuse to take on a contract. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Let's go to so I'm not looking at the screen. So Stabby, please.
You're muted.
Yep, muted.
Son of a biscuit.
It's still muted. Yeah, I lost
There's definitely sound now.
Still can't hear you.
Oh, darn it.
Well, while you work on that, let's go to Aiko.
Aiko's
He's also
muted.
muted.
It's an epidemic. It's spreading.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I got it now. Yeah, so I just wanted to respond to some of
Jesus.
the things I heard from panels before because I think there's considerable agreement on some of the merits of this case. So, but there are some distinctions that I would have expected to have heard by now that I haven't heard yet. So let me just start with the idea that the law does appear to make a difference between, and this may change because of this case, between events and people. So you can, it's one thing to say that I won't serve gay people or I won't serve black people or something like that. It's another thing, though, to say that I won't serve like a same-sex wedding because that's a particular kind of an event. And it's possible to make a distinction between those two things. But another issue that I'm a little surprised no one's brought up yet is the idea that this is about Colorado state law and not about like a federal law. And so this is the Supreme Court opining on a state law, which has some implications with regards to whether or not it's more appropriate for the federal government to settle these matters or for states to settle it within their own jurisdictions. But I do think that one thing we can assume is that this person is going to win her case because, as has been pointed out a couple of times before, nobody brought action on this. Nobody tried to make her design a website for their same-sex wedding. My suspicion is she kept waiting for somebody to do that so that she could sue, got frustrated by it, and then decided to sue without it happening. So, which makes me wonder, how she has standing on this. But also, the Supreme Court tends not to take cases that are theoretical in nature. They tend to wait until something happens in the real world and then they take the case. And if you try to preemptively do it on the theory that it might happen at some point in the future, usually the Supreme Court will not take your case. The fact that they took her case anyway tells me that they have a predetermined outcome in mind, and that that predetermined outcome is that she's going to win the case. I suspect that she'll win it even on a 6-3 because I think this is probably something that all the conservatives are going to agree on. Anyway, that's what I expect. I just wanted to add one last thing, and that is the reason I think some of these distinctions are important is because you can say things in one direction, and then when you try to flip it around, it doesn't. Like, for instance, Phil says that his lips can speak no evil. But if I tried to pass a law that banned Phil's lips from speaking evil, I expect he would oppose that law.
True, although it wouldn't affect me in any way because these lips, as I said,
right, yeah.
can speak no evil.
Which means you wouldn't have standing. So let's go to our friend Stabby.
Can you guys hear me now?
Mhm.
Okay, good. All right, sorry guys. This is in my state actually. I live here. I think I know what's actually going on. Icow, you had said something. I don't think she was just waiting for this to be something so she could have her moment in the spotlight. I do think she's being funded. Here we kind of know the groups that are funding her. And we do think she wants this case. There's just a tiny problem, and it is that the Phillips case, the Denver Cake Bakery case, it wasn't what Focus on the Family wanted. It wasn't what these organizations who are helping to fund all of this and what they've been saying they want. And what it did is the Denver bakery case said that it could put undue pressure on people by religious groups, and that the Supreme Court in the state of Colorado needed to see that portion of the case. But because it was refiled in the wrong jurisdiction by Phillips, super boring, and I'm sorry, but this is how it happened. That had to be thrown out because it was outside of the jurisdiction of the judge and where it was filed. So nobody really won anything and nobody really lost anything, but he doesn't have to bake cakes for trans people. He doesn't have to bake cakes for gay people. What this woman is doing is this woman is trying to make sure that we have an active religious freedoms in any given town can actually push out. You don't have to serve them. You can ask them to leave the store, etc. Because the state of Colorado, our anti-discrimination law is for 3 classes. It's a protected class of employment. It is a protected class of accommodation at the business, and it is a protected area for housing. Now, you do have an obligation to serve customers here, but you can still refuse the right to serve anybody. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to extend this to say my religious beliefs means this gay neighbor may not go to any of these stores here. That they're trying to push this Christian ideal of, and it's focused on the family. The Christians in Colorado are not like this. Okay, I want to make that pretty clear. Um, it's a focus on the family initiative, and they are trying everything in their power to push this as far as they can. So this is basically the bakery case part 2. Personally, I don't think she should have to make a website, but it should be obvious to everybody that they are trying to overstep their bounds and inhibit the speech of other people to even express that they are gay in any given area in this state. So that's kind of what's happening. And they're not getting ahead with Colorado because Colorado anti-discrimination laws and DORA doesn't touch anything but housing, employment, and accommodation in businesses. That's one of the problems with this is we don't have an expanded enough thing to deal with these complaints, and this woman would actually have to have somebody demand this website. So that's how this happened.
I'm very glad I had you here. You got adding a lot to this.
Yay.
Thank you so much, Tabby. Dibby.
I agree with I think most of the people on the panel. I think she shouldn't have to make any websites if she doesn't want to. That seems reasonable to me. But I wonder how far people that are in favor of that would take that, because I'd be in favor of saying, hey, if you have a business and a black guy walks in and you don't want to serve black people, you should be able to refuse service, right? Because they're black. I wonder, if the other people who are in favor of her having the right to refuse service, in this case with the same-sex couples on the wedding site, would extend it to that, right? So in person, just saying, hey, I don't want blacks in my store. Because I would personally, but I wonder if you would.
I would.
I wouldn't.
No.
No, that's where my line
It's
is.
a fundamentally different thing.
Why?
So context matters in these cases. So when we talk about the forcing someone to do an expression that they fundamentally disagree with, in this case about same-sex marriage, right? Again, as I understand it, she isn't saying I won't do work for gay people. She will, as I understand it. It's that she will not provide this specific service for them because it violates her expression. That's how I
Oh no,
understand
no,
it.
she is absolutely saying that she will not do work for gay people.
In
I
the
want to make that
article
very
they linked, they
She
said
made
Well,
that
she
does.
won't do
Wedding
websites for gay weddings. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
let's make it a little.
effectively the
So
same
if a
thing.
gay person
Or
wanted
gay
to
sex.
have a
I'm sure she's
website
not
for
going to
a
celebrate
business-
that either.
Doobie, can we modify this? Let's keep it as close to apples as we can. What if it's interracial weddings that she won't support?
I don't think she should have to. I don't think that she should be required by
you should
law
be
to
able to
have to.
You should be
But
able to
it's so
refuse
quick.
any customer for any reason. Like I should be able to have a no N-word sign on my restaurant and
Powerful.
refuse to serve anyone that has skin tone that I deem too dark in my restaurant. And that's
Or
for
no
the
C
betterment of
words
society.
and not let white people in. You could do that too.
Well, Aiko,
Yeah,
just
same
something,
difference.
just something to keep in mind. I'll never forget this. It was a really good lecture by Murray Rothbard, and he talked about, let's say that there's John Q, owner of some business, and this person really hates redheads. And the redheads in his area make up 10% of everybody in the area. Well, he's cost himself, his bigotry against redheads is now going to cost him 10% in every area of his business now. So whatever bigotries you have, you end up paying for them. And so I don't like the idea of it, but it is something that at least they have to end up paying that tax for their whatever their illogical bigotries are. But to me, it's I'm a farmer. I want everybody to eat my grain. Everybody in God's creation is entitled to a full belly.
Somehow, I
So
don't think those lunch counters in the South were losing business over keeping black people out of.
It might be from a business perspective, beneficial. But here's the other element, right? All of you are in favor of discriminatory measures for a business perspective. Just maybe there's some lack of consistency on it, right? So the first thing I think about is strip clubs. Do you think strip clubs should have to hire men to be strippers?
I don't fetishize consistency.
I
here.
think-
I,
I
have
think
been very
strip clubs-
clear.
I think
well,
strip clubs
they
should
normally
deny
don't
access.
until they see my beautiful body walk in, and they're like, "We have to
Full
hire you, Phil."
consistency is
I-
a little much.
Yeah.
To be
I
clear.
think in my tiny little town, since we all know who's Christian, Christians should be denied access to strip clubs to help them not sin.
If they want to, in fact, that's a good
Yeah,
idea.
they
That
should.
makes sense. Actually,
Lactoid,
Perfectly
lactoid.
reasonable.
So
Can
no
we make a
crucifix is allowed.
distinction, just real quick? Can we make a distinction between services such as housing,
Needs. Yeah.
food, things like
And
that.
lap dances.
Versus
Why?
versus
Why would you make
things.
that distinction?
Because
You
these
don't
are
have to.
different
You don't have
types
to
of
make.
services,
You don't have to make
right?
that distinction, but there's another distinction that you do have to make, and I just mean as a matter of law, not in terms of like what's satisfying Lactoid's question here. But I'm just asking you, Lactoid, as a lawyer, I think you'll understand this answer, and that is we have protected classes, and then we have levels of protection, as I
Mhm.
think you've pointed out before.
Strict, intermediate, all that dumb shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a big difference, I think, in and these levels of protection that speak to this are designed to make a distinction between not having redheads at your place if redheads aren't like discriminated against on a regular basis in a society, and not having black people at your lunch counter. Like the law at least makes those distinctions. You might not agree with those distinctions or the way that happens, but legally that is a way of saying, okay, consistency the consistency can be more complicated. You have to explain inconsistencies, but it doesn't mean that you can't have them.
Well, so technically, so you're right. I disagree with the law, and I disagree with the scrutiny framework that's set up. And there is a
Sure.
3-tier, right? There's the strict, intermediate, and then rational basis, which is, essentially how. And this is all due to political influence, right? But basically, how it is there's this arbitrary framework set up where the courts have decided that if you want to discriminate against like on racial bases, you have to like do it. You need to have like a perfect reason to do it. There can't be any other reason why you're doing it. Like you have to be like absolutely spot on. For intermediate, that's where they put gender. Now, why they put gender there as opposed to race? Political. I mean, very obviously, I think like the appetite for like discrimination based on gender is a lot more. It's a lot more in the American public than at the time, especially as
So you don't have to hire a woman as Santa Claus at the moment.
Right. The idea was like, well, we just recognize and appreciate that women are different, although that's been changing a lot lately. And then they put that into like the intermediate scrutinary. But like on the principle, I guess I hate the framework because I think it just basically sets up an arbitrary framework to get around the principle, which is, we all recognize there's a lot of pitfalls that come with mandating that people associate with people they don't want to. And when it comes to like strip clubs, for example, there's a clear example of like, well, fuck, like we don't like clearly would put this business like the strip club out of business if they were mandated to hire like male strippers, like when their clientele is mostly men who come to like watch women strippers. But then the exact same argument could be used for like, well, what if they live in a racist town and like the clientele doesn't want to see black strippers? Why is it really like philosophically different that like they're allowed to be discriminatory to cater to their audience if it is based on gender reasons, but if they're racist, well, no, all of a sudden, no, you can't do that. Like it doesn't make any
I have a
sense to me.
super clear distinction I can help with. I
Okay.
think we'll all agree with it. Like, if you don't want to make wedding dresses that are specifically for lesbian women, okay, like you shouldn't have to. If you have your business based around your religion and that is one of your selling points, I understand why you wouldn't want to do that. However, if you are at the clerk and county's office and you're a Christian and you can't give a person their permit to marry, you need to get the fuck out of your job, because
I
now
agree
you're
with
just
that.
discriminating against them. So
Yeah.
I think that we can actually distinguish this. It's very uncomfortable. I'm sick to death of the constant, endless complaints of the poor victim Christians. I'm so over it. But I also don't think, I think that the federal government is strong enough to make sure that all of the religions, all of the non religious, and all of these different groups can actually get along, even if Uncle Sam has to come in and be all like, you kids behave. Like, I think we can make this work. So if we can make non essential services or things to that effect work, then we're fine. If there's somebody at the courthouse who's refusing to cooperate because they're Christian, well, maybe you're a little too Christian for a big girl job. Like, bye, see ya.
It's like if you're a
The problem
pacifist, you
problem
should
with
be in the military, right? Like, I
Yep.
mean,
Yep.
like if you're
yeah the
if you
you
don't
snuck a
believe in the
premise.
laws, right, you shouldn't probably be a cop.
You
That's kind
snuck
of
a premise
Mhm.
into your example that is kind of the real key of the issue here, right? Which is that you, in one instance, you talked about a private citizen performing work and freedom of association for that individual, and the other incident you talked about a government employee, right? And like the real crux here is the state forcing freedom of association, right? Like if you did an apples that you didn't do an apples comparison, right? Like you changed the race, from sexuality, which I understand, right? But the problem with the issuing of a license at a government office is that if that individual is discriminating, then that is the state discriminating on the basis of
Exactly.
race, right?
Well, really quickly, that's something that Colorado does cover. If somebody is in your shoe store and it's a bridal shoe store or something, and you don't realize that they're gay until like their girlfriend comes in and it's the same sex or whatever, and then you decide to kick them out, you're not allowed to do that. If they use the facilities, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to
You
say
should be
you
able
can't
to.
go to the bathroom. No, you shouldn't. You cannot say you cannot go to the bathroom because you are disabled. You cannot go to the bathroom because you are white or black or
You
trans
should be
or
able to.
gay. No, you shouldn't.
Of course, you should be
Why?
able to.
Why do you want
So,
why do you want to enslave people to
uh,
the system?
Yeah, I shouldn't have
It's
to work
about
for
providing
anybody.
access. It's about providing
No.
access to essential services.
In the
Access
state
to
of
my
Colorado,
labor.
Yeah,
in the
right.
Well,
state
okay,
of
using your
Colorado,
Right.
bathroom?
That's
what
slavery.
happens to
If
what
it's my
happens to
property
leaving
that
it up
I
to
spent
states?
labor
What
building, yeah.
happens? Do you guys agree with leaving it up to the states?
No, not at all.
No,
Oh, now okay, beautiful.
well,
Then
yeah, I
thank you
mean,
for
yeah,
something.
Scots and
But no, that's my
I'm not a
point.
constitutional conservative
point.
that's
He
like,
doesn't
"Oh,
believe in
no,
leaving
for
anything up to the
states'
state.
right."
That's
Right.
my
He doesn't
point.
believe in
Right.
states.
I'm a libertarian.
Listen, in our state, it does matter. You cannot deny a person if somebody in a wheelchair comes into a Target and you own the franchise of the Target in my town. You can't go, ugh, wheelchair people aren't allowed to use our bathrooms. Get out. You're not allowed to do that.
Right. And I'm
Federally, you're not
saying
allowed
you
to do that.
should be
You're not
able
allowed-
to.
And I'm saying you're wrong.
Well, hold on,
So
wait.
why
Should
do
a
you believe in slavery?
should a strip club be forced to hire a
Genocide,
stripper in a
slavery, it's all
wheelchair?
the same. Everything's a Nazi. Everything's
can
slavery.
I-
everything's
Wait. I want to answer.
genocide.
I want to answer that question real quick. Should a
No, no, we
should a
don't
strip
have
club?
forced to hire.
Okay.
I was
So
talking about accommodation. No, listen. Member 3, I'm just going to give it to you guys in there. I know you don't read much, but God, this is getting ridiculous. We have 3 realms: housing.
I'm asking you though.
accommodation.
I understand like the law is one
I
thing.
know,
I'm
I know.
asking you like what because
Right. No,
you
no,
s-
no. We don't have that. We don't have that with like that's covered under safety by Colorado laws. So if you are
Okay, but he's not
disabled,
asking about the
I'm
laws.
not.
He's
I'm
asking
saying
you
yeah
why
because
the laws are justified.
right because you said the certain thing
Oh.
you said a certain thing was the law before and Scott said it shouldn't be that way and so and you said yes it should and so my question for you is should it also be that a strip club should have to hire a stripper who's in a wheelchair?
no, because that's not safe, and that's covered under laws that that's covered under how that would be a safe workforce. Are you asking if I agree with these laws? Because
Yeah.
I do.
What if it was safe? What
Obviously.
if you can prove that it was safe and
But
like
this is not an apples to apples, right?
I want to
What
answer the
you're
question.
asking
Yeah.
me-
Hold on, let her answer. Stabby.
You're also allowed-
What your opinion?
You're also allowed to they can do the hiring process as long as there's nothing in there that can prove that they're not hiring because the stripper is black, not hiring because of something else.
What's
They're
your
going to
But
hire the previous
disabled?
girl.
We don't give a fuck.
My opinion is it's fine.
Ask
My
you, why
opinion
is
is
it
that it's fine.
justified?
Listen, okay, let me put it this way since you're not listening. I walk
We're
in.
listening. You're just not following the conversation. Or
Are
the
you
She
gonna
question.
let
said
me
it's
finish this?
fine.
Are you going to let me finish this? I walk in. There are 3 other women beside me. They are 10 years younger than me. They're all fucking gorgeous. And they only have 2 slots open. Are they allowed to not hire me, a 38-year-old woman who's about to be 39? Absolutely. Of course they are. They're allowed to not hire me because there are 2 other girls better for the job.
It's
Uh,
not, you're
That's all
not engaging with the question.
You're not engaging with the
saying.
question.
Let's go to we got to move
They're
on.
going
though.
to hire somebody who's not in a
let's-
wheelchair.
Let's go to Corey then Wick.
Should they be
Go.
able to?
Okay, well, I want to understand your position better, Lactoid. So, are you like basically of the opinion that like pretty much like it's freedom of association and like under no circumstance can you ever be compelled to no one's entitled to your labor, no matter what. Is
Yeah,
that pretty much your
you pretty much, and you're gonna give me
Yeah.
some pretty hard bullets to bite, and I'm gonna bite them voraciously.
Yeah.
Okay?
So like I think I know how you answer, but like based off of previous sort of scenario. So as in like
Doctors, farmers.
yeah, exactly. So like a doctor has the right to refuse treatment, like life-saving treatment, on the basis of skin color.
Yeah. Yes. You don't own my labor. I'm not your slave.
I just want to understand
Yes.
that. That's all.
Ultimately, that's what
So,
it comes
like,
down
here's-
to.
Let me since we're talking about strippers, right? Like let me put to you this way. I think one strip club ought to be able to hire nothing but skinny cokehead looking girls, right? To be strippers. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up an establishment nearby, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to exclusively hire morbidly obese females to be strippers, right? And they're all going to have names of really large vehicles, like welcome to the stage Bronco, right? And then like the Ford Bronco, and the next one's going to be Tahoe, right? Like we're gonna use these as like, right, and it's going to be a selling point, and people are going to come from all over to check out my large stripper truck inspired redneck safe haven for men that like gigantic women, and you can have your skinny place, and we'll all be fucking happier. Like it's stupid, this idea that you think that like that we need to enforce this mechanism, that we're going to like somehow make racism go away or something if we use the law to
Well,
stop this. All
the
you're going to
fact
do is
that you
make
used
There's a
wait,
place
I'm,
like
I'm
that
from
up in South
Colorado. The
Dakota,
fact that you
Fabian.
used fat stripper, wait. The fact that you used fat strippers in one, and you were like, we're gonna name them Bronco. Clearly, you do not know the women who will get into extra large Broncos cheerleaders costumes. For
Let's
being
go
up here.
to let's go to Wick, and then I want to jump in here.
maybe that was the
Sure.
joke.
So when we talk about like these kind of things, like to take it away from the absurd, right, and get it back down to more of Corey's question, right, when it comes to life-saving treatment and access, providing access to minorities to things like restaurants or grocery stores or doctors or other forms of healthcare, right? Um, we have had a world, right? We know what it looks like when we did not require protections, right? It was horrific. And now I understand, right, that it could violate some rights and things like that you believe you have. But at the end of the day, right, like providing access to these things is more important than your whatever it is, your fucking ANCAP fantasies that you have at night, right? It's just more important than that. And we recognize that
except we didn't. It's a
society
lie.
can overcome, right, your silliness and not allow you
No
to
one in
hold
particular, and
hostage,
everyone
right?
specifically except
Because
you.
we are not your hostages.
Society.
I want to be very clear.
No,
You are not
you're
going to be
holding
allowed
Neither
to be
these
a
of
people
us.
hostage.
terrorist.
We're not
You're
yours
not going to be
either.
allowed to, if we're going to use hyperbolic language and call me okay with slavery and genocide, I'm going to say that you're a fucking terrorist.
Hostage
right?
to
You
my
are
own
being
labor?
a fucking terrorist by
Right.
holding people
By
hostage
not
and
giving you what
preventing
you want from
life-saving
me.
access,
Look,
right?
Look,
Because
just because
for
you're
whatever
triggered
reason, you're a
doesn't make
racist.
me
Wait,
a
wait,
I'm
terrorist.
not
wait, hold on.
triggered.
Really,
I understand
really.
you're
You're
triggered, Wick.
living in
You
terror.
guys have seen
No, no,
triggered,
really, the
Wick.
slaves
You
were
guys
holding the
have
slave owners
seen
hostage
triggered,
by not
Wick.
giving the cotton
You
over.
guys
Really,
have
I mean,
seen triggered, Wick, and this is not triggered, Wick. This
No,
is
no.
this is
Again, you fail to
mildly
understand.
amused, Wick. The
No,
Wick that deals with
again,
children, with
Wick,
mild mannered children who have
Wick. Again,
precociously gotten out of their playpens to play with the big boys, right? And they are going
terrorists.
around like, yes,
That's a
very much
ridiculous. That's a
so.
ridiculous
You are,
term.
Wick,
That doesn't
you
even
are
fit the
calling me
definition.
being okay with slavery and not and saying, "Oh, that's not ridiculous at all." But when I say
Wait,
that
so
you're
Wick,
being a
can you-
terrorist,
I can
mean
give you the
Wick,
definition of
you
slavery.
cannot-
Wait, hold on.
wow,
I can give you the definition of
that's
slavery and
crazy.
show the direct
Elaborate, I
link.
thought better of you because that's
I-
literally crazy.
Listen, I can show you
give
the
a
link.
definition of slavery, and then we're gonna go to
Can I just-
Doobie.
Well, wait, can I?
We'll move things along. Go ahead.
Me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like that.
So I can explain to you why it's slavery, like very easily. The direct link is like, are you forcing somebody to work for somebody else without their consent? The definition of slavery. If answer yes, then maybe it's slavery. Are the slaves holding the owners of the plantations hostage by not handing over the cotton when they don't want to hand over the cotton? I mean, I guess if we're under the most pedantic language, but we all recognize it's not what actually is happening. Terrorism, on the other hand, is when you try to enact political change through a terror, violent or fear and violence campaigns on civilians. In what way are we being terrorists? It doesn't make any sense.
When
By
you
definition.
say, as a doctor, I will not perform life-saving treatment on this on black people, right? I'm not going to perform life-saving treatment on black people.
That's
that
violence?
Does inspire no, but it does inspire terror. It is not violence, but it does inspire
How?
fear and terror,
Mm.
right, in a community. It absolutely
how
does.
does he do
Knowing that the doctors in your
stretching
area
so
will
hard.
not serve you if you get into an accident, if you need a blood transfusion, if you get cancer, that you will not be able to have access to life-saving treatment just because of your skin color. Yes, that
Access
absolutely
to
is a
my
given.
labor. Access to my labor.
Real quick. Let me just say this again. You fail to understand history, right? So when you invoke Jim
Oh,
Crow,
God damn it.
right? The problem is that we are against the government being involved in limiting freedom of association. That's exactly what Jim Crow laws did. So when you're trying to go back to a time when large portion of the population was racist, saying we used to live under that time that you want. No, what we're talking about is freedom of association. Jim Crow laws actively kept people from being able to integrate. It was enforced separation, and it was laws that forced violations of freedom of association. There were businesses and restaurants that wanted to integrate, and schools that wanted to integrate, that were forced by the power of the state to not being able to do so. So that's
All
not
right.
that's not
So
going back to
all right.
that
So
previous time.
I want to move on to DB, but Scott's absolutely right. Jim Crow kept black men from being inside white women, an absolutely unnatural state of nature. All right. So let's go to DB, please.
Yeah, I guess I'm just like I'm trying to understand Wick's point, right? So, it's
It
so
doesn't have
well. I'm trying to be like charitable, right? So like the terrorism thing, like that on its face, that seems like ridiculous, right? Would you extend that to like
Look,
food
I'm going to
then?
be
So like
clear with the terrorism
if I have
thing.
a restaurant and I don't want to serve whites in my restaurant, am I terrorizing them by saying, "Hey, go somewhere else"?
Uh,
Is that like going to
no,
terrorize the community?
but
Well,
if you
then
were a doctor and you're saying I'm not going to provide a life-saving treatment to you because you're
okay.
white,
What if I'm like a therapist or a
there you go.
psychologist or something, and I don't want to provide mental health care to people based on their skin color? Am I terrorizing that community? Is it just the medical
I think yeah,
doctors that's
mental health
terrorizing?
is just as important as physical health.
Come
Yeah,
on,
so I
that's
would
kind
say
of
yes.
that's
But
ridiculous.
I'm going to be clear with you. The only reason I'm
That's
using
fine.
such hyperbolic, and I admit it's hyperbolic terminology, is because again, I've been called a genocide apologist today, right? And I've been called a slave
You
owner
okay?
today.
When that
So
Well,
happens,
you're not a
you're
you
slave
know
running
what?
away
owner.
from the
If you can
consequences
accuse me
of your
of
political position.
genocide and you can accuse me of owning
Yeah,
slaves,
except
and
The
all you're able to
reality
prove
is,
that,
Stop owning slaves,
Oh
then,
my God.
Wick. What the
then you know
fuck?
Wick, the
what?
reality
I
is,
will
Wick,
accuse you of
Hold
terrorism,
on,
and
hold on. I
that'll be
do want to
okay.
hear from Doobie. He's been waiting
I'm just saying,
patiently like
Wick,
the rest
the
of the
reality is,
animals.
if you are in favor of a government at all, right, that has rules and regulations that it enforces with violence, right, you have to bite the bullet, accept the fact, like a big boy, that yeah, sometimes your government will have to kill people to make sure that the rules that you want people to follow are followed, right? That is just going to happen, right? Not everybody's going to want to play along, and if they don't play along, they either get put in a cage or they die, right? That's just true, right? So I don't know why you'd run away from that.
We can mitigate the chances of that happening, right,
Sure,
to almost nothing.
but
Not
you
nothing,
can't. No,
not
not almost
nothing.
nothing. That's silly.
Actually, Doobie, you brought up a really good analogy, and Wick bit the bullet. So I want to engage in some consequential analysis of this, right? Wick said,
Oh.
presume that there's at least one therapist out there, right, who is a racist and does not want to serve black people, only wants to help people in their racial category, and is highly trained in multiple modalities of therapy. And he said we should make it illegal for this person to not serve black people. So now a young black teen that's having issues goes into this therapist's office and they cannot refuse them. And what they do is they bring in their own bias and their racism, and they're forced to give mental health to a vulnerable black teenager that is suicidal. And because of this, because they already have these racist feelings and they have a difficulty empathizing, the quality of care is not only bad, they might even actively let slip things that further lower this person's self-esteem. And so my question, Wick, is why do you want to use the power of the state to make young black vulnerable teens commit suicide?
Because you're sneaking in some things there. You're saying that this person wouldn't want to be able to serve this people because they're racist, when they could in fact say, well, you know what? I know black people make less money on average, so I know I'll make more money if I fill up my slots with white people instead. And so that you're slipping things in, as you accused Stabby of doing earlier, right? And
So your
they're
answer
easy
is
to
that
slip in
black
because your
people
things
are
are
poor?
small and
That's your
insignificant, right?
answer?
But no,
Jesus, fuck you, racist. Now I understand why
Wait,
you want
wait.
these
I believe
laws.
it was
are
Prime
you
who
not
said we should
agree
be
that on
slipping things
average,
in.
I'm just stating facts. You talk about facts earlier. Like let's look at the facts. Like in America, at least, black people do have less wealth on average. Is that not true? That is
Do,
absolutely true.
do you not understand standard distributions? Like black wealthy people exist.
Yes, but in the case of statistics, right, and someone who's has an online therapy session, right, and they have limited amount of slots and serves a wider community than just a very local area, right, they can absolutely like make more money if they discriminate, right, in certain cases. Like that
So what you're saying
absolutely is true.
is
Now,
that
what I'm
there'll be
saying is,
racist
if you'd let me
anyways,
finish, but you won't because you don't care about what I'm saying, you care about
you're not
pushing
answering
your
the question.
ideology and your little cult on everyone else, right? That's what you care about. Let's be real here. Like I talk to you like an adult tonight,
I
Fabian, because
care
this is
about
what you
white
are.
people
You are an
using lotion.
ideological
I already
cultist,
said this earlier.
right? That's what you are. Let's be clear. You don't have an original thought or an original bone in your body. You're an ideological cultist, right? And that's fine.
Oh yeah.
It's okay to be. Okay. But
I
when we talk
actually
about
came
like
up with
why these
the
things are
Negro on the
important, when we
plantation
talk about
argument
why
all
these
on my
things are
own, right?
important,
Like that's an
right? We
original
got to
thought.
look at again, like if you deny access to life-saving things, I'm not talking like
It's a
a
person of color,
website.
Scott.
I'm not talking a website and things like that. I'm talking about to life-saving medical and mental care, right? Then what you're doing, right, is you're putting these people in a position to fail. And now, if someone does something that is malpractice, then they should be held accountable under the law for engaging in malpractice. Just like any therapy, a therapist who actively pushes someone to commit suicide should be held accountable under the law,
Sure.
regardless of
Okay.
these
I,
things.
I wanted to. Okay.
Yeah, that
So,
doesn't answer the question at all.
Doobie, and or maybe other people, and um, long before, right? Wick tried to make a distinction between necessary services and unnecessary services. Things critical to life and things that aren't, like for instance, housing. And you said, and you asked why make that distinction. Now you might have stated this before, but maybe I missed it. Could you tell me, Doobie, or someone? Oh, we'll just go to Doobie. Why wouldn't you make such a distinction?
I just don't think so. First off, what's necessary to life is going to be extremely like up in the air and subjective, right? So you could say for that mentally ill person, access to therapy is necessary to life, right? Or access to medical care
Let's
necessary to
let's
life.
make let's make a small list, okay? Let's just
Sure.
to dead that. All right, the housing, food, medical care should be, and I don't know, water. Like, let's just look at those for now, all right?
Sure. Well, I guess the way that I'm thinking about this is like I can't think of a justification, right, that makes any sense for so if I'm a homeowner, right, and I don't want dirty, disgusting Albanians, for example, in my home, right? I just don't want them there, right? For whatever reason. What like what right do you or they or anybody else have to say, hey, no, actually, you need to have those people that you really dislike in your home if they want to go in there. You can't turn them away because you dislike them for their race or their culture, whatever it is. Like it just seems like you're the one that's making the or the people that are in favor of this would be the ones that are making the claim to some kind of control over my property, right? That needs to be justified, and I just haven't heard any justification for
So
it.
that's at least hold on. Well, only maybe I'm only partially making that argument. It depends, I guess, how you look at it. So when it's talking about housing discrimination, it's not just denying access to your particular property. DB, if you don't, I'm not even gonna repeat what you said. But if you don't want those type of people in your property, I guess that's up to you. But in terms of like buying housing, getting access to housing, whether it be like rental properties or permanent or some sort of permanent property, then yeah, then there shouldn't be any sort of discrimination, right? Like,
No, I disagree with
we
that.
okay,
So for
sure.
example, let's say I'm a homeowner, right, in this area, and I'm moving out of the area, but I like my neighbors. I understand that this neighborhood has a certain cultural character, certain racial character, racial makeup, an aesthetic, right, that I know my neighbors want to maintain, that I'd prefer to maintain, right? If somebody pops up who's not part of this aesthetic that we'd like to maintain in this community, to ensure that there is this what's the word I'm looking for? Cohesion,
Yeah,
social, cultural cohesion within the area. Then I think it makes sense to turn them away
you
for
are
for the for the for
arguing
the good of the
for
community.
racial covenants. Okay, great.
Not even
Um,
just racial; it could be like religious, right? So like let's say I'm in a like a Hispanic neighborhood, right? And an Indian dude wants to move in. Well, I know that if this happens, everybody around's gonna fucking smell garlic 24/7. So if they because of the culture, right? And if I understand that my neighborhood, my neighbors don't want to smell the Indian spices all fucking day, I might say, hey, actually, no, you just don't fit here, right? If we let you in, you're gonna fuck up the balance of the community. So we got to keep you out.
Wow. Okay.
But are you talking about like in certain suburbs where you guys are fast becoming a minority, so we could actually use
Don't
those
say you
money
guys. I'm not
differently?
a white person. Okay,
No, no,
like
no, no. You guys,
don't say
no.
you guys.
You guys
He's
who want
Mexican.
stop, stop. You guys who want the aesthetic, shut up. Whoever wants that aesthetic. When you quickly become a
I
minority,
think people wanting
when
to
we
keep the
use
aesthetic
those,
extent is in all
when
communities,
you
right? So
quickly become the minority, those same things can be used against you.
sure, okay, but
So
again,
that's
this
what
this
we
this
don't want. The vast majority of the United States does not want this
oh, who cares what the vast majority of the United States wants? I'm talking about what's going on in my community, in my
because
neighborhood.
you have to
Right.
swallow
So
it.
then this is the same kind of
You have
argumentation that people use when they're pissed about gentrification that you guys that you lefties complain about all the time. Oh God, the whites are moving in and pushing out the old neighborhood and buying up all the little fucking
And it's a code.
bakeries and shit like that. Right.
It's a
This
code.
is it's the same. No,
Bodegas.
it's the same argument. Yeah, bodegas, bakeries, banderias. If you're in Los Angeles, right?
It's not the
Whites are
same
coming
argument.
in.
It's absolutely not the
If
same
the
argument.
whites are coming in and buying up all this stuff, you guys complain about gentrification and about how
Nope.
the culture, the class, whatever of the neighborhood is being like disrupted.
That is absolutely not the argument there. No one argues for not having white people there, especially not white women, right? They are always welcome in black neighborhoods. But
Gentrification's
I think
based.
so. All right.
Jesus Christ.
So let's go back to your
I'm pro
racial-
gentrification.
It's like
just for the
fanatics
record.
here again for some reason.
Good.
Uh,
Gentrification's good for everybody.
let's go back to the racial covenant, which you're arguing for. Okay, all right.
Hold on, not just racial. It could be.
I
like
know,
like
not
a
just
religious
yes,
thing.
yes, all kinds
There's
of
many
acts
covenants
of
in the United
bigotry.
States.
Great, thank you.
Social cultural cohesion.
Yes.
Scooby, your statement crashed my internet. My God.
Yeah, right.
God.
This is so terrible. He's a
It's
nice
not
guy
even
too.
terrible. It's
Phil.
it's totally
Also, wouldn't
reasonable.
we need to
So-
repeal the 14th
Well, no,
Amendment
Prime
for
Guys,
that to
you
work?
literally
Yeah.
believe in this. Let me ask you
I-
a question, Prime Guys.
Oh boy.
Right? Do you think that it's a violation of white people's rights when you have restaurants that receive specific grants let me do a better one, like DoorDash, right? When they say, look at black-owned restaurants. Do you want to support black-owned restaurants, right? And they put black-owned restaurants first as a means of helping black entrepreneurs in the neighborhood, right?
All right.
That's
Sorry. What does that have to
privileging one
do-
race,
What?
right?
What does that have to do with what I'm talking about? Right. I'm talking about critical services. Right. So
Well, is food not a critical service?
no, that's having
Especially during
access to
COVID.
business. No. That's
Mhm.
why no, that doesn't work. Nice
I
try.
can't leave. I'm
no,
gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
I would
whatever.
have died without DoorDash.
Lactoid. Nice
You
try,
locked
Cole.
me in
DoorDash
my
is
house.
privileging black
yeah.
businesses. Is that wrong?
Lactoid. Nice try.
Locked me in
No.
my
Should the
house.
That
government
is
should the
supporting-
government fine
No,
DoorDash?
that's supporting a business, a specific business, not a specific person's access to food, right? So, like, you know the difference, Scott. Lactoid. Okay, all right. You would argue that in court. Lactoid.
I would
So-
win.
So hold on.
Just like
So hold
she's
on.
gonna
So
win
here's
in
the
this
problem.
case right here.
So
So
look,
here's the
look,
problem.
come up with an example. If you're gonna ask me something, come with an example that has anything to do with what I'm talking about. That doesn't.
It
Okay,
does.
whatever.
It does.
It doesn't.
I can show you. It is
I don't-
by
oh my God,
necessity
you're distracting me
discrimination
from-
against white businesses.
Okay, that's cute. Okay, not what I'm talking about right now. Great. So we're moving on. Back to Doobie.
So you won't
Doobie,
answer? Got it.
sure. Yes. Not your nonsensical bullshit questions. Doobie.
Yeah, I know
so
when
talking
someone's
about-
running scared.
Oh my gosh! Shut up! Racial confidence. All right. So you're in favor of racial confidence, right?
As you are too.
You're saying that shut up, unless you need me to assist, which I will happily do. Okay, thank you.
Oh, shut up.
All right, there you go.
We lost Wick.
He's the worst. Okay. Oh, hopefully Wick will be back soon. Okay, back to racial confidence. Look, we only have God. I'm gonna take up all this time. So so you're saying that if a person buys a property, right, then they should be able to design what that neighborhood looks like in perpetuity.
I think people can have like an interest, whether it's like a real or like imagined, in maintaining the aesthetic of the community that they're raised in. I think
I
that's
know they
totally
have an interest. No,
yeah. So let them have that interest, and if that interest leads to them to ensuring that the
that
aesthetic remains, because by not allowing black or brown or white people into the area, that seems totally fine.
so that interest over rides other people's lives, like their access to like shelter, and their access to the ability to find better services, right? Because obviously different neighborhoods have different services they may or may not have access to. So them having that aesthetic is number one, most important thing.
It's not blocking their access to all property or all of these things. It's just my specific thing that I own, right? So I'm making the decision not to allow them to. If my neighbor says, "Hey, the fuck the aesthetic," and sells to them, well, hey, that the neighbor has that right to do that. But
Okay,
but they but
so
they but they but my desire to maintain the aesthetic absolutely trumps their desire to get access to whatever the fuck.
Can I
okay,
ask a question real quick?
um, sh- uh, sure. But I do want to get back to this line of questioning. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I got you. So if that neighborhood aesthetic, and we were talking about eminent domain earlier, if that neighborhood aesthetic does that, do you think I would be very successful at a scam that makes sure that you guys have to pay 5 times the housing price to the people to get them out of your neighborhood? I would run one of
Um,
those for fun,
yeah,
I
maybe you
do
should.
appreciate the circling back to our earlier eminent domain talk. Well done. Well done. Like it's
just for fun. Sorry, go ahead, Prime.
In the comedy world, that's called a callback. Okay.
Sure. Okay. Uh, so fuck. What was the last thing you said, Dibby? I apologize.
Yeah, I think that my desire to sell my property to somebody that would maintain the aesthetic trumps their desire to get access to whatever services or housing, whatever.
Okay. So do they have other rights? So if do you think that there are any rights that are either intrinsic um, uh, or shouldn't be trumped by anything else, right? So like, do you think access to food and water should that ever be um, trumped by someone else's preferences?
Yeah, yeah, of course.
How so?
So like, let's say, somebody was like starving out on the street or something, right? And for some reason, the only place they could get food was my house, right? This is the only place they could do it. I didn't want to give it to them. So they broke into my house, ate my fucking food, drank my water, and shat in my toilet, right? I would say they should be in prison. They should be jailed for this because they violated my property rights. They've stolen my property. They've eaten my property. They shit in my property. So yeah, fuck them, right? So I have the right to deny access to anything that I own.
So
But what if it's the government though? Now let's go just to call back to what Stabby. But as it seems like there's limits.
The
As in,
government, well, hold on, yeah, well, the government has an interest in saying, hey, we understand your desire to maintain the aesthetic, but our desire to have a cohesive culture, right, that isn't made up of like feuding racial groups trumps your desire to maintain this aesthetic. So we're gonna say fuck you, you can't keep this person from buying the land, you need to do it, right? And if you don't, then hey, we're gonna be taken to court. You're gonna lose the land anyway. And of course, they have the interest. They have an interest in doing that. But I would say that they shouldn't.
yeah, but in the case of food, always talking about public accommodations, right? So if it's not breaking into your house, it's your business that serves the public in general, saying that that person can't be denied. Um, uh, yeah,
I
or at
don't see
least
how
for
they're
racial,
much difference.
for racial reasons.
Well, yeah,
There.
I just don't see how there's much difference between like my business place and my home in terms of like the right to like property that's in there, right? So My business place to me is just like it's a second building that I don't sleep in that I use to generate money, but it's still the thing that I own, and all the property in there is subject to the same rights that the property my home is subject to.
Okay. So, if would you be in favor? So, when it came to like, for instance, that racial covenant before, that's what I was going to say previously, but I was interrupted. Um, when it comes to that racial covenant, are you saying that uh, a group of homeowners can get together and decide and maybe make a contract and say that other people can never, like people that who don't match the aesthetic, can never come in?
Yeah, I would say that
Would
that'd
that
be
also be
reasonable.
legal?
Yeah.
Okay, so then, so meaning that like other homeowners wouldn't have that option. That would be a racial covenant, right? So like even if
Well,
a white person wanted to sell, they wouldn't be able to.
well, typically the way that that works is you agree to like the HOA's like terms and conditions or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
So if you're in that community, you've probably agreed to these terms or conditions to be in the community, right? So if you decide at some point that you want to leave, and you want to sell your home to like an Indian person or something, well, let's say, hey, well, you sign this thing saying that you're going to agree not to do that. You're going to agree to sell it to this kind of person. So that seems more like you'd be violating some contract that you agreed to with them.
Hmm. Okay. So all right. So the contract then matters more than their rights. So they've changed their mind. It's their property. They've changed their mind. But that doesn't matter. The contract matters more.
I mean, I guess they would have to negotiate some kind of maybe they'd have to go to Lactoid and figure out how to work that out.
That's how that's how contracts work. You sign it, right? I think all zoning should be replaced by HOAs. It would make a lot more sense.
Homeowners associations? What?
Yeah, over zoning, over city
Look,
zoning,
zoning's
100%.
bad. Like,
Yeah.
look, when we talk about like zoning laws and things like that, there's some serious issues I have with zoning and things like that. But when homeowners associations aren't really better, that's all I have to say on that.
Nah, they're better for sure.
I'll fight you.
Okay. All right. A bunch of busybodies in your. Like,
So, but also,
all
so
doing
to Doobie's point, the only thing
Fuck the
that's
house
actually
police.
the only thing that's actually like preventing, and I would never buy a house under an HOA, just to be clear, but I think they should be allowed. But to Doobie's point, I mean, restrictive covenants are absolutely like a thing. They wouldn't be able to be a thing in like for racial stuff today because of like all the laws surrounding it. But I mean, you can
unless you had your way, of course.
right, unless I had my way. But you can do a lot of like restrictive covenants. Like you can restrict on what color. Like if you buy this house, you cannot paint the house a particular color because we don't like the house that color. And then what Doobie's saying is, well, just apply that concept but to the people inside. That's all he's saying.
So hold on. You are in favor of the restrictive covenant, but you're also in favor of free association. So like, wouldn't that restrict your ability to associate?
Well, so the idea
You
is
voluntarily entered into that agreement.
right. The idea is like I go to somebody and like I want to buy your house, and they're like, well, I'm not going to sell you my house unless you agree to these terms because it's my house. And part of like the contract here is that you have to agree to my terms if you want the house. And one of these terms is when it becomes time for you to sell this house or rent this house, here's a list of people that you can't rent it to. Let's say it's like Joe. Let's say like this guy has a feud with his neighbor Joe. You cannot sell this house to Joe. I swear to God. I mean, this could probably be like you could probably allow like this would probably even like be upheld. Likely. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think it will. But like you cannot do it based on race.
Clauses like that. In
Yeah,
real
when
estate.
it comes to like race and stuff, like you can't do that because of like legal stuff. But in principle, if you can do it, if you can do it to Joe, why couldn't you do it to like everyone who looks like Joe and if Joe happens to be black? I don't know.
Oh man, everyone who looks like that kind of reminded me of
what I don't understand here, right? Like the part that I just don't get, and you can help me with this, is that for people who seem so focused on property rights, right? That a past owner who's giving up their rights to their property, that they basically have ownership, some sort of sense of decision making, right, in perpetuity. That like for as long as that house stands, right, that property isn't like irradiated, right? Like as long as this is something desirable, that they get to say who moves in there. Like, how is that the case for a person with your
Sure.
ideology?
So, well, Prime, as we talked about in a different discussion, there's a caveat to this where I don't believe dead people necessarily have rights. And so, like, the restriction
Oh,
here
God.
would.
Call back. Let's not explore this. Let's not go down this
Yeah,
dark
it's a whole
rabbit hole.
deep
about
and
to
dark.
say,
Deep and
The
dark.
the
Okay.
estate
So
trust courts would say otherwise.
Right. Well, so hold on. The estates and trust courts have carved out different exceptions. So there are like 21 years, at least in my state, is the length of time that you can have these restrictive covenants after a sale, because this exact problem has been like grappled with the courts. Right. Well, we can't have one guy who like has been dead for 500 years who said, you can't build anything on this giant piece of land, which just now happens to like be in the middle of Manhattan or something along these lines. I mean, my principle on this, and I mean, people feel free to disagree with me, but my principle on this is I have no problem with these covenants. But once you die, if the other person breaks the contract, there's nobody with any standing to. There's nobody who's hurt, right? There's nobody to bring any standing. There's nobody who has standing because you broke the contract with who? Well, they're not a person anymore. So a contract requires two people.
Depends on what their will says.
Right. Well, I don't. Well, wills are a whole animal. I don't actually believe in wills because I think contracts require two
for
people.
God's sake.
I don't think the contracts require two people, and we just kind of suspend our disbelief that the person's really there. When you're dead, you're not really a person anymore. So why do we respect contracts between dead people and living people? I don't, which is why I think like that's the one exception I'd put into Doobie's idea.
This is a hill I'll never die on with
Yeah,
Black Toy, because I know what he'll do to me once I die.
There's two
I
things-
know
two
what
things I
he'll
wanna
do to
say.
me once I die.
Two things I
because you
wanna
know what
say.
I do, Wick.
You're like,
All right.
hang on. Two things. Wills are basically what my God, like that's. I mean, why work your whole life if you're not going to give it to your kids? A and B. Prime. I've been waiting all night for this. The blackest night falls from the skies. The darkness grows as all light dies. We crave your hearts and your demise.
That's what you interrupted
By
for?
my black hand, the dead shall rise.
I hate you so much for that. What the fuck?
More than better
The
than
Black
Alex
Lantern
Devil.
Corps fucking oath.
So
God, I hate that I know that.
I actually did want to hear from you though, which is
Yeah, I know.
rare.
Yeah, I know. You unmuted
Scott,
me finally.
yeah, Scott. So I'm curious about that. Do you feel the same way in terms of like was it free association and be able to like a person in the past being able to draw up a contract that everyone has to follow for perpetuity? What are your thoughts there?
So I think that everything transfers to whomever they transferred it to. If they had no will, it transfers to the next of kin, right? So if let's say I'm Joe Schmo, I write a contract on, I build a house, right? And then I build a house, and in one of the title transfer agreements within the contract of this house is you can't sell it to certain people, right? If you do that, then the title transfers back to Joe Schmo, right? But Joe Schmo dies, right? And so, and like 2 or 3 different people have been on this deed, and you're like, well, why should this rule with this dead guy apply to this property that's been transferred to these other people? What I would say is that if Joe Schmo dies, right, then the contract goes to the current property owner, and the current property owner has the right to rewrite that portion of the contract, right? So if Joe Schmo writes a contract says can't sell to black people, right, and then Bob buys it, and then Sarah buys it. Joe Schmo dies, and Sarah wants to sell to black people. Then she can change the contract because Joe Schmo is dead. So I'm with Lactoid on this for the most part. Now, if for whatever reason, like it could be written in the contract, right, that in the event of Joe Schmo's death, the right to title transfer, if you don't follow these rules, goes to Joe Schmo's daughter, Susan. And then Susan has the right to either say, well, I want the property back because you violated the contract that I held that was inherited to me from my father. So you could invariably take the first, if you wanted to via contracts, you could put that in the contract. I don't know why you would want to put that in the contract unless Joe Schmo really fucking wants to keep his neighborhood white. I wouldn't buy that, but I think that you can pass on that portion of the contract rights to title transfer, so long as it's in the contract. But If it's not in the contract, then once Joe Schmo's dead, that portion's up to the
Okay.
prime.
Thanks for that. In terms of the racial confidence, though, you said you weren't in favor of Jim Crow type laws. I'm not sure if specifically racial confidence were included under Jim Crow or that counts as a separate doctrine. But one or the other, like that would be something that would decrease people's ability to freely associate, would it not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it
Okay,
says
so
that
you would
you
be.
like Jim Crow laws that I'm in favor of repealing the Civil Rights Act, but the only thing that I want to repeal from the Civil Rights Act are the laws against discrimination from private property owners. The laws that state that the government and states don't have a right to enforce Jim Crow laws. Keep them because that's restriction on states that may want to use their authority to force disassociation, right? They want to force segregation, and that is equally a violation of someone's rights as forcing association.
Right. The only controversial part is the part where like it forces private citizens to interact with people they don't want to
Mhm.
interact with. Right. Everything
So
else
if
is
there's only
just
one grocery store, if there's only one grocery store in town and it's privately owned and they say no black people can even shop there, what do we do?
Right. Well, you just talked about a market void. So obviously now there's a market for
It's an
black people to
opportunity
be
for
able
another
to,
one.
right. It's an opportunity
Amazon.
for blacks to be able to open a
Oh
grocery store.
goodness.
And then
Yeah,
all
that's
of the other
lookout.
people in the neighborhood, like let's say the grocery store they open isn't blacks only, it's everybody can shop here. Then man, they're probably going to crush that other grocery store
Unless everyone
because
else in
only
this town is
only
racist
the
and
like
doesn't wanna
why do
go
you
into
want to
a
live in a
store.
town where
For all the
everyone is
multi-billion
Yeah.
dollar,
extremely
If
racist?
everyone hates
Racist
you, why are you
dude.
staying
It's
there?
it's never
Hold
happened
on.
before.
Then black people couldn't have moved anywhere, right? Like everywhere was extremely racist. Like it was literally black people would have to go to neighborhoods and integrate them themselves, right? With a whole bunch of white people, they didn't want them to be there. But
You know
still,
what you
they
know what
did
you
it any
sound
which
like right
way.
now?
It was
If I may,
tough
for
work,
just
No, no,
and
no,
it
real
made
quick,
it happen.
real quick.
Like,
Real quick.
oh wow,
No, just give me just
no, it's
30
No,
seconds
no,
here.
Phil, I
Prime,
don't need another Black
trust me,
Lantern
just
skit.
trust me, just trust me. No,
No, listen real quick.
Well,
Phil,
just give me 30 seconds here, man. Dear God.
Phil.
Okay, thank you.
It's never.
All I'm gonna say is, Prime. My grandmother was actually raised about 15 miles from a town called Nicodemus, Kansas. It was 95% black town out in the middle of Kansas, and there was some people that when they did leave the South, they went and started farm towns out in the middle of Kansas and a couple other places. But a lot of folks moved to the northern Rust Belt towns where the factories were, and that was where a big migration. But like, it wasn't that they couldn't go anywhere else because my grandmother was raised 15 miles away from, and some of her best friends growing up were in this town, and so it was about 3,000, 4,000 at its peak.
Haley,
And with
please.
that,
Is your
yield to you,
argument
thank
that like everyone has the option of creating a farming town? Like, is that your option?
well, I mean, I'm saying that was a thing that happened. Like when you're
Yeah,
saying they
some
could only
people
go to
did
certain
some
places,
things, and other
there
people
was
did other
other
things
there was
because they
other
had
places
different
you could go to.
circumstances.
but what we're
Yeah, I
actually
know.
facing here, but
Sure.
let's be completely honest. Let's be completely
Prime.
honest here really quickly and just admit something. What we're actually facing here is that you guys are the ones that can move and try these out because the vast majority of the United States of America is doing it just fine the way we're doing it. So you're welcome to leave and try your way. We'd love it if you could leave and just shut the
So,
fuck up. It would be great.
Prime.
Bye.
Okay.
No, you don't believe in it now?
The
Do you
exact
suddenly not
the
believe in this?
well,
Do you suddenly not believe in this? Just answer me.
so if I own my property, you can't like come make me leave.
No, that's the thing. You guys want to start these communities. You disagree with the United States and its laws. The rest of us are fine with it. The majority are. You think that's wrong. Bye. See ya. I mean,
I
or
was
just
here
get over
first.
it.
You guys leave. Fuck you. I don't want to leave.
Deal with woke. Deal with woke. I guess you're just gonna have to live.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then deal with
I do
us.
love how miserable it makes you guys though, because like the fact that you're becoming
We had the
like
Supreme Court.
everybody's ignoring you, it's fucking fantastic. I
Well,
love it.
you're
Yeah.
ignoring us until we get the Supreme
Can
Court,
you imagine if
and then all of a
Clarence
sudden you
Thomas
get it.
gets
can't.
to
We get
write
it.
the majority opinion for this?
So wait,
Supreme
real
Court?
quick, Prime. I wanted to say before.
How many real quicks are we gonna have?
Yeah, well, I wanted to say, like, to the grocery store. And is this some kind of bullet? Absolutely, right? Like, I'm going to give the exact same answer that I give to the incels, right? If you can't convince somebody to give you what you want, you just don't get it. That's how it works.
Just don't get food. You just
So
die.
I just
Or yeah, in the
Prime Guys-
incel who might kill himself if he doesn't get laid, he just doesn't get
No,
laid.
nice try, dude. Don't try.
It's
Like,
a
don't
perfect,
try me
perfect
with
one
this,
to one.
right? Like,
One to
Yeah,
one.
it's a
like,
one to
that's
one.
why I live in
You
a
guys value
situation
life and food. Like, I would rather have sex once before dying, right? That's more valuable to me.
Oh, and like,
As opposed to
the
dying?
weakness
Come
of
on.
your arguments, we have to sneak that in. Amazing. Wow. Great.
It's economic incelism. That's what this is.
Yeah. Oh, wow. All right. Sure.
Genocide, slavery,
correct.
incelism.
It's just
Well,
like
let's
it's
just go with
amazing
it,
how
right?
you
Like,
Twitch bingo card in here, folks.
I got like
you
5 more. I
how
keep
your
going.
ideology like allows for the deepest like, the deepest of cruelties, right? Like it's
But it's
incredible.
designed
Um,
for Prime.
So does
it's
yours.
designed for
That's how
cruelty
it is.
here, right?
Yes,
and
absolutely.
they call themselves principled afterwards. I mean, yes, I guess you're following this one principle slavishly, right, to the point where people die for it. Sure, whatever. But go ahead, Scott. Get highly upset about something.
No, I just wanted to quote Malcolm X at you. If integration will
course.
get the black man that respect as the human being, all right. If segregation will get him that, all right. If separation will get him that, all right. But after he gets integration and he still doesn't have this dignity, this recognition as a human being, then his problem is not solved. There's 100 of these quotes from Malcolm X that was very
Oh.
in favor of separation, right? So, like, I'm just curious, like, why do you hate Malcolm X so much?
It's like, it's like it's like, well, Martin Luther King is
Why
your
do you think he's
Jesus,
wrong?
right? Why do you hate Black Jesus so much, right? Malcolm X speaks for you all. Malcolm X said a thing, right? Why do you disagree with Malcolm X? I don't know. Yeah, because I don't
Just
have to answer
curious.
the fucking Malcolm
I mean,
X.
you're
It's nice.
right. You're not
It's
coming.
good for you.
Like, you
It's
won't
good for
answer
I
it when
don't
it
say
comes
that
to
you
my
have
mouth.
to answer to other white people,
know.
right? Like, or I'd say you have to answer to Bernie Sanders. But still, no, I recognize you as an individual. So I wouldn't say that, like, Bernie Sanders' words have any indication on what you should believe. What the fuck? What a terrible argument. But if that's the best you got, then I'm glad. No, I'm winning my argument. Thank you so much. All right.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't answer the
Like,
first one.
this idea.
Do you agree with
No.
all? Do you agree with all hobbits coming from the Shire as you do, Scott?
No,
Have you
I'm one
had
of the.
second
I'm
Okay,
not
all
one
right,
of
no.
the Shire folk. I apologize. No, but you brought up. We're talking about this situation with grocery stores, right? And you're saying, well, what if this discrimination is still occurring in this community? And I'm like, well, why do you want to live with a bunch of racists?
I
Right? And I'm
asked you
saying
because it's
you were
historic. But Scott,
sounding.
I asked you. But wait,
No,
wait,
I'm not
I asked
talking to
you
you,
because
Scabby. Why the fuck would I
asked
talk
you
to you?
because it's
You went from
historic.
one cult into another, and you can't follow the
No,
conversation.
I
Like, we
asked
get
you
it.
because it was historic, and we already decided.
In the
and first side
Shire?
lost. No, listen. We decided that you should be able to go into a grocery store even if you're black and somebody doesn't want you there. And we already fixed this part. There's still way more to fix, and we're gonna get it fixed. But
if you
your
could
argument
cast
already
any
fucking
spell,
lost.
what would
That
it
doesn't
be?
make any sense. I like it's
Why
just
do
what
you?
like there's no reason to
Why?
engage
Why?
with that.
Why do you want to be in a racist town, right? Why do you or go to a place that doesn't want you? Because the services that they have there are better. Because access to capital there is greater. That's exactly why you would do that. That's
So
exactly why
you
black
want to
families
stay in
do
a
that
town
all
where
the time.
everyone is
Because
racist
they
against you?
can't
You
say
want to
no.
change that town, and yeah, like and thankfully, right? I think that every black individual, every black family did the hard work for people like me to still be at the neighborhood. The neighborhood that I live in, right, used to be white, but then black people started to move in there, and then there was a lot of trouble. And there were clashes between individuals. But because of that hard work, we're in a better place now. That's exactly why. Because where you were sucked. This is a better place, or at least has more opportunity.
But why do you but see the thing is that don't you think it would be better to change the town if you can actually see who is racist out front as opposed to the racism hiding because the government makes it illegal?
Hold on, I'm not. I mean, I don't understand why we're making.
Don't you want to see the racists for who they are? The people that put up
Yeah, and you
white
can do that
only
while living
signs?
there. Yeah, sure. You can do that, but you have to live there within that community. So yeah, I would want them to not be racially discriminated in terms of housing.
Personally, I
No,
prefer
but you're
it.
not talking
that
about what
they're
I'm
still-
saying.
Scott,
I prefer that they still have to be
hold on
allowed
one
to
second.
let them in.
But Scott, I get what you're saying, right? Like you're saying that like you want to have if someone's going to be racist, right? You want to be explicitly so rather than
100%.
implicitly so, right? Yeah, that's fine, okay, but still, right? Like, I want that explicitly racist person to have to give up their fucking house, right? They're selling their house, right? I'm buying their house. Yeah, you can be explicitly racist. You can call me the N word on your way out the fucking door, but I'm taking the house.
Right, but they're not gonna now. They're just gonna do it from behind. They're gonna find a way to not sell you the house.
Except that we have laws. But what you're saying that they are going to try to break the law, so don't make a law. Okay, well that's an argument. I disagree with that argument, but whatever, right?
I
Like,
mean,
And
let's just
I
say we're talking about a homeowner, right? Let's say we have a racist white person that doesn't want to sell to black people, right? They're vehemently racist, but the law makes it to where they can't sell to you, right? In situation A. And in situation B, I'm sorry, in situation A, the law makes it to where they have to sell to you if you put up like the best offer or whatever. They can't discriminate against you. But in situation B, they're allowed to discriminate against you. In situation A, what they do is they get another person to make an offer on the house that's better than yours. They tell you that your offer was rejected because someone made a better offer. They work with that person for a while, and then that person just dips out. This happens all the time. But in situation B, they go, "I don't do that because you're
hey,
black." And everybody knows that they're racist. They're out in the
yeah,
open.
but
You can
hold
affect
on,
that change.
yeah,
The
okay. Oh, I
outcome
see.
is the same.
I see what you're
Yeah.
saying, right? You're saying that like knowledge of the fact that they're racist is somehow more important than actually getting the goods and services that I need.
No,
They are not.
that's not what
They
I'm
are
saying.
not. Yeah, yeah. I doesn't, but it doesn't matter, right? Like you're saying that some people will find ways to break the law. Okay, well then we have cops, right? We have agencies to find those people and then punish them. So whatever. Like
Ah, so we're
I
gonna
think
it's
use
also better.
the
It's also
I
Prime
will
Kai's, the
absolutely use the
ACAB
power
guy
of the
is going to
state.
use the power of police to try and ferret
Yes,
out the
I
racists
will absolutely use the
that are
power of the state.
breaking
Did
the
you?
you will
law
use my
Are
instead of
you?
actually trying to change
Are
them from being
you?
racist.
Oh wow, yes, I gotta change. Hey guys, right before black people can get literally anything done, right? We should change the hearts and minds of everyone in the country, right? Or at least everyone who's directly within our path, right? Before we can accomplish any economic advancements at all, rather than forcing them to
This is
do so,
Kathy
right?
Newman right now.
Letting us get access so that we can start building lives in our livelihoods, right? We can start building that, advancing ourselves, right? Advancing our families before we have to break. And before we have to convince all these people of all the monetary advantages they get from white supremacy, right? Yeah, give all that up first, right? While we're poor, while we have no access to resources, do all that first, and then you can advance, right? Because then you'll be sure there's no racists hiding around the corner. That's not a massive concern to black people. Yes, people will be racist to us. People will
This
be
is
unfair to us.
this is a straw man of my position. It's a
No,
complete straw man of my position. What I'm saying is very simple, right? Is that when you forcibly integrate people, right? And you force the racists to do business, right? They find ways to circumnavigate that, and this leads to tension. This leads
criminals
to an
equal criminals.
increase in
I
that
know.
hate, right? But when
Criminals equal. I don't care
will
about
you
the increase
stop
in hate.
interrupting me with straw mans,
No, no, I will
please?
not stop interrupting you. Excuse me. Especially coming from you, Scott, who interrupts people constantly.
Well,
No,
no.
I will never stop
If you're
interrupting
going
you.
to
I
interrupt
will
me, make a
interrupt you
good
at
point.
any
Don't straw man
fucking
me.
time that I want. I will never stop interrupting you. Okay? Understand that. You
This is
specifically.
now
But
you're having a
any which
meta
way,
conversation
no,
about
like this.
interrupting and
Yeah,
still creating
that's
a
cute.
straw man
Shut up. Oh,
in the
don't
interrupter.
worry. I don't have to because I'm not interrupting you anymore because I muted you. So once again, once again, that doesn't matter. Like the increase of hate from criminals, who gives a shit? Fuck them, right? Like I will take their. I'm willing to do a lot more. I'm offering a fair price for their house, right? I'm willing to do a lot more than that. But for the purposes of argument, right, we're just talking about operating in society as it is. Yes, absolutely. The point is that we get access to these services because those services are the most important, not changing the particular hearts and mind of a property owner. Who the fuck gives a shit? Not important. That can come later, right? After I've gained economic freedom, then yes, I can go back, right, and change his little mind. I can change his heart, right, from a corroded racist one to a heart of gold. Yeah, anytime. Who
You're
gives a
nicer
shit?
than me, though. You're nicer than me, though, Prime, because I would not do that. I think the best way for this to happen is for them to try to hold out as long as they possibly fucking can. And their neighbors become what they don't want to live with, and they can just sit there and continue to do that, and they can just die of anger and hatred at 120 years old. They're all going to be living so much longer that this is actually a perfect hell for them. Let them hurt. It's perfect. I'm fine with it.
You're a
what-
draw
Raw-
walk.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's a
Drawalk.
draw walk?
Drawalk. Yeah.
Okay.
do you see why like someone might feel as though like I'm not even gonna like touch the argument of like, well, don't you want to know who the real racists are? Because I think it actually does get from the point, which is like fun of like, and again, I think it's interesting how we're talking about like food and housing now when you're like we're talking before about like someone's website, right? So clearly, like it seems like the parts that make people most upset are like not even anywhere close to what this woman is undergoing. Like Colorado
Sure.
trying
no
to
one
force her.
disagrees with it. I don't think no one on
He
this.
didn't
So-
undergo
I'm closer to
anything.
your position on the website
Right.
thing, actually.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's good, right? Because I mean, that's how far we've pushed it. Where it's like we're arguing about a website now. It's
But
like
we're not-
That's
no,
that's
no,
that's
no,
what's
no, no,
happening.
trust me.
He didn't undergo anything.
The argument
Hold
just
on, this
shifted.
brings us to a point that I was wanting to talk about before, but I couldn't squeeze in. But since we're going back to this topic, Lactoid, I just wanted to ask, like, if you're going to make this, because earlier you made like a comparison between like forcing somebody's labor in that regard is the way that you viewed it, and slavery, right?
Yeah.
So does that mean that like the people who own that lunch counter in the 60s, like, are they the new slaves because they have to like serve a black person at the counter? Like, do we take it that far?
Yes.
No.
No. So if it's under Jim Crow, like the government's forcing you to like have to discriminate, that's like I would call them the slaves at that point, right? If you own a business and like you're not allowed to serve black people, like you are being enslaved by like the government and the voter base,
I'm
which is
talking about
mandating.
forcing people to to serve everyone that comes to the counter.
Right.
instead
Yes. Absolutely. Right. And you have to understand here, like, I mean, think about it, right? I perform labor. You are telling me that I have to perform my labor for somebody else when I don't want to. I don't want to give this person my labor. I don't want to do something for this person. Do you understand how like this seems like I and you can like say it's different or whatever, but I'm like letting you know that when I argue with incels, I recycle the same logic, right? I recycle the exact same logic when I argue with incels that when I argue with this very topic, because the exact same logic applies. Why do you think you're entitled to somebody else's X, whatever that may be, just because you happen to exist? Just because you have a need for it. Just because you have a need for it doesn't mean that somebody else has to give it to you.
So all
well, but
pussy
we're
is a woman
talking right. But
selling
the
it?
distinction that was made
So
at
all
the
pussy
time
is a
was
woman
that there
selling
was a
it.
public square,
Wait,
and if you want to participate in the public
Oh,
square,
no. Let Iko go. He's
then
related.
you have to follow certain rules, and one of those rules is that you serve all comers. Now, if you don't want to, you don't have to participate in the public square. Like you can close up shop, right? Nobody's forcing you. Like slavery is forced labor, that you have to actually do the thing. What they're saying is you don't have to do the thing, but if you're going to do the thing, you can't discriminate.
No, that's
Like,
not so. No, so it's more complicated than just like.
Also,
Okay,
slaves
so
didn't get
so
paid.
for
These
yeah,
people are
well,
getting
so for
paid.
example, right? So like,
Yeah.
What we say or
Um,
close your
it-
shop, you don't think
it-
that's a wee bit of
yeah. So that like forcing somebody to like lose their property or forcing them to that level of inconvenience, whether that be bodily harm or whether that be property harm, is absolutely force. One example of this, like if we want to go way back, is like how the Spartans treated the Helots, right? The Helots were absolutely the slaves of the Spartans, and the Spartans would come down every year or every month or whatever it was, and like take all the grain from the Helots. The Helots could leave. They could actually leave the area because the Spartans were not actually constantly patrolling the Helots. They weren't watching the Helots most of the time. They just came back like by every once in a while to grab all their shit and leave again. That's really the relationship was. Just because you can, but the part there that makes it slavery is you have these Helots that are working, they're doing this labor, and they don't want to give it to the Spartans. It's their shit, right? And so every once in a while, they revolted and the Spartans came and like kicked their ass as usual. Like that's what happened. But just because you can undergo the inconvenience of like somebody else like using coercion to force you off your shit doesn't mean that like, oh well, you really had a choice in the matter, because you don't, right? You're actually like being attacked.
That sounds a bit like saying that like being economically destitute is itself coercion to anything that you have to do as a result in order to remedy that destitution.
Because destitution is merely a state of not having something. It's not somebody else doing something to you, right? Like me not having your labor is not like it's not like aggression in the same way of like me punching you in the face, because one is me actually like hurting you, and the other one is me withholding something I absolutely have a right to withhold, whether that be my labor, whether that be sex, right? This is why I'm saying the incel argument, the incels are like, well, the women are actually aggressing upon us by not giving us poon. Well, sorry, buddy. Like, you don't have a right to somebody else's poon just because you need it.
So does this mean
hold on there, Lacto. Let's not
Clip
get
it. I like that.
The
Really
positive
quickly, I
rights of
was trying to
poon.
address that earlier. Can I just address that really quickly?
Go ahead, Stabby.
Lactoid, I really, 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 really need to know why the hell you are comparing a business where a service is offered to women having consensual sex for fun. Are you trying to imply that all sex is women selling it, or
No, because so both could be commercial, right? Like, look at this. This is my question for you. A prostitution, like a brothel, should a brothel be allowed to discriminate based on race, or is that like horrible?
you're allowed to refuse the right to service to anyone, but you're not allowed to discriminate on the basis of race? No, my point remains. Why are you comparing women having sex consensually and dating to a service being offered that somebody can buy?
So, because the service doesn't have to be like whether or not you buy it or not, it's merely giving a service. I would say that people should also be able to discriminate based on a voluntary service or a charitable service that they give. But if we want to make them both commercial, where we're talking about like giving somebody food, or like any other service, like let's say a massage, right? You can't discriminate based on massage. Let's go to the brothel example. Is anybody here willing to tell a prostitute, no, sorry, you have to sleep with that black man, because if you don't, ultimately you're violating the Civil Rights Act. You're not giving this black man equal opportunity to engage in like the market or whatever. You're part of the public square, right? You're part of the public square. You have to fuck anybody who comes in, but you can't discriminate based on race. Are you guys willing to bite that bullet?
I was just
Sure,
waiting
that's
for
what
you to go ahead.
LBJ was thinking when he signed it.
Yeah, absolutely. Any woman can say no. A woman can say no to anybody she wants to for prostitution. She can
And
just be
I'm
like, I
saying
don't fit in,
anybody should be
whatever.
able to say no for any
I'm just-
reason.
Now,
I'm
really
just
quickly.
asking for that right.
Really quickly. You once again pulled it to prostitution. You were talking about dating and incels, and you are insisting that vagina and sex is some commodity. And it's really fucking fucked.
It can be.
Of course it's
No,
a commodity.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Penis is a commodity. Of course you can buy and sell it. It is a commodity. Let's not kid ourselves here. There's an entire market about
Penis
this.
is literally a
We've had
commodity.
we've had sex workers quote unquote on these panels all the fucking time, arguing there should be a legal commodity in the United States. Like, what do you mean?
Of course it's a
But
commodity.
if they want to sell sex, they can.
As a commodity.
And what we're saying,
Maybe you want to smile at
is
grade
that
curve or
your
what's
ideology or
something along
your positions will lead to them being forced to have sex with people they don't want to, because they've turned their body, their vagina, into a commodity that they're using in a business.
Yes. Why is like everybody like so uncomfortable with like a woman having to like not discriminate when it comes to like that labor, but all of a sudden with every other labor, well,
no one is saying like, look, we're all with you on the website, right? Expression thing. We're all with you on that, I believe, right? At least
just don't act like I'm crazy for like wanting people to own their own labor.
We've already established, and part of the argument today has been certain certain services and things are at different levels than others. So like healthcare, water, food are not the same as things like websites, sex, and other commodities that might be out there, right? We could agree on that.
No. So ultimately, going back to like the subjective. No, because going back to that like subjective value conversation we had before, ultimately, like what we value is going to be like an independent like determination. So like for example, like I would rather, and I mean this sincerely, and I think most people would agree, I would rather like live in a tent, like if I was like banging 18 hotties every day, as opposed to like living in like an apartment if I wasn't getting laid at all. But like for some reason, people think one is like a human right and one's not, even though I would prefer one or the other. It doesn't make any sense at all.
I mean, to go back to your like earlier conversation, right? Like at the start, before the panel started, about the blowjob thing.
Yeah, it's overrated.
Waste of time, or whatever. No, okay, you're an idiot. If my girlfriend was withholding blowjobs, I'd absolutely feel like she was aggressive upon me. So I think that there is something to be said about restricting your labor or whatever the fuck. Like it can be violence in some way.
So
you are not owed your girlfriend's blowjobs.
I absolutely am. What are you talking about?
So here's the thing. So in order to say that something is right or wrong, right? In order to create a moral principle, it has to be universalizable, right? It has to be true in all instances. This is the entire point of thought experiments that take things to the absolute limits, is to test whether or not it's actually true that something is morally wrong or morally unjustifiable or good or evil, right? the problem that Lactoid and I are like butting up against is we're pointing out that your principles, your ethics are not universalizable. You say that, oh well, these things are wrong, but then we have this subjective evaluation of negative of positive rights where, well, it's okay in this instance, but not in this instance. And
So do you
so the argument that so the argument then becomes, well, see, we're adding modifiers to it because certain things, right, are commodities that you must have a right to. We're like food or like medicine and things like that. And we're attempting to get you to justify that. And what the problem is that you're attempting to justify it, but the problem is that it goes back to the other things that you applied, which is that humans have a right to their labor or that they have bodily autonomy. So
I'm
what
thrilled you
we're
guys are
trying to do is get
communists
you to
now. I'm
see is the
thrilled that you
logical
guys have become.
contradiction.
I'm absolutely thrilled that you're communists now. Welcome to the fold.
It's the
And
opposite.
I want to absolutely ensure that this woman, Lactoid was even nodding when I was saying it earlier when we started this and we were opening. This woman has a right to not have to do this website for people because it goes against her religious beliefs. As long as it's not somebody who is providing an actual permit to be married, I don't have a problem with this. Yes, of course it feels icky. Yeah, it is absolutely not consistent. Okay. Hey, when you guys are enough of a minority, we'll force you or wipe you out. I don't give a shit which. So, but until then,
Whoa! What was that? What'd you just say?
Right?
I said we'll
I
force
think
you
it's
or wipe
actually
She
TOS.
took-
That
she took-
that is like
she
cool,
took
like
that
actual
actually, like,
kulak, not
vandal
like
offense.
This is
Nah,
that's
I
what
just
exists
about. I don't know
beneath
what
all
this
the
is.
woke liberal lefty bullshit. Okay, it's literally,
Yeah.
hey, we're
No,
gonna,
no, no, no.
if there were less of you, we'd kill you.
Is it pretty much?
Wipe you out from the Discord.
It's
She meant.
Oh,
No,
from the
no, no, wait, no, no,
Discord.
no, no, no. And
Oh,
here's how
yeah.
we'll do it. Here's how we'll do it. We're
No,
just
I
gonna
don't want to go
do-
down this. I'm gonna mute everything because
No,
I don't want
we're
to be.
just gonna
Right?
do what
I'm on a
Lactoids,
fucking
Scott,
list.
and
Like,
Phoebe.
Sabby, real quick. I'm
We're
on
gonna
a list.
take their
of people who are
food and we're gonna
targeting
hoard
me
it and
and
they're gonna
me.
die.
I don't need this as ammo.
Hold
Right?
on. We're going to take what Lactoid and Scott and Doobie all said about all of their little planned communities to make sure there was nowhere to live, no food, no hospital accommodations for certain aesthetics, and we're just going to apply it
I
to
just
you.
muted it on my
You
end.
just now said it.
All right, so I'm glad that you totally ignored the entire discussion to say
that's
that
exactly
you
what you
are
said,
that
Scott.
you're waiting. You can't wait to have the power to make the trains run on time.
No, that's
But
exactly
setting
what
that
you said, Scott. Exactly
setting
what you said.
aside, shh, I get it. You're a fascist. Set that aside for a second, right? Um, again, the point is that is a moral or an ethic universalizable? If it's not, then you're not
It's a
logically
negotiation.
consistent.
It's a negotiation. I already said that, and you agreed
No,
with
this
me
is
on
the
that.
dilemma.
What if there's
It's
no hookers
illogical.
in the town
Okay,
that will
so
sleep
here's
with
what
the?
so
denying
here's what it's going to boil down to. Scott, here's what it's going to boil down to. Who has the right to force others to live the way they choose? The Christian forcing everyone to be a Christian and behave that way, or the gay people forcing all of the Christians to live their way? No, we
Neither.
have to negotiate in the center.
Neither.
Exactly. So
No,
if we have
that's
to
not what you're
negotiate,
advocating. You're advocating
already
forcing people to live a certain way.
no, because I said she doesn't have to make the website, but you also cannot deny a permit to be married. That's pretty fucking
Yeah,
clear.
that's a
We're all
false
we're all
dichotomy.
yeah we're all on board with
Of the
that.
state.
We're all on board
Is-
with like
is Scott
you
aboard
have to
that?
give
Is Scott who's ignoring it. Scott, are you on board with that?
What the fuck
no,
are you
Scott-
talking
no,
about?
Scott's
I
on board with it.
literally told
No,
No, I
no,
literally
for
told you
website.
before. I've already defeated this argument, but again, you're not paying attention, right? It's a false dichotomy because in one instance, you're
It's
talking
not.
about a private citizen choosing not to do business with
accept it.
another private citizen, and the second one is a person working for the state.
It's too deep. You
Right.
gotta just
I've
say
already,
just
I've
say
already
it.
accepted this. I
Okay,
just showed you
beautiful.
why it's a
So
false
that's the
dichotomy.
negotiation because then nobody
That's
is
not a
trampling on
negotiation.
anybody else. Yes, it is.
No, that's not
Yes.
because it doesn't
Because you
apply to the other
enforce
things you've
your
already argued
beliefs.
in favor of.
You cannot enforce your stupid fucking schizo beliefs on other people through the law. You just
Okay.
can't.
Wait, but you're advocating for
You're the one doing that.
No, I'm not.
You're the
Because
one
not in a
advocating and
specific
using
example.
the law to enforce.
We're just saying not
people's
enforce the
beliefs.
law. That's
you
all
can't
we're
turn a
doing.
person away from a hospital for being black. You cannot starve a person for being
Well,
black.
this could be your irrational schizo belief that you're forcing on other people. This is the point that's being
Yes.
made.
So this is the federal government forcing you to live this way.
But you
So if the
agree
federal
with it.
government does
You
it,
agree
it's
with enforcing
okay?
with
What the fuck
forcing
are you
your
talking
beliefs on
about?
other people. Just admit that. It's okay.
becoming the huge minority. It's great. I love it.
Okay.
Okay.
That's wonderful.
All right. So
I mean, what?
we're gonna have to
When
move on.
there are very little of us and you
What
can
are
just
you?
murder us, I'm sure you'd be very happy.
Okay.
I get you're a
let's
fascist and
move
you're
on.
I
happy
think
about it, but
you'll
your
all
argument's
be super
stupid.
obedient because you're so afraid of all of the things coming for you, and it's nothing that's even hurting you. I think it's hilarious. It's great. You'll all be very obedient. Good little
Okay.
boys.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Like
Genocide,
Napoleon said, when
slavery.
your mommy's not making a mistake, don't
We're
interrupt her
going through
apart.
everything.
Real quick,
The
real
Fed
quick,
can
real quick.
force this.
Mommy dom energy doesn't really work if you're retarded.
No. It's Uncle Sam. That is not a mommy. That is like that
Okay,
old
but we're not
man.
talking to Uncle
Scott.
Sam.
Over
We're
your
talking to you,
He's going to
one of the
Over your head.
people behind Uncle Sam, puppeting Uncle Sam, and say, "Hey, Uncle
No.
Sam, do this. I agree with you doing this, Uncle Sam." We're saying, "Hey, Stabby, don't agree with Uncle Sam doing this.
Welcome
Tell
to the
Uncle
fun
Sam not to do this." Right? So you agree with Uncle Sam doing this. This is why we're talking to you about it.
Yeah, I do agree with him.
Okay, then stop diverting to hey, it's
Welcome
the
to the
law, or it's this is just how the
No.
government operates, or it's Uncle
I
Sam.
think
It's
that the
you.
Fed
It's
I
your
think that
belief
the Fed
system
stop.
that you are
I think the
forcing
Fed
upon other people that you're okay with the government killing people for disagreeing with.
Doobie, I think the Fed should absolutely be able to protect the woman who does not want to make the website. I also think the Fed has every right to protect the lesbian couple who wants to get married.
Nobody
And this
disagrees
is
with
a way
this.
to do
And the
that.
Nobody
restaurant
disagrees with
owner,
this.
and the restaurant owner who
And you
doesn't want to
all obey the
serve.
Fed.
All right.
We're
Great.
disagreeing
Can
on
we
other.
don't
Oh,
we
God.
don't we
When the
don't
Fed doesn't do
disagree
that, overthrow
with
it.
everything? Okay. All right. Okay. Let's just. I think
Better
we
stop
got
it
it.
before she gets you
We've
kicked
done
off
it.
of Twitch.
We've done it. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Thanks all so much for everything. Let's guys, if you've been enjoying this content, hit that follow button. If you've just found this. All right. This was a lot. But hit that follow button any which way, all right? Give us a pity follow instead. Especially social chat. For our social media, we got a lot of it, right? We're on Twitter, Discord, TikTok, and YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe. Helps us out a ton. Also, consider subscribing to this channel. That costs money, just $5. But it supports us a ton. You get our email to get ad-free viewing, and you'll be putting me through the torture of talking to these guys for another fucking week. And so I'm sure one of you guys will like that. So, yeah, support this channel. Usually Amazon Prime just Prime Gaming in this community to help us out. We do need your help. Without that, this all goes away. We cannot sustain without your assistance. So, consider helping out the channel. All right, I'm going to give an outro to all these great individuals, but we are not done. The content does not end. We have more content for you. We are going into open walk-on panel. And maybe a few of these superstars here will join us. All right. We'll start with one of those superstars. Hey, Zonia dead. Well, Zonia's a superstar. Sorry. Zonia dead. Thank you for the 20-month resub. Resubs help too. Thank you, Zonia, for sticking with the channel for so long. If we get 2 more individual people, we can start ourselves a hype train. Consider doing that. We do need the assistance to keep this channel up and running. Sub to the channel, get bits or gift subs. Okay, so we'll start with our friend Desperado Sensei. Thank you for giving a sub to the channel. Hey, to CMA Gruder, who's always around here. Thank you so much. For that, if we get one more person who supports the channel, who subs, gift bits, or gives subs, we can start ourselves that hype train. OX or XFix has done that. Thank you for that kind resub. 9 months stream, baby, delivered. Sub to Prime to save us all from Capistan. Okay. Thank you. I'm actually just delivering more of ANCAP to you all. ANCAP delivery mechanism. But CMA Good, thank you for giving me a sub, for paying for this sub. Okay.
You drawback.
We're gonna do the thing
Nah,
now.
I don't do that shit on my channel.
We're going to give an outro. But we're at level 1 hype train. Let's get to level 2 hype train if we can. Sub channel, get bits of gift subs. Lactoid, there you are. Right, a superstar. All right, Lactoid, thank you for coming through. I always liked I always like having you here, even when you are defending racial competence. Defending lacking people that look like me out of neighborhoods. I appreciate you and
Or
all
denying you medical care.
Now,
yeah,
Prime,
or
I would never do something so horrible. I assure you, I never would.
you would defend a person in court if they didn't, though, right?
It depends how much
The
they're
laws
paying me.
Fabian's
I'm just
Fabian's fans should have to pay you like if they can pay you $10 overall, you have to apologize to Fabian for muting him.
Indeed. All right.
That's
Well,
what you
all
should
right.
say.
So
You'll get $10 fast.
yeah, no, so thank you, Prime, and thank you to everybody who spoke with me. A very entertaining panel. I'm glad we got to talk about something that's super up my alley and super interesting, and something that I happen to hold very strong political positions about. I am Lactoid. I am the anti-incel. If I never get poon, it is my fault, and I will work to try to be better. If you like what I had to say, you can find me on Anti-Communism United on Discord, Twitch, and YouTube, or you can find me on Anti-Com United on Twitter. I'm working. I'm pretty active on everything, so check me out.
okay. Thank you so much.
But I won't force you to if you don't. I'm not gonna. Okay.
Thanks so much, friend. I mean, if I can still, I mean, if I can never, like, I'm a friend, but I can't, like, go to your, like, your neighborhood, right? You know, okay, thanks so much. We're at level 1, hype train, 73% done. Help us reach level 2, hype train. We're almost there. Sub to channel, give bits to give subs. How we power this. Or resubs count as well. And 2 minutes up from the clock. Scott, thank you. This was not one of our chill weeks, but still, I'm happy to have you here as always.
Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me pretty much everywhere. Fabian Liberty, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, obviously. Yeah, I had fun. A bit of a shit show, but sometimes you have those nights. I just want to let you guys know that despite my fervent arguing in favor of freedom of association for the racial covenant communities, I would love more Black followers, especially Black women. Follow as much as you want, be engaged in chat. I would love to talk to you all night long. But yeah, so I will be debating Jangle's Science Lab on Modern Day Debates tomorrow at 8. Come check that out. That little tiff happened here late night on Prime Guys, so you never know what you're gonna get. So definitely watch, and do not donate money to Prime Kai's in the interest of me not being muted. Donate because you like the content, but don't do that because I actually love it when I get muted. Because it only happens when Prime Kai's is running away like a scared bitch. It never happens because like I'm actually being egregious.
Friend, you are appreciated. Condescension aside, we're always appreciated. Thank you for always coming back.
I love you
All right.
too.
Love you too. All right. This is how we show our love to each other. Thank you for the people who are donating. We're at level 2 hype train now. 5% done. 95% left. Can we get to level 3 hype train? Sub to channel, give bits or give subs. Usually Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming here on the community. Helps us out a ton. Or resub. All that stuff moves along the meter as well. All right. We'll go to our friend Corey Campbell. Corey, you weren't as bombastic as usual. And I had a topic that was up your alley, the biology, the toads. I was like,
Yeah.
this is for Corey.
Well, I apologize. I can, it's not surprising that I let people down. That's just my thing. But I can only speak for myself. Like I found this panel entertaining, but I will fully concede I probably was not the source of the entertainment. I was totally, as usual, sitting back and being a voyeur, typical, Corey behavior. But I still am, as always, grateful and appreciative to be on here with these familiar and fine faces. And yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, and on Twitter, Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, as usual, Doobie, Phil, KOE, iCow, and Wick, and Stabby, and Scott, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure to be here, and love you, Prime, as always. Can't wait to be back.
Thank you. And you always will be back. If I can keep having you, I enjoy having you around, even when you're just sitting there looking pretty. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
It's the best I can do. I promise you.
Level 2 hype train, 18% done. Can we get to a level 3 hype train? 2.5 minutes on the clock. well, we're running the boat is trying to help us out by gifting or subscribing for another month. Thank you so much. 30% done. 70% left. Can we get to a level 3 hype train substitute channel? Get bits or give subs. We're moving along, right? But 2.5 minutes on the clock. Let's start with let's go Stabby. Stabby, thank you so much for coming through, right? Like however appreciative I am of you being here. Scott like outshines me. Okay, Scott the whole time was DMing me, thanking me for my kindness, for the pleasure, right? And I'm like, dude, you don't have to do that. Like, we're homies. We're homies. I got you. All right. So Stabby, thank you for making his dreams come true. Do you have anything else you want to add?
Yeah, sure. Definitely subscribe to Prime. At least follow if you can't subscribe right now. Just so you know, you guys can find me on something on a Discord called the Fifth Estate. There are the 4 estates, of course, that we talk about post Enlightenment. We are the Fifth Estate. We're trying a little experiment on a Discord server. We have a lot of people from a very large debate server called Nameless Debates 2. And we want to kind of experiment with you have the right to be offended. And you also have the right to be offended to the point where people can't sit there and just make fun of you that you've lost because you happen to be offended. If somebody says something offensive, by all means, like use that free speech and let's hand it right back. So we're kind of playing with this a little bit. And you are welcome to come yell at me. I absolutely adore sexist jokes. I get people very angry and I love turning sexist jokes around just for the fun of it. So go ahead and come over to the Fifth Estate. I included the link in Prime Case thing. Please go see his Discord as well. Get your butts over there. Prime has to sit through all of this bullshit and deal with all of us for you guys. So definitely give him a subscribe if you can. Thank you
Thank you
guys.
so much. And subscribe now because less than 30 seconds left in the hype train. Help save the hype train. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. This is how we do all this. We literally can't do it without your assistance. Support this community, or we can't do all of this. And this is a lot of fun, including our friend Wick. Wick's a lot of fun.
True.
Especially when he's in this like Sith Lord outfit there, right?
True.
Like, thanks for
Speaking of
coming by and being
no,
part
thank
of
you for having me. Thank you for having me. It's been too long, and I need to take less vacations and get sick less often. I will say this, right? We talk about misogyny all the time. We make misogynistic jokes, but we rarely get a chance to practice it. But tomorrow on my stream at 6 p.m. Eastern, we will be putting misogyny into practice. We will be doing praxis, gang, and we will be putting a woman back in her place in the kitchen. Stabby is going to cook for us live on stream as we take call-ins. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, they talk a big game about how misogynist they are, but how many of them are putting a woman back in their place? None of them. These people talk a big game, but Wick gets it done. So that's what we're going to do. Then Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have Chud Logic. We're going to have Doobie. We're going to have Lactoid. And they're going to be fighting the good fight. Something I actually will be on their side for, right? Against the soy boy army, F bombs for you, Portland is burning, and KF Logan. And we're going to be talking about whether or not Yi is normalizing fascism in America. It's going to be a
Yay.
great time, 6 p.m. Eastern Thursday. And gang, it's not done. It's not done. Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern, we're having Not So Erudite on my channel. And she is going to be arguing with the world about therapy, its effects, and just how much is mental illness responsible for a person's actions, right? Or a person's belief structures. Do paranoid schizophrenics get a pass for bigotry? And how much should we use that to mitigate any bigoted statements they may say? We're going to be talking about it's going to be fun. We're going to have her facing Smugbug, Corantos, and other big names. So it's going to be great. Tune in my channel, 6 p.m. Eastern, twitch.tv. That's a certainty. Be there, be square, or I don't know. But thank you. I love you all. Bye.
How is it not a gem, right? Doing the good work, right? So thank you, my man Wick. We'll go to Wick's future, Aiko. Aiko, thank you for.
By the way, it took me 20 years to figure out that the way you pronounce it is Areopagitica, by the way, Fabian. Oh yeah, and so I also just wanted to thank Prime for being a Drawwalk, another hard to pronounce name. That's always appreciated.
I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
That's when Scott had coward up, but it appears
Oh,
backwards.
okay. Fair enough. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Being the bravest man in the world, obviously. Let's go to KOE.
Oh,
Phil
and thank
KOE.
you very much for the dramatic presentation, Phil.
Yeah. Yeah.
No problem.
Phil-
No problem.
Phil KOE, close to my heart. KOE, thank you for coming through. Of your own special brand of human, honestly. So KOE, take it away.
Well, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us this evening for the Prime Kai's stream, folks, for this amazing reverie. I hope, folks, every last one of you, if you are not subscribed, if you are not followed, I hope you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless every last one of you. Raise a glass to yourselves for being a part of this amazing community, folks. I can't wait to see you back here. We will all be back here. Folks, I am Phil KOE, the King of Extreme. You can find me, of course, at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. I hope to find you there, and I hope to find you there as well. Happy, healthy, not much the wiser. But Prime, thank you for bringing me on this evening. Thank you for having all of us. Thank you for hosting this. Folks, every last one of you, please subscribe, follow, make yourself a small part of this story, the Prime Kai story. All of you are part of it. Let's make it keep on going. And with that, Prime, thank you. God bless you. And I yield.
Thanks so much.
Get him in the
Um,
kitchen. Fuck.
You're
I
next,
made,
KOE.
I made a mistake though, right? Because DB's next, so literally the opposite of this energy.
Oh, yeah.
DB.
Oh, wait,
our
before
Dark
you do,
Lord-
just let me ask quick. Lactoid, can you stick around for a minute after panel?
Absolutely.
our Dark Lord and Savior, DB. Thank you also. God, for promoting racial covenants. It's amazing. Thank you for being here, right? Not for any opinion you may have espoused, but for always being a part of the community.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay, !Doobie in chat if you want to go hit him up at his Discord server, right? Biggest politics Discord server there is, and most bombastic. All right, so check them out, but be prepared. All right, so we will continue on to our open walk-on panel right for this. Anyone here is welcome to join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for bringing your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. I really appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one.
Oh, it was a pleasure.
Goodbye.
Peace. Nice. Nice. Well, that was fun.
Always
Yeah,
That was a
fun.
lot of fun. That was.
Oh, Lord Almighty.
Fuck you, Corey.
If anybody's ever mad at Doobie,
Not-
you
not
have
for
to
anything
remind
in particular.
everybody of
That's
this
fine. I
panel.
don't take it personally.
Yep.
No, you
Oh.
should
Talk
actually.
about a few frogs.
Oh, Lactoid. I am making a run for president in 2024, and you are in my short list for potential attorney general.
Perfect. This is what I do, right? Kind of set
Now-
myself up for the good. Yeah.
I am a bipartisan administration. Iko is my head of the EPA. So,
Which I
like,
don't think Lactoid would appreciate, but
I'd handle it. I would be able. If I could be attorney general, oh boy.
All for the same. All
he
if I
could be
get that
undoing
power, it's
every
okay.
regulation I put in place.
Oh, I
Like
could do
Nate
so
Dallin.
much.
Nate Dallin
Oh,
is my
God, this
first
is
pick
ominous.
for Supreme Court because he's like, I don't want to be on the Supreme Court. Well, that's why you have to be now. Like, that's going to be the funniest confirmation ever. Why are you asking me these questions? Please stop. I don't want the job. But no, Mitch McConnell still gets him through. But no, so we've got quite an administration. So one of these days we're going to have a cabinet meeting. But yeah, you're on my short list for potential attorney generals. I'm just letting you know. You got moxie, kid. You got moxie.
I'll be the best one. I promise you.
Gang, I
I
love you.
I won't let you down.
I love you all, but I'm gonna peace out.
Take
Bye,
care,
Wick.
Wick. Be well.
Bye.
Yeah, I gotta
so-
find a cabinet position for Wick. I don't know which one he would thrive in.
Lactoid, I have a question for you.
Director of the
As do I.
FCC. That's what I wanted to.
Oh, that makes sense. So I sent you that post, that Truth Social post a couple days ago? Trump's post about
Oh yeah.
I'm just curious, like from a legal point of view, like from a lawyer's perspective. I haven't talked to a lawyer about this yet. Like, what's your opinion of that?
Okay, so I mean, it's not good. It's not Here's a better way.
Less than good.
It's not
Less
ideal.
than good.
It's not ideal. Okay, maybe that's the better way to phrase it. Yeah, I mean, he
Terminating all sections of the Constitution. Yeah.
Yeah,
Less than
yeah.
ideal.
I wouldn't back that. I think it's
You back everything else though?
no. I think it'd be impossible to describe that as constitutional for the very fact that the whole point is to say, well, you don't have to follow the Constitution, which is by definition unconstitutional. So no, I can't defend that as legal from what he wants to do. I don't think he's again. Do I think? I think his what he's saying is not gonna happen. I think that he's kind of ranting a little bit. I think he's angry.
What? Never.
But no, I don't. Obviously, what he's advocating for is not constitutional. There is no basis in the law to suspend the Constitution if Twitter colludes with your political opponents. That's not.
Yeah, terminating all sections of the Constitution is not constitutional. That's not a hot take. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is just the first. I think this is the first time Trump's ever said anything that I can't get anybody I know on the right to defend.
Yeah, I saw the statement. I won't defend that. Because
I don't think you're deep enough into like the right wing to find the appropriate people.
Well, I think it's again part of this kind of a little bit of a spiral that I think he's kind of coming to butting heads a little bit with DeSantis on this, which is, listen, to right wingers and to libertarians alike, the Constitution is it matters, right? Some people, it's from God. This is a critical document.
Yeah.
And a lot of people.
Yeah.
Too many people.
Well, I really like the Constitution, and I don't like the idea of just there's no way to spin it, right? How do you spin? We should not follow the Constitution. That's quite literally what I don't want.
I think either you or Tiberius would be perfect for this, where we just do this live on air. Where it's so Phil, just read me the quote. So what do you think about that? And I go,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, when I remember posting it.
Yeah. Log off.
I remember posting that to Lactoid, and then his response was, and then I kept waiting for the next thing, and it never came.
That's all I got. That's all I got.
There's a quote that I have that whenever a Republican does something not and Chicken and Tony always know, it's okay, it's well, that's less than good.
Here's the thing, though. Yeah. Here's the thing, though. As anti-constitutional as that statement is, I'm not gonna say tweet, but essentially it's a fucking Twitter fucking clone. As unconstitutional as that is, and as unconstitutional probably as some of his innermost beliefs are, thankfully he selects his Supreme Court justices right off the top of the Federalist Society list, and they are very much constitutional. They're constitutional lawyers and judges. And they've so far made incredible constitutionally minded justices.
Listen, I've been saying this for more than 2 years now. He because he outsourced that list, that was kind of a protection against at least a certain kind of corruption, because we know they're going to be conservative. We know what kind of rulings that they're going to come down with, right? But none of them are personally loyal to Trump. And I was saying that from the beginning. Every time another lawsuit would come down after the 2020 election, everyone in the legal system that I knew was saying, yeah, the Supreme Court's not going to touch this. They're not going to touch this. And it was one case after another, after another, after another. And it was because this is one of the benefits of lifetime appointments. They don't owe anything to Trump or to any political party or to anyone for the rest of their lives, because now that they're in that job for life. Yeah. And that's one of the advantages. They're not beholden to him. Now, they might have a certain philosophical bent, which is why the Federalist Society chose them. And I would certainly I have problems with the fact that as Supreme Court justices, they're still speaking before the Federalist Society, and they're leaking their opinions to allies and things like that. But those are whole separate issues. The fact is, they're not loyal to the person who appointed them, and that's not a small thing. It's
not. And I can tell you, as I held a leadership position in the Federalist Society actually during law school, and even
the accolades piling up.
Yeah,
the Dare Medal, Federalist
the
Society.
Dare Medal, the Federal, and leadership position. I was very proud of it. And all the people in the national level, some of the most principled people ever, right? And they were never hesitant to criticize Trump. They were very much like originalist, like thinkers. And I mean, I think Gorsuch, you see that with Gorsuch, right? I mean, I think he's a very good justice. I think he's been, and he's ruled against like a lot of what Trump has wanted, but he has been very consistent, and I give him a lot of credit.
He's ruled against the conservatives on the court as well. Like,
oh yeah,
most of the conservatives, other conservatives on the court don't agree with him when it comes
notice
to
the
Indian
liberals on the
American
court
rights.
never cross over, though. It's kind of funny. They almost never cross over.
Well, they have. One of those cases
One
was
of
the
them
one that
one
I gave
time.
Lactoid.
Kilo, Sandra Day O'Connor, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there were several. It was
okay.
It
We got to
all...
go back a couple decades, man. it hasn't happened lately.
Lactoid, I get the distinct feeling, and I don't know why I'm on this. That they like it doesn't matter to the Supreme Court at all if they continue to take losses like I think we can all kind of point to the overturning of Roe v. Wade that got so many voters out so quickly. I get the feeling that they don't care about that. They'll take another loss in 2 years just to make sure that they're defining what the constitutionality is of the document. Is that a correct take because that's the feeling I'm starting to get from this.
Yeah, I actually think the Dobbs decision was poorly timed from like a political point of view. But originalism
point of putting these people on the court if they're not going to push through conservative prerogatives.
Well, so no, there's a dual interest. So here's I think where the disconnect is, because like originalism is not necessarily aligned with conservatism 100% of the time. Now, in terms of the legal framework, it's absolutely like it's one of the only competing like major legal frameworks because of how much sense it makes, how consistent it is, like on principle, and it's a very principled system. And it tends to be the case that conservatives like to appoint originalist justices because more often than not, like there's like a happy alignment where like, yeah, like what they decide is what the conservatives want. So like most of the time we want them anyway, so let's just pick them. But like true originalists are not partisans. Like in the times, which it's happened with Gorsuch, it's happened with Kavanaugh, it's happened with like it's happened multiple times where the originalist aim, like the answer to the legal question, when it does not align with the conservative desire, they just, or like in terms of like the election, right, the political desire, it doesn't matter, right? It's not important to them. What's important to them is coming to the right legal answer. And that's why I have so much respect for them, because they do seem like actually interested in deciding what they feel is right and not just being like partisan hacks. And I mean, we don't want partisan hacks on the Supreme Court. That's really what we don't want.
Right. It's
Although
like
I would
it doesn't
say
matter if it's going to be conservative legislation or left-wing legislation. Like they went with the progressive take for anti-discrimination laws, but it's only the progressive take from the 1970s to now. It's actually the original Republican take as well from the 1870s and forward. So with the anti-discrimination for employment law, the entire Supreme Court sided with the same exact thing, and they're following a precedent that used to be Republican, but it's just been an American precedent since the 1870s. And it's only been a democratic principle recently since the women's rights movements in the 1970s.
So the Civil Rights Act of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was very controversial. The part that was controversial really was mandating private companies and private individuals provide service. Like that was the controversial part, and that was what was challenged legally several times over after that.
Yeah, I mean this recent anti-discrimination one. They were resting on, they seemed to rest on the precedent of almost like a right to work approach almost. But also like that they can't be discriminated against. And they were citing not just like the women's movements and their right to work, but they also cited as early as Reconstruction, they were citing some precedent from there as well. And it seems like they'll stick to that. Even if it's like a full Democratic win and there's angry conservatives about that, they don't care because this is the precedent of the law, is just basically what I was gathering.
Yeah, you're talking about this, the discrimination case currently happening?
No,
okay,
I'm talking about the recent.
Which one are you talking about?
It was just recently. Hold on.
Hey, Phil, while she's looking that up, am I getting the sense that you're starting to get a little more comfortable with DeSantis and a little less with Trump now?
Well, other than the fact that I am, of course, running for president.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Of course.
As your second
put that aside.
Pretend
put
it's
that
ranked
aside.
choice voting.
Phil
number one.
My second ranked choice.
You and Ye,
Okay.
running for president.
Oh God, no! Like it was like Kanye is a perfect example of what my grandpa said about you can take a lifetime to build a good reputation. You can destroy it all in a moment. And
Yeah, it's not
I-
necessarily. There's no reason to think right now that it's destroyed. Like he might have been gone from social media, but
he's never going to be what he was.
I
Let's
guarantee you
put
he
it
still
that
has
way.
a large following
But
that
can
cannot
Trump
be ignored.
destroy his in a moment?
But
Or
no,
does
like
it take
what
longer
I'm
for him?
saying
I
is,
vote
I told this
DeSantis.
to Tiberius the other night. My plan is, sparing my own ascension to the office, of course, is to support whoever the Republican nominee ultimately is. But if there's no fuckery at the convention, I will support the Republican nominee.
So you're staying out of it as far as primaries are concerned.
Oh, in the primary, I will still support Trump, I believe.
Oh wow! Even
Like,
after
let's see-
this, even after this.
Let's see how far it gets.
Okay, all right. Well,
Like some folks said there's been some shit in the last few days. I'll get into that in the next few days because I've had some personal shit I've been dealing with. But
wait,
yeah,
shit that's worse than repealing the entire Constitution?
I heard about that. What did he say there exactly?
Oh, you didn't see that? Oh,
I
that's what
heard it
thought
was
you meant.
bad.
That's what we've been talking about. Yeah. Let me send it to you.
Like I heard
Hang
it
on.
was bad.
All
so I
over
figured
social
that-
truth or truth
Yeah,
social,
it was.
whatever.
Yeah, it was one of it. Yeah, it was one of his truths. But let me. I know that I have it in the. I know I sent it to Lactoid, so I can find it there fastest. Copy, and I'm just gonna send it to you right now. I just want you to read it. I don't want to bias it for you or anything. So just. Let me
don't
just-
want to ruin it for me. It's like
I thought you knew
It's
what
a
we were talking about. This is
surprise.
what we were talking.
well, I've heard about it, but I was like, I figured it's probably a little extreme. Like Trump said, let's just suspend the Constitution. It's like, okay.
He made it even more clear than that.
Okay, I'm waiting for your PM.
So
See if I can.
also, Stabby, the one you're talking about, yeah, I have heard about this one.
It
Yeah,
seems
why
like
can't I
they
find
just
it all
view
of a
them as
sudden?
citizens.
Well,
a little more.
Gorsuch's argument actually somewhat makes sense. Of like the 1964 Act prevents discrimination based on sex, and when you fire somebody for being gay, you're firing. Essentially, what you're doing is you're firing them for behavior which would be perfectly acceptable had they been the other sex. And so, really, what you're doing is discriminating based on sex. That was Gorsuch's argument. Now, I think there's some issues with it, but it does make some sense as well.
All right, hang on 1 second, Lactoid, because there they are. There they are. The glasses of extreme are coming on here. All right, I'm gonna read this live.
Oh, we're gonna get
for
a
you, so
real-time reaction here.
All right, I'm
Oh,
gonna read it in Trump's voice. So, with the revelation of mass and widespread fraud and deception in working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, and the Democratic Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2022 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. Huh. Well,
Yeah.
as I would say to Tony and Chicken, that is less than good.
So
that is
that was the thing that I thought might like push you over to DeSantis.
less than good because here's the thing, like
I mean, if the election denial doesn't do it,
the
like
Constitution is pretty much the one thing
Yeah.
that like moves
Constitution
the
denial.
right.
Yeah.
Like that's ooh.
Yeah.
Like we
Don't
could
shit
let
on
a
that
lot-
one.
We could let
I
a
swore
lot
an
go
oath.
with Trump. And Lactoid, we got a lot of what we wanted out of Trump.
Listen,
For the last few
DeSantis will
we
be
got
better.
reports,
So did
but,
we.
No. So DeSantis will be
We got
better because here's the thing: DeSantis is also gonna do the same thing. He's gonna pick all the SCOTUS picks that the Federalist Society puts in front of him. We're not gonna like lose out on any of the actual good decisions.
Good.
Just pick DeSantis. He's better.
I'm gonna sleep on this one, but a part of me also feels like going live on my stream. Like, all right, Trump boys, abandon ship. No, I'm kidding.
The
I'm
thing-
kidding.
The thing with DeSantis is I think that he'll do what others do. They like really appeal and they play hardcore to get that evangelical base all stirred
Yeah.
up and ready and like getting them energized. and then they basically abandon them or they calm them down. And they're like, "Well,
Yeah.
we've always
Yeah.
been the calm and
The
they
only
always
thing
I don't
I
know."
I
liked
mean,
about
from what I
DeSantis over
hear,
Trump is that he can get reelected and get 2 terms back to back. I mean, it's going to be really tough if Trump does get reelected, which everybody says he can't. Like it or not, it was 44,000 votes in Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia was the difference between
yeah,
him
sure.
being president or not here. So the idea that he can't do it,
No, but I also think he's more off the reservation now than he was 2 years ago.
Especially
Uh,
after the midterms.
yeah, but
yeah.
here's the thing.
But
Here's
he
what
could
I've
lose
been
by
hearing.
10 million and still win.
Here's what I've been hearing though. I've been hearing like a lot of my friends who are in DC who like work close with these people say that there's a lot of Wall Street people who are talking to DeSantis about what his pivot's going to look like once he gets the nomination. They want him to like they want him not to be a firebrand in the general election. They want him to do what he needs to do to get the nomination, and then they want to bring him back to being a more like Mitt Romney type, like president, who runs. So they
Not
want
going to be all that hard when he's got Trump like, my opponent's gay. I
right,
walked in, I saw him, I said, wow, he's gay.
yeah.
Like, yeah, it's not gonna be all that hard. Like, Trump's gonna be over there going nuts, and
Because I mean,
like,
they don't
folks on the
these
right are gonna love it. Just
like
let you know
right.
now.
So these corporate Republicans, like they don't like the fact that he declared war on Disney or on the cruise ship companies who because of their COVID policies or whatever. Like there are a lot of things that he's done as governor that sort of signal anti-corporatism, and they're going to try to like move him back. And they say that he can be moved back because he's there's a lot of money on that side of the aisle, and he's not philosophically opposed to them in terms of who he is
The one
historically.
thing I don't like about DeSantis is it's kind of hard to say if he gets in, he's not gonna be the military-industrial complex's boy. And with Trump,
Oh
he
yeah, sure.
definitely you like love him or hate him. That guy was not beholden to fucking shit, and that's kind of what I liked about him. And so,
Yeah.
but yeah, DeSantis is going to be the military-industrial complex.
Well, I told you I'm a one issue voter now, and my one issue is Ukraine. So if he's like if he's where I think he needs to be on that, I could live with it. Like there are things that I can live with.
Now,
But one thing
I've
I
always
couldn't
been a
live with.
one-issue voter for almost since I was basically 18, and it was always, the Second Amendment. That was always my one issue. Like that would be what, I would look at the NRA
Oh, he'll be good on
scorecard
that. He'll
and be like,
never.
okay, go
He'll
down.
never. He'll be consistently conservative on that issue for sure.
That's
there's no-
I can live with. It's just, oh man, Trump's justice has actually got us a fucking W on the Second Amendment for the first time in decades, and so that was huge.
But they also just ruled against the bump stock thing.
Yeah,
Like
that one's
they're
always just
allowing.
gonna be a thing.
Yeah.
Like I don't like it. Clarence Thomas's ruling wasn't gonna go as far as I wanted it to. Let's be
Well,
frank. Go. You know
isn't that the
me. It
stuff
wasn't
that
gonna
Corey
go
was
as far,
talking
but it
about?
was pretty fucking good.
That's what Corey was talking about though. Like, if you can't get this together and get creative solutions, then you're just shit at your job, basically. And that's one of the creative solutions is now it's forcing legislators to go, okay, so now we need to fund mental health care. Now we need to fund this.
Mhm.
States that enter into these programs will get this kind of funding for, gun safety classes and how to register. And now they're having to get really creative with the gun issue because they've seen like so much pushback. Like that's one of those creative ones, isn't it?
Hmm. Well, I
It's
mean,
not
like,
gonna go through I don't think it's going to go in front of the Supreme Court either.
yeah, like to me, it's one of those kind of slippery slope, sticky situations that I'm always worried about. Because like red flag laws, like a pro Second Amendment guy like me, my ears perk up and not in a good way. It's like,
Okay,
oh,
but what
yeah,
about the mental health thing? Because that's something
It
that.
doesn't deny really quickly, it doesn't deny anybody gun ownership. It says that it does support states that have,
you yeah, you lose your Second Amendment rights before you have due process. So
no, no,
it's a
it
perversion of the
helps
idea of due process and
right,
justice all in one
but
fell
it's not
swoop.
funny
So
but
Second Amendment voters have to oppose it.
wait a second. It is not a red flag law. It is saying that it can help with people who have red flag with states who have red flag laws. They can help with the funding for mental health care. They can help with the funding for gun confiscation if you're
Okay,
coming
but I'm
out of
telling you
prison.
why Second Amendment voters oppose all
Wait,
those
stop, stop, stop.
measures.
But Second Amendment voters
oppose
agree that a
mental health care?
felon,
So they oppose red flag laws.
excuse me, Republicans wrote the laws surrounding gun confiscation if you're coming home on probation from prison and you have a certain amount of time to go through. That was Republicans, I would like to remind you. The only thing I saw in there that had anything
Okay,
to do with
the
confiscation
NRA
whatsoever.
influences Republican
Have you read the law?
primaries.
Have you read the law?
I'm familiar with it. I haven't read every fucking
Okay,
line of
I've
it
read
though.
the entire thing, and there's one spot for confiscation. Okay, the spot for confiscation says that states that do confiscate, if the person is coming home on probation and has completed their entire sentence, that they're on probation and they're home for that probationary period, then the gun can be removed, but then remanded back to them, and that the government will help with those fees. The government will help fund that. The Supreme Court doesn't have a say on that.
Coming back from
Constitutionally,
prison?
eh, yes.
If you're coming back
So
from
if you
prison,
come
you're a
to
felon and you can't own a firearm
No,
according to
no, not
federal law.
always. Not always. That's not true.
So the
It depends on the
prohibition,
felony.
well, so the
Lactoid.
so the prohibition against felons owning firearms is like it's infamously broad, in the sense of like you can get convicted of like a white collar felony. It's like complete bullshit, maybe even, or even like a drug felony is complete bullshit, and you just lose your right to have a firearm. If it's like super non-violent, you can petition to the ATF to get your rights back. It's a very long and expensive process. But yeah, if you get
And it
convicted,
rarely happens.
very rarely happens. If you get convicted of a felony, you automatically lose your gun rights. Which especially when it comes to like drug or white collar stuff, I wholly disagree with. There's no reason why you should lose your gun rights if you've like served time for like accounting fraud. It's like your gun ownership it's irrelevant, right? It's got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, the Supreme Court's gonna have to clear that up at some point, unfortunately. And I hope Clarence Thomas is still on the court when they get around to it. That's all. I pray that, because his ruling was basically, gun control can go fuck itself, which is, hey, God bless it. But you got to give credit to one issue voters like me. We got what we wanted finally.
So
it took us 30 fucking years, but we got there.
Now, I'm pretty pro 2A as well, but I have to ask you, are you in favor of, because one thing I am in favor of is background checks. So like in my state, for example, like when I went to go buy one of my many firearms, it took me about 30 minutes only. And they just ran a quick background check. Obviously, with my job, I've been background checked a million times, right? I'm not worried
Except
about
you're
it.
working for a cartel. You say so yourself.
I am. Yes, you're right. Bar associations are cartels. True. But I mean, they passed, like we went through in no time, and then they sold me the gun. Like I don't know why. It's not a huge inconvenience. I don't know why we just don't have that everywhere.
Well, for private sales, which happen all the time in the state of Nebraska, I've got buddies that will sell guns to each other just on a handshake and cash exchange. And like, to me, it's like, it's not really my business what they decide to do. Now, to me, like when you're buying from the FFL dealer, I totally get like you're transferring from the factory in essence. So in that, I kind of understand it. But like, to me, I've seen many a private sale transaction, and I don't really see the need in making that a criminal or legal proceeding in any such way.
Maybe I kind of see it along the lines of like when you're transferring something to somebody that you know has certain restrictions, whether they be age restrictions or certain like criminal restrictions. Normally, there's some burden that we have on you to like make sure the person that you're giving this to should have it. And the first thing that comes to my mind is alcohol, right? You're not supposed to give somebody who's under the age of 21 alcohol. It's a crime. And you could say, well, it was a private, like privately, they gave me some money, I gave them some whiskey. I didn't even check their ID or whatever. But it's like, well, hold on a minute. Like you just sold like a 17-year-old, like 3 bottles of Jack Daniels. You're not supposed to do that, right? And you have some responsibility to like check to make sure the person that you're giving the Jack Daniels should have it.
Like I'm not going to pull it out. I was going to pull it out of my wallet, but no. But
You want to buy a gun right now? What?
Here in the state of Nebraska, what we have here is, and I don't know if you like the system or you don't. You go to the sheriff's office, you fill out a 4473 form, and with the basic I want to buy a gun form, basically. Like, are you a felon? Have you ever done any, like, all that kind of stuff. You check off you give it to the sheriff. In a week after they check you. They send you a pistol purchase permit card. And that is good for every firearm purchase in the state for 3 years. You don't have to even call into anything. You just fill out your form. They look at your card. They write it down on the 4473, and you leave that day.
You have to get permission from the sheriff's office to buy a gun?
Pistol purchase permit here. Well, okay.
My state doesn't have that.
To buy from an FFL, but you
Nice.
can buy privately. You
Oh.
can
Oh,
buy private.
Okay,
sales.
so-
That's gonna
can I-
discourage like actual like FL like doing it like the
So,
formal way.
If
then.
I can clarify,
You think? Because
I can-
people kind of don't want people to know how many guns they. It's kind of the whole point. The whole
Well,
point
okay.
is, it's nobody's
So-
business but my own if I own guns, how many, what kind, or where they are.
Okay, so like hypothetically, like I just want to understand, like hypothetically, like in your state, let's say someone, some random stranger happens to know that you have like a lot of guns and you're willing to sell them, like, and let's just say like someone shows up at your doorstep and like they're very visibly angry and upset, and so potentially
No.
it should be legal for them to sell you a gun, for you to sell them
If
a
they're
gun.
really angry and weird and they have a gun, I'm going to buy it from them so I can take
No,
it.
no, no. I'm saying the opposite. They're soliciting you. Like they're coming to you. You can see
Oh,
that
no,
they're visibly in a rage.
I
I am not saying that you would do that. This is what you should do. But I'm saying you think this should be legal, as in they should have the capacity to do this.
Now, Corey, I want you to keep something in mind here. That has been the way it has been in Nebraska, South Dakota, and Kansas for over 150 years, and the sky has not fallen upon our heads.
There are other
I just want you to keep
consequences
that in mind.
there
Just
are
keep
other
that in mind. The
consequences, I
private
believe,
sales,
and the
people
sky
like-
is fall. I believe.
Corey,
I'm
Electoid, you'll
just
love
a
this.
scientist, but
There
I
was
think
a
there are
poker
other
game.
consequences.
Hang on.
than this.
There was a poker game I went to one time where the buy-in was a pistol. So there was
Base.
6 pistols in this poker, and I was like, "Wow, this is fucking."
This is the
nuts.
best
And so-
country on the planet, I swear to God.
I know. God bless this country. And yeah, that's
Don't worry,
Like
in
every-
Colorado, that's Irish car bombs because we can hold our liquor and we don't have to worry about shooting our own cows and shit. So we do it with Irish car bombs. But yeah, we do buy-ins with like insane things that can hurt
And
your
in
body.
Canada, it's hockey sticks.
nice. But yeah, so like it's like around here, like I know it's kind of a strange, but like yeah, we've lived like that for over 100 years now, and it's been like the sky, like yeah, you can
And
sell
you
an
have like
AR-15, you can sell a
45,000
pistol, you
gun
can
deaths per year. Like yeah, like
It's the price
Corey,
of freedom.
the sky
I want,
hasn't
to,
ultimately.
I want to like push it all the way through if I can,
like in Nebraska.
where you can
no, I'm
just
just saying like
like,
overall.
just be okay with it. It
gotta look that up.
sucks, but if you just ignore the anger part and just give it a couple more years, it does not matter if Americans lose their own kid. It is not like somehow they will think that guns will make it better, and it might alleviate the tragedy for them in ways. It's kind of fucked. And those of us who are completely baffled by how this is going, those people are actually starting to homeschool. So
Yeah. Now,
you
actually,
have
this
to
is something.
deal with it and
Okay.
accept it. Kids will not.
This is
ever-
something I did years ago. I was driving around with my daughter, and there was a skunk that was going into one of the fields. And I pulled out my revolver, said, "Cover your ears," and I shot the skunk. And I didn't do it I did it because you see that
Seems
kid.
really strange. but
That
okay.
no, hang on. That's what guns do. That skunk ain't hurt. He ain't got a boo boo. He ain't going. He is dead. So you respect a firearm if you ever see it, kid.
It's
Do you
a
understand
skunk.
that?
It's harmless, other than like whatever.
No, skunks
potentially-
carry rabies very often.
So do
Yeah.
dogs. So do
Skunks
raccoons.
and
But you don't just
badgers,
randomly
if they're-
shoot them. Like,
Skunks and badgers, if they're in my
Lower.
field, I have to get rid of them. For
out
two
here, it's
reasons.
coyotes. and you
Badgers,
get something heavy.
Coyotes
badgers
too.
will dig a hole in my field, and the people that are in my field, they'll fall in and break their legs. And where a skunk will thrive, a pheasant will not. And so the pheasants are almost extinct around here. So I'm trying to help
yeah,
the pheasants.
well,
out a
yeah,
little bit.
you provide
I-
context, but you just
we love
framed
shooting
it as
animals.
like we were walking around and I just like randomly shot a skunk like that. That's a
It's
little bit-
hunting.
Well, no, I get it,
right?
but it was to demonstrate
not
like
what
that
hunting
is
is,
what
yeah.
a gun can do, kid. You respect it, and so she's got like a proper fear of God about that. And like I trained her years ago on a little 22 revolver pistol, It was actually 22 shorts, which is perfect because it's got a little bit of a recoil, but it only goes 700 feet per second. Your average BB gun goes 750 feet per second. So it was just a nice little trainer, and that was the first. And I actually still have the little shells from it. So
I've been
22s
shooting
are
since
good for
I was
most
6.
adults, to be honest. Like,
Corey,
What's
I'll
that?
show you in Wix channel one time in Wix Discord. I will show you what my shot group is with just iron sights because I've been shooting since I was 6. And when they didn't believe I was doing very well for moving targets, I got 50 out of 50 in the same fucking hole. So
Sounds great.
Nice. Well
I'm
done. Well done.
I'm good.
Yeah,
I'll show you my
America's just
shot.
got a different gun culture. But yeah, like it's and also like I remember one time a British guy was giving me a hard time about it. I was like, well, you also got to give us some slack. Our guns are also why we're not British.
Oh,
So,
Phil, I have one for you that you're gonna absolutely fucking love. There was a British guy in Oleg's channel, and he's like, actually, what I don't like is how America thinks that it's the imperialist overlords. And I was like, shut the fuck up, cunt. You guys owned the fucking planet. And
yeah,
he got
you're
so
just
mad he
fucking
hung up.
you're pissed off somebody ripped off your gimmick. That's
I was
all.
like, we just stuck in it. That's what you're mad at. You're like, these are my grandchildren. They can't even colonize a bunch of savages.
Yeah.
Just
We're the
so
real
mad.
colonizers, the OG
Yeah.
colonizers.
I do
The
love that. I do
Spanish.
love that Canadians have us on the run so badly that every time that Canada passes, anybody in Canada passes a law, all the Americans are like, they're going to do it to us. I think we haven't forgotten that you guys burned the White House to the ground.
Oh yeah, like Trudeau is like straight, well, they're yeah, but like
You don't want to say anything because you'll shut down your checking account.
no, I'm not afraid. I'm not part of the. I'm a radical lefty, so I'm safe. But like,
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
You got it from
you know.
Soros. Like you
But
guys
yeah,
don't know the rules.
Trudeau is like the devil, I guess, to some Americans now, just like the absolute, devil
Well,
incarnate.
the
Where like I'm
checking
not a
account
fan.
thing, Corey, I'm sorry. For about the next 5 years, Canada can't give America too much of a hard time about our liberties. Like, okay, checking account. That's all they have to say. It's
And I
like,
can
fuck
say
you, checking account.
you can go anywhere in Canada and smoke cannabis on the streets. Like we got plenty
Don't
of
worry.
liberties that
Well,
you
in
don't
most states, including the states of at least one person here, it's perfectly it's legal as well. Now,
have. Yeah, but still,
the
still
U.S.
not.
I agree.
not-
The U.S.
This
is
one's gonna
behind.
be in race for last place.
If
Like,
there's a Twitch
like-
con in
Wisconsin's pretty
Denver,
late.
I probably cannot come say hi to you guys because it's all the way in Denver. But if there is a TwitchCon in Denver, please try to make it a priority. I promise you'll fucking love it here, especially if you go see Idaho Springs. It's just Central
Oh,
City.
I've been to
Denver's a
Denver.
fucking happening town.
Yeah.
My family, we used to go to Estes Park
didn't like
every
it.
year for like 10 years when I was a kid. So, like, yeah, Colorado's just gorgeous fucking country.
I got
know, it's really nice.
I got altitude sickness. It was horrible.
No,
Yeah,
no.
that happened to
what
me
a
the
soy
first
boy.
time too.
Hold on,
Yeah, I got
2 cups of
horrible
coffee.
altitude sickness.
When your stomach starts to hurt, you're going to eat lots of carbs. You're going to drink about a gallon of water. And then as soon as you're done with that, you're going to take a Midol and you're going to go to bed. When you wake up in the morning, no altitude sickness.
And your
because that
mental
keeps your blood
cramps will
from
be
boiling.
gone.
I was gonna say, isn't Midol about?
Wait, okay, but the special forces uses Midol. I
God.
saw them use Midol because
Really?
Midol is just like
vein token.
aspirin or Tylenol. Like there's nothing.
Yeah.
It's just.
Wait, I thought it was like specific. Really?
Like there's other ingredients, but like the primary component, the primary pain relieving component
It's
is like
ibuprofen. Yeah,
yeah.
it's ibuprofen,
All
acetaminophen, and caffeine.
Yeah,
It's a
all these
cocktail.
drugs have about the same nickel's worth of ingredient in them that they're charging you like $30 for. So
Not
it's
with
like, yeah.
Midol. Midol is one of the few things that's not disgustingly expensive. Like tampons are bad, but Midol isn't too bad, and it just like immediately gets rid of dehydration headache. So
When I had to buy
There's
the colchicine when I had my side effect from the vaccine, that was like over $200. They fucking charged me for it, and I was pissed as fuck. I had to pay for that.
Oh wait, Lau.
I don't.
What side effects specifically are you? Well, I guess I can sort of derive or extrapolate from the medication.
Yeah.
But like that was specifically attributed to the vaccine.
Yep.
Okay.
I got the
Pericarditis
cottage cheese
and
arm.
myocarditis.
Like I got the really big cottage
what?
cheese arm on
You got
Test
the heart
arm.
stuff?
I got the heart stuff. Yeah, I went to a cardiologist,
Oh.
got it diagnosed and everything. It was from the vaccine.
Dude.
My luck, right? Fucking bullshit.
Well,
Yeah.
no, look, I'm so correct, but I hope and I assume that you've like did you have, well, don't answer if you don't want to, but did you have like any sort of like pre-existing heart
Nope.
condition?
Nothing.
And also, I'm assuming and also hoping that like you've essentially fully recovered now. There's no lingering
Yeah.
effect. Yeah.
Well, so yeah, I'm feeling better. I'm feeling a lot better now. I mean,
Cheers.
you never know. Like, I always get paranoid, I guess, about like how much. Like, I still get chest pains every once in a while, but it's not nearly how bad it was before. How it was like I was laying back and I couldn't fucking breathe. I mean, it was clearly something. So
Yeah, no, like it's totally a thing. But and did it require hospitalization?
no, I wasn't hospitalized.
Okay. Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you weren't, because the Health Resources and Services Administration, um, if you tell them that you had it, they're putting together any work time you could have lost. It's a compensation program as well as a continued health program that can help with like your whatever your thing is. I'll share the link
Yeah, please do actually.
here.
And if you were in Canada, we have government programs for
You know how much I
long.
had to pay for the cardiologist and the medications. Man,
I can
I
only,
felt
like,
so
Yeah.
pissed. I was like, I did this because you told me to, and now I got to pay all this.
I didn't tell
It
you
can
to.
be
No,
a
not you.
portion. Yeah, no, it
I
says
mean,
It was
it
you
says that it's
specifically.
I don't disagree with your decision in terms of like
Well, hindsight's 2020. Like, if I knew what I knew now,
Mm.
I wouldn't have done it. But
oh well, yeah, but that's where it's like tricky. Like I think despite your experience, and like we don't know for sure, but like we have data about myocarditis and pericarditis in general that like generally speaking, like you assuming it's not severe, which it doesn't seem like it was, like you make a full recovery, and there's very little reason to believe there's any sort of like long-term side effects. Like I understand your concern,
I
and
hope that's true. God, I hope
I
that's
understand
true.
why you'd
And
be hyper vigilant moving forward, but like generally speaking, the people who recover, like myocarditis existed before the vaccine, okay, and definitely there were young men that experienced myocarditis and pericarditis before the vaccine. It's a known thing.
Yeah.
And they typically experience it as mild, and they typically, if you track them, they typically make a full recovery, and like it's just like usually typically one time thing or like a random event.
Yeah,
It
no,
just
I
seems
get
like
it.
a
I'm
personal
so.
decision that, like, okay, if they're wanting protection from liability, if they're not going to stand behind their product, why should I?
I want
That's what I
well,
was a
no,
little
because
frustrated about too.
you're gonna have to trade something, I'm afraid, Lactoid. I think they do want a checkup from you and your doctors. I think they do want like another follow-up checkup, and that's the HRSA. I put it in the chat in here. If you go to that, I already know somebody who got vaccine compensation from this, and it paid like 4,000 something of like a $5,000 healthcare bill.
Well, here's the
So
this I already paid for the. I mean, this was a while ago. This would have been back
I
in
know she got
20.
it back.
Oh,
Yeah, she
okay.
got it back.
Sure.
So I just want to let you know, and it
Interesting.
was a woman too. So there's the link. I sent that to you. They're doing that one, and the VA covers. I'm 100% covered for medical anyway, for the rest of my life. So
Veteran.
I did that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Army.
Yeah.
So I got like this huge cottage cheese arm, and they were like, "You're not feeling this. You're not feeling that." And I realized I got so many vaccines in the Army that I can't tell if I'm having bad side effects.
Oh my.
I think that feeling
Yeah.
like shit is just normal.
And yeah, lactoid sort of to what KOE brought up, like it I'll always take the medical professional's word for it that that was vaccine induced. Like you should be, like you shouldn't have to pay for extra medical care. Like that should not come out of your pocket. And so it's like I'm not advocating that, or like if you experience side effects and therefore you have to be liable for that. Where it's like, yeah, that even though like yes, we were advocating for vaccine uptake, but also recognize that there are some rare side effects, and you should be compensated for that, not be liable for that. Like I don't see how. I don't think I'm being like super hypocritical or unreasonable.
I don't think you're being necessarily. I'm just saying like, and it's like I don't know. Like I'm not even sure how much you can talk about this on Twitch. That's the issue. So like I'm not going to make any prescriptive statements because Big Brother or whatever. But like what I can say
Or
is like,
sister.
sure, but like descriptively, it was like one of the most terrifying moments of my life where I was like, am I going to have heart like damage when I'm in my mid 20s for the rest of my life? And that was horribly terrifying, and I not being able to breathe is a very uncomfortable sensation, and having to go through all the treatment that I did and all the tests, and it was just especially when I haven't had heart, like I was healthy, right? And then like they were like, oh, you seem to be like mostly recovered, but every once in a while I still get like a pang occasionally, I don't know if it's related. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not related at all. But that's just in your head, right? And I'm normally pretty neurotic, so.
Oh yeah, no, okay. So here's where I think there's like a very interesting conversation of like, so but before you got the vaccine, okay, and this goes to like the average American, whether they've got the vaccine or not. Were you like highly physically active and like leading like the most healthy lifestyle?
I was a lot more physically. I gained weight after it. I was a lot more physically active.
Yeah, you were a lot more.
But not like compared to you or anything like that.
Yeah, but so as in like there was, let's say, some good decent room for improvement in terms of like your life wasn't like health focused, or maybe more health conscious now, and moving forward you want to be more health conscious.
Sure.
And so it's like interesting, like every day that you woke up, the same thing every day that any whatever typical Canadian or American that wakes up, that you're not being physically active, they're not waking up with the thoughts of like, oh, since I didn't get my recommended daily exercise, I'm gonna have heart problems in the future.
Right.
Heart disease is like one of the leading, if not the leading cause of death.
Sure.
They're not hypervigilant about type 2 diabetes.
Yeah. There's a different. I understand the point. It is a different level of like vigilance when it comes to like your daily unhealthy activities and like I guess the specter of like some kind of permanent health. Or some kind of permanent damage.
You're in it's I understand like positive action versus you not doing it. It's easier to not do anything and to take no responsibility for that, as opposed to like, yes, if there's some societal or maybe governmental pressure to be like take a positive action and it's generally recognized as overall for the greater good, but then like, oh yeah, then it's like super villainized like that.
Well, I get that, but I understand why you see it's strange, but I also think maybe that kind of like embodies the idea of like personal responsibility, right? Where like it is kind of my fault if like this happens to me later on down the road because I'm unhealthy. But now I don't know if it's my fault. If it's somebody else's fault, then I'm pissed as fuck, right? Because like if I did it, well, fuck me, right? I deserved it, right? There's a level of like just desserts, I think, built into my analysis, even though ultimately the result might be the same of like a painful heart disease death, which I mean is scary, and I wouldn't want that to happen. But for some reason, I'm very like a lot more.
Wish that for you.
Right, of course, but I just like I'm pretty more psychologically okay with it, I guess. I don't know.
It seems horrifically unfair that the two side effects, like the two biggest side effects we got from when the vaccine did not work, and the side effect that's almost a guarantee when you get COVID, um, is they're so fucking similar. It's like we have to carry this with us for the rest of our lives. I hate COVID so fucking bad. I fucking hate it. It ruined everything. It closed the schools down. It took two of the students I used to work in the classroom with. I can't really, I don't even know how to deal with it. And now I'm starting to realize this is what it was like in 1918. And then I feel like a complete fucking bitch for even thinking that, because it was so much worse for them back then than it is for us now. But at the same time, this was like this was a species changing event, wasn't it?
I don't
Yeah.
necessarily disagree with that, or at least
I-
a consciousness changing event.
Well, I said at the very beginning of all this, me and my buddies on our podcast, we started the COVID Chronicles because, why not? Let's have fun with it. And I said, after this is done, I don't know what the percentage is going to be, but there's going to be a certain percentage of just COVID people where they're always masked up and they're always going to be hiding in a little, like they're going to try and bury themselves as deep underground as they possibly can to get away from the germs. And
those people existed pre-COVID, just FYI.
I know.
yeah, but there's more of them now.
There's a few more.
Like,
You don't
nobody wore masks in public here in the West and didn't get weird
What's not
looks
fair-
in 2019.
What's not fair, my second job was at the hospital to clean the ER. And my first job, and that was when the kids were sleeping, and my first job was in the classroom for medically fragile students. I always had to wear a mask whenever people were sick in the school. If there was an outbreak of anything, I had to wear a mask. So I'm going to have to pull that whole, I was doing it before it was cool with COVID to like not deal.
One thing I do
One
like
of
those
the one in,
food
like,
service
8
workers.
million people that was like, yeah, they all had to do it. So it's a little different in scale.
I do like food service workers wear masks.
Yeah,
more often.
and
That's like
also,
one
like,
thing that I do really.
And also to that point, and to what Kaylee brought up in terms of like changing the I'm not saying everybody should be masked up in every single place, but maybe when stepping into hospital, like you should have masked up before the pandemic. I think that's I'm not saying we need to be like some Asian or like in China where like yeah it's a mask all the time, but maybe you should take a little bit more responsibility or understand that there are higher
Hospitals.
risk groups. Yeah.
Blacktoid, this is also one possibility I didn't keep in mind until one time I had a discussion with my daughter, and she's like, "Well, Dad, sometimes I don't want to have to do my makeup, so I can just put on the mask." And it's like,
Mhm.
"Well done, kid. Nice. Well done.
My
Well done."
my daughter goes, I get to be a bandit all the time. And she was just like, put this little black mask on. And I was like, aw. And so I made her a mask that said, my other mask is a ninja mask or something. And she goes, I'm not 5.
And in
So devastating.
and in Canada, with our winters, wearing a mask, you get some extra warmth around your face.
True. Very true. I will say that whole I can't breathe in the mask thing kind of made me laugh because we used to have to, especially if we fucked up, we used to have to like put on all of our full mop gear in our chem suit and we had to play football until we passed out. Until you passed out, you had to keep playing. And you couldn't even cheat because your NCO would come up to you and grab the back of your head like this and put his hand on the thing. And if it didn't suck up to your face, he'd adjust it for you. And you had to play football like that.
Yeah,
Now,
and
Hurt
also
so bad.
like most of the people saying I can't breathe in masks. I think it's fair to say, generally coming from like conservatives and like conservative men who are all about being real men, but that little piece of fabric is like really a strong impediment to
Fun.
their breathing. It's
now
like
I think that
great.
this would have been a really big, like, funny meta bit if we could have pulled this off, because people always say disinformation is always harmful. It's always bad. It's always, now, all right, if you got a good sense of humor, this would have actually, now keep in mind, this would have been misinformation, but I remember at one point during the COVID pandemic when the vaccine first came out, there was this conspiracy theory. It was a conspiracy theory that people who got the vaccine were like shedding a protein and you could catch the vaccine from
That's
them.
still around today.
And
Just FYI.
I knew people that before, like, the major medical people said that's not a thing, they were going to start masking and social distancing to prevent from catching the vaccine.
That's true.
And that would, like, okay, you're at least getting 40% of the way there. They're masking and social, like, come on. And that shit's funny.
Corey,
No, that shit's
if that worked, Corey, would you be in favor of that? Like, if we spread the misinformation, like, and it
No,
actually got
no.
people to wear masks into social distance?
I am not
Corey,
a
they
I
have
want to
both
catch the
sides.
vaccine.
I am not a noble lie type of person. Absolutely not.
Fair enough. I'm not
Is
either.
there a
I'm not
reason,
either.
Corey,
No,
is there a reason
I'm
we
just
couldn't
that shit's
normalize
funny
like
type of person.
bleach water just sprayed in people's faces? Just like, get the fuck away from me.
Well, as much as there's sometimes I have the urge to do that, but bleach you definitely don't want around your face.
I'm
Now,
noticing one
this is
thing,
what
and it's everywhere. Like you have to change the trash cans a lot more. And it's in classrooms, it's everywhere. Like everyone's washing their hands. And I don't know, it feels good.
Yeah, I think more
Yeah.
like, and if this is something that, even though based off what I observed in men's locker rooms, but if this results in the effects of people having a greater responsibility for hand washing, like that's an overall positive step in the right direction, because
now, Corey,
hand
you'll love
washing is
this.
important.
You'll love this. What I did at the height of COVID, when the fear was really gripping people, I had a little spritz bottle, and what I did was I put pure Everclear in there, and after I'd interact with,
That's 100%
yeah,
alcohol, right?
and I would
That's
spritz it on my
200 proof.
fingers,
It's like
and it would
80.
kill any fucking germ. The CDC said it would kill it within 11 seconds. Because I remember a buddy of mine, Tom, he got COVID from always fucking with his mask and putting his fingers on his face. And that was how. And so I just spritz the end of my fingers, and I do that with my, like, anybody in the car with me, just sweet. All right, we're good to go. Because I noticed that was what her people were giving it to themselves because they were touching their faces. So all right, disinfect these fucking things. And so I didn't get COVID for a year and a half until, or maybe about a year, until the 1 week I leave it at home, like, fuck it, I'm fine, it'll be, and then I'm fucking just sick.
Dude, so I got the vaccine, and then I had the issues, and then like 2 months later I got COVID, and then a month after that I got it again. Like the first one was whatever variant, and the second one was like the different variant. That was a rough couple of months, I'm not gonna lie to you. Something somewhat related, but have you guys? So I've met 2 people now. The second person today, where they were like, "Yeah, I got bit by a cat, and then I got this horrible infection." And then my first question is, "Did you wash out the cut with rubbing alcohol?" And they said no. Were you guys like taught this, that when you get bit by an animal, you should probably like wash it out with rubbing alcohol?
Iodine.
Yeah, well, I always have like washed it
Anything.
out,
Well, any
and
wound, I
and
taught to clean it.
right, I've never gotten like an infection from a cat bite, but like multiple people now I'm like running into, they just don't clean out their wounds. It's like, what are you doing?
Well, you just hang out with people with poor hygiene, I guess. I
Yeah.
don't, I don't know.
I was about to say that's one thing you
Fair
always
enough.
learn.
There is
At the end
a
of the
tough thing
at the
though.
end of the
You don't want
night,
to
you
admit
clean
that a
your wounds
kitten
out.
bit you. You know, you're all like, I can do this. I'm a tough guy because you don't want to admit a cat bit you.
Both were
Cats have
women.
claws.
What?
Yes, I agree with you. Like men very much have a problem
They
of
got
like,
shit
oh,
under
I,
their
c-
claws.
I can
It's not
handle
good.
it, right? But both these were women, and I was like, what do you mean you don't wash out?
Okay, like
That's
about
how Drogo died in Game of Thrones. I don't need to wash out my wound.
yeah, I was about to say like I had a dog that passed about 4 months ago, and like I love having an animal around, but at the same time, it's like I have to joke like it is like a 40% decrease in the quality of your life having an animal around because you're always having to deal with this animal. And so like I loved my dog, but it's like damn, it was like, and he was old as shit
My
too.
kids are about to leave me soon. My son is about to be 17 in just a couple of months. And for some reason, he thinks he's got to get the fuck out because I've done everything wrong. You know, the world being unfair is because I've completely put these parent fucked up glasses on, I suppose. So he might leave me sooner. And I told them that they can stay with me. I will pay their bills, keep them in car insurance, and have a car for them because they get a free year of college in Colorado, and we have a college right next to us. So they get to stay with me. I pay all their bills as long as they're in college. I said because I can't afford it as a single mom, and they want to leave, and they also won't let me fucking hug them. 27 hours of labor with my son. I had bruises on my back from inside my body. It was horrible. I and I can't hug him now. He's like, Mom.
Oh, he's at
Kids.
that age where he hates his mother. Don't worry, that passes. Okay,
And I
my
come up to
mom and
here
I
on him.
we
Like,
It
we didn't
passes.
get along very well when I was 16, but now we get along real well. So don't worry about that. That will pass. But that's just every child has to try to assert their independence to some degree. But don't worry, there will come a time when he's going to need a hug from mommy. Trust me.
Your
he says he
child
loves me. That's good, right?
your child is entitled to your hug labor. I will absolutely say that.
Oh
I
yeah.
love
Well,
him.
thanks for the warning. Mine's 13, so I know it's coming
I
down the
come up
pipe.
to
So.
here on him, and like, my son asked me, he's all like, I dated a guy for a little while, tried to get a dad for them. It didn't work. And then I wasn't going to parade men throughout the house. I was like, all right, it's over. This didn't work. I lost a husband, couldn't keep a boyfriend. I suck at this game. Let's just raise them and get this over with. But I come up to about here with him, and a long time ago, I was said, that's okay. Mommy doesn't like looking up at men when I yell at them anyway.
Whatever
Now,
works.
I told him to
now
his room the other day, and he's like this tall, and he was like, I thought you didn't like looking up at men when you yelled at them. And I was like, it's a good thing I don't spank my kids.
Nice. Now, this is a true story. If I'm lying, I'm dying. This
Okay.
is a little over a year ago. So she's 12 at the time. But I was like, all right, kiddo, always look out for guys who are using too many pet names like baby, darling, honey. Because that's what I do when I can't really remember a girl's name. And she stops, turns her head slowly to me and
That's a
goes,
you thing, but okay.
Daddy, use a hoe. And I'm like, oh, fuck.
No.
I resemble that remark. Shit. Like so, yeah. That was
The
like,
shit
hey,
they're
good.
saying.
You're observant. You're observant. Okay.
They'll be all like, they'll say things like, um, when the family looks like the downtown classroom or something, like all the kids are from a different daddy. Um, then there's the nobody knows where he spends the night. Like if he's like hopping from woman to woman, like just the weirdest fucking shit that they say, and I don't know where it's coming from. And it's like, I don't know, like they scare. Oh God, there was another one. My daughter and her friends were over, and they scare the ever loving fuck out of me. Okay, they're very very mean. I'm mean, but these ones, they're fucking sadists, man. And one of the girls said, "You mean your mom?" And another girl goes, "Oh my God, that's such a sexist joke. Why are we using that?" And my daughter pipes up with, "No, she didn't mean it about the sex. She meant she was over there pretending to be a daughter your mom could actually love." I'm like, God.
Yeah, sounds pretty
I'm
pretty
like,
harsh.
Roast
why are they
game.
like this? They're so mean. Oh,
It's,
they
it's like
Kids
the
kids say the darndest things.
Yeah.
yeah.
Corey's
Kids say
on.
the darndest
Nice.
yeah, but yeah, like I don't know why I
Hard.
just thought that was a all right. The
They're
kids
mean,
got
aren't
a good.
they?
Yeah,
It's okay. KOE, the it's a girl, right?
yeah.
She's gonna be okay.
Oh yeah.
Cause you're
Uh, sh-
dad, so.
oh yeah. She's actually doing Shakespeare. So this Thursday is
Ooh.
a play. So I'm really looking forward to that. So like
Aw.
my buddies all say, "You're the theater nerd here, Phil." It's like, so maybe I show her good scenes in movies and show why the actor did a good job there. Like maybe once in a while.
I get them to band, and my son like will sit there and talk about how stupid football is.
Yeah.
Great.
Uh, Lactoid. Do you have a couple of minutes to go over like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
I am
And then
I am headed out, guys. It was a pleasure. Thank everybody tonight. That was awesome.
Take care. Be well.
Appreciate it,
See ya.
Debbie.
Peace,
Always a
Debbie.
pleasure.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll,
probably going to do the same as well. Lactoid, I sent you a friend request. Corey, we're already friends, I'm pretty
Absolutely.
sure. So you beautiful gentlemen, I will catch you around on the flip side. I'm the prophet for having
Always a
met you,
pleasure.
Lactoid. Thank
Be
you.
well. Yeah, I'm not gonna
Alright.
keep you for long. Just
Yeah,
5 minutes.
I'm
Because I
gonna-
know we both.
All right,
have
we'll
to
do
go.
5 minutes, and then I'll rate out.
So I sent you something in Discord, a DM.
Okay.
This paper that I found was published, I think 2 or 3 months ago. Hopefully you're able to get it up.
Okay.
It should be like the biological basis of intelligence, benchmark findings. So if you scroll down, there should be a section about titled like quantitative genetics.
Okay.
And pretty much what my original argument was of like, moderately to like 50%, like they explicitly like say 50% in this recent paper.
When studies across all age groups are combined. So, I mean, that would mean that like among children it's as low as 20%, but then adults it might be 80%, but like overall it might be 50%, is what I understand.
Yeah. So in terms of like, okay, sure, if you want to
Yeah.
go in that direction of like but and last thing
50% is massive, Corey. Can you at least agree? Like 50%, holy shit! Like that's a huge percentage.
I mean, if moderately, like, well, I mean, it's like whatever, like, well, and then then you would agree the other half is equally massive then.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. In terms of like potentially whatever outside of genetic effects, environment, external, blah blah blah.
Yes.
And then lastly, that Vischer review about heritability.
The one that I sent you.
Yeah. I'm assuming you've read, or maybe I can assume, but I'm assuming at the very least, like you've covered most of it, some of it, all of it. I don't know, but also like there's the box towards the end, or I think on like page 260, I guess technically.
Hold on one second.
The heritability of IQ controversy.
Copy link, and then this. Was this the wait? Was this the Plomin and the Deary one, or which one was this?
This one was Peter Vischer, the heritability in the genomics era
Vischer,
concepts.
okay. Hold on.
It's the paper you sent me in response to like defining heritability.
Problem is, I sent you a whole bunch of shit.
Well, it wasn't shit.
Oh, defining heritability. Yes. Hold on. Okay, I have it up.
So box number 5, a little bit toward, like about a little over halfway through, or I guess technically page 260 in the paper.
You mean box number 4, the heritability of IQ controversy?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, you're correct.
Okay.
in that box itself, they also like explicitly say this pretty much the exact same thing that I was saying. So like 3/4 of the way through, or down. So let's say 1, 2. So starting in the third paragraph, okay, and then maybe like 6 lines down, it says, for example, across many, etc., etc. Hopefully you see that.
Hold on. We're just using the find function. So it's, for example,
Comma, across many.
okay.
Many studies, the average monozygotic and dizygotic correlation, blah, blah, blah. And then towards the end, like the next sentence, they talk about sort of like the built-in assumptions in these studies and say how some of them are testable, some of them are not. And I think almost like word for word, that is what I was alluding to when I spoke about these studies of like there's built-in assumptions that are not necessarily true.
So I mean, yeah, this might be like providing one criticism, but
In a review about heritability.
right. No, it's providing like one criticism as to like maybe, yeah, on a review. It still does state that although much lower than 0.8, these estimates are still moderate to large when compared to measures of behavioral and other phenotypes in livestock species and natural populations. Therefore, we can conclude from the wealth of empirical data currently available that the resemblance between relatives is large and consistent with the hypothesis that a large proportion of the variation in IQ between individuals within a population is associated with additive genetic factors.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily. Although, like, I would still cite the one that I just sent you, the recent one,
Right.
of like, well, I guess we're on the same page of like 50% of the heritability across all age groups. Is do what?
Right,
It's
across all age
50% of
groups.
it. And then like, yeah, I don't necessarily dispute like the numbers that are being generated. I'm just more like disputing like these numbers are generated with a model that is not necessarily true, and they explicitly say that. So I wasn't like making things up per se.
I don't know. I'm not accusing you of making things up. I just think that this is like one of the topics that's like, it's very difficult for people to just honest, like I said before last time, just honestly acknowledge like a major portion of this is like genetic, and people just don't, like, it's just the nature versus nurture has very much kind of like been ignored for this one trait. I just don't think it necessarily needs to be.
I would disagree, but then it seems like it feels like the group typically arguing for this like want to ignore the nurture. And like this is just like, well, and you almost use that justification to like not provide any sort of.
So right. Well, all I'm saying, well, I mean, I deny it for other reasons, right? But like,
Yeah, I know philosophical reasons, because
philosophical
nobody
reasons.
should be helped. Nobody's entitled to your
exactly. You're absolutely correct. But like, but I think it just kind of speaks to like the underlying idea of like, I guess again, there's like this, I think pretty fundamental to like a lot of leftist ideology is this idea of like class consciousness, and this idea of like history is really just like a description of like an ongoing class war, and then everybody's like situation can be described by their relation to the class war and the alienation of their labor, and like the alienation from them from like the ruling bourgeois. Like there's all these kind of like things that go into it, and like none of this accounts for like just genetic variance, which is just factually like a real statement. And so it kind of like puts a little bit on its head a little bit, this idea of like, well, it's not just class, it's not just environment. Like there's other things at play here that you just have to like account for.
Yeah, but the counter, like, so you're defining this as massive, but then, like I said, on the other side, it's also massive. Like, well, it seems like also other external factors, including class, may not be massive, but a significant contributor.
Yeah, and that's I've seen evidence to that shows that. So I accept that as true.
And last question, unrelated. Do you have any pets? I want to say the answer is probably no.
No.
And do you foresee yourself getting any pets ever?
Maybe a dog. I think dogs are pretty cool. I mean, like, I treat animals well. I don't take any. I'm not like a sadist. I don't take pleasure in being mistreating any animals.
No, but this is, I guess, tabled for a future conversation. But like, it, you're just like, yeah, dogs are kind of cool. It's like, why not? As in, like, like, do you feel like you would connect with a dog or a cat or a bird?
Maybe.
Yeah, but as of like when you're like walking on the street and you encounter a dog, you're like, oh, dog type of thing.
Yeah, I've never been like, yeah. I don't freak out and like, oh my goodness. Like, it's just more of like a, yeah, this is not something that I'm like super passionate about. I just think they're pretty cool, and some of them look pretty cool, and some of them are like, I think it's pretty cool that they can do what you say, and you're like, hey, like fetch, yeah, and like, yeah, they kind of like follow your commands. That's pretty cool,
And
right?
it requires no gunpoint too.
It requires no point. They want to please you. It's like, oh, what an incredible, and
Yeah.
and they're also, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people, gain a lot of kind of like stability from having that, and home security, which is always nice too.
Guns and a pack of dogs or wolves, maybe. Yeah, no, I can see that with your moat. And so all of that makes sense. And did you ever read that paper or like go through that paper on like libertarian morality?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I read through I told you I'd read through the abstract, and I did, and I read through a little bit of the rest of the paper as well.
And so I would encourage you to read like
It
the
was
entire-
just men, though. It wasn't necessarily
Yeah.
libertarians. It was like men or left. And I still posit all that is due to like leftist men who bring down the average.
Sure. But like, yeah, if you read that paper about libertarian morality, that includes Jonathan Haidt is one of the authors, where it's like there's very interesting things where like generally speaking, it seems like libertarians like generally profess like, yeah, they don't really feel all that connected to other people, that they just want to like be left to their own devices. Like
psychoanalyzing me, Corey.
I'm totally psychoanalyzing. It's a psychological paper where it's like it's that's why I encourage you to read it, because like I would say like you're tracking really well. And if you want to,
I'm not a psychopath. I promise.
I'm not. There's a whole spectrum of human experience between. I'm not saying you're a psychopath and you're a sadist and you're looking to torture animals, but I'm just saying on the whole, like it makes sense in terms of like, yeah, you don't like for you to like connect with the dog. That's almost like probably more of a foreign concept to you, like because
I can connect with animals. Okay, I just don't like. It's not immediate. Like, I don't know.
And I have no doubt that they're capability, but like
I'm not a love whore. I just don't like give it out to anybody.
Yeah. I'm just saying that like, you wouldn't describe yourself as like a pet person. It's like, yeah, I like dogs are kind of cool and I can see one. I can see myself getting one if one happens to like, I find one really cool, or it's got like the strongest bite force and it can protect me. Then I can justify.
Yeah, that's part of it. Sure, I don't want like a little like yippy thing that's not going to be able to defend me.
But no, like it's explicitly stated in the paper multiple times. So like, yeah, they also don't feel really all that connected to their communities, even their family or friends. Like they feel connected. I'm just saying, on average, when you like read the paper,
this probably could be true, right? Maybe it very well could be the fact that like I don't feel the same level of maybe I don't feel the same level of human connection. It just could be factually true. I don't fucking know. But I think it makes me a more rational person. I'm not tied down by the weight of weakness, emotion.
Yeah, no, okay, sure. Well, that's a separate. I would love to have that conversation in the future. But yeah, until next time, it's always a pleasure, Lactoid.
Absolutely. Catch you later, Corey.
Take care. Be well.
All right, everybody. So Alley Cat. So hold on real quick. So Alley Cat. So Corey is like a psychologist kind of person, and he or not a psychologist. He's got some biology background, and he psychoanalyzes libertarians. He thinks we're all Ayn Rand dog-hating weirdos, but I guess we're all psychopaths. No, he's not saying that. We have good debates, but I think there's maybe like broader concepts that he's trying to make sense of. Yeah, he's a biologist. I think he's a smart guy, and he's also pretty pretty cool to talk to. So, and he'll have conversations about pretty contentious topics, right? So we talked about like intelligence last time, which is a very difficult conversation to have, but I thought we had it very well. Yeah, I'm not a love whore. I only dole out my love on very special occasions to my friends, my family, and of course to all of my viewers, and followers. Actually, not all my viewers, my followers, just my followers. I dole out all my love to them as well. So if you want Lactoid love, follow the channel. No, I appreciate all you guys. And I think the conversations are really good too. All right, everybody. Well, we got some stuff coming up, as you heard Wix talk about. This Thursday, we're doing something. We're going to be having a discussion on whether or not Ye is helping fascism, or whether or not Ye is doing harm to the Republican establishment. Those are the kind of the two positions. I think it's pretty clear that I don't think Kanye's actively, besides maybe some kind of fringe, I don't think people are going to watch Kanye's bit Ye's bit and think, oh, that makes sense. I guess I should like Hitler now. I just don't think that's going to be a thing. Thankfully, but I don't think that's going to be a thing. So that's going to be my position going into it. I've never debated Kevin Logan, but I will. I mean, if I think I've heard the name. If Kevin Logan wants to speak to me about something. And any of you want to speak to me about anything, my Discord link is in the Twitch chat right here, or in the Twitch screen. You can click on the Discord, and you can message me with any questions you have, or if you ever need clarification, any ever demand citations from me, or if you ever want to just say something funny. I always appreciate that. So. Yeah, I haven't seen any serious person on the right defend Ye on that fucking interview. And I watched the whole interview. It is genuinely crazy. I mean, that interview. Alex Jones is like trying to reel him in. Alex Jones is like, well, hold on a minute there. Let's take a moment and actually think about this. It's actually just hilarious. Well, it's hilarious, but I think it was really sad. I think that's probably the better position. Dusk, you're a better person than me. It was sad, and it's not, I maybe this is me being a psychopathic libertarian. Like, I couldn't help but being a little bit, I guess, entertained, but I probably shouldn't have been. It was not good. Alex was the voice of reason, and that wasn't a good scenario. Okay, well, thank you all for tuning in. Give me a follow. Everyone old to new, you're all welcome here. I appreciate all you. I'm gonna raid out into Prime, because apparently they're still talking about some interesting stuff. So we're going to raid out into Prime. And I might very briefly join, because I was told that somebody is defending the mandating of all brothels, or mandating that brothels be under the Civil Rights Act. So that I don't want to get too carried away, but maybe we'll talk about that. I don't know. Anyway, might as well. We'll raid on in right now, and I'll see you all next time. And I'm going to also, one quick thing. I'm going to, my Discord, I'm going to try to do @everybody's now in the announcements, because I was asked to do that by a viewer who wasn't getting them. So hopefully that's not too annoying. And if it is, let me know as well, and I'll take that into consideration.